I'll get the first word of the day out. Welcome to the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit for round 3 of the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, and we thank 888 for their partnership throughout this season. Great to jump on board here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. A full program of racing for all of those joined us trackside, as you can see. Yes, it's a bit damp, but let's brave the weather. We've got Japaras, we've got raincoats, we've got all of those sorts of things. Come and join us at the track, and if you can't, please come and join us via the live streaming here. A fantastic day, a great program of events coming your way, a fantastic commentary team assembled behind me with Dan McCarthy, Steve DeVries, Matt Dunlop, Callum Brannigan at some stage as well. So we'll be bringing you all of the action via the TV or the live streaming. Great shots being presented to us by the Blendline TV. The program for today will start off with Formula Fords. We've got their second race for the day. Improved production will jump straight into the program at 9:30. BMW E30s, Formula V, Porsche 944s, Saloon cars, Hyundai Excels, sports sedans, the big bangers at 11:30 for those getting out of bed late on a Sunday morning. HQs, and for the first time this ever, we're having the Toyota 86 Scholarship Series here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, part of round 3 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships by 888 Home Loans. Yes, the weather is fairly obvious at the moment with those pictures and those that actually have braved the conditions already, and there is at least a dozen or so around the track. We'd like to see that multiply a little bit more. The forecast for today, or the weather currently, 10.9 degrees out there, 93% humidity, which happens when it rains like it is quite heavily at the moment. West-northwest winds at 42.5 kilometres an hour. We intend that will all start to abate throughout today. I've been through the program for this morning. We'll double that into the afternoon with all the trophy races as well there. So for the program this morning, 13-minute races plus 1 lap. This afternoon, 20-minute races plus 1 lap as well. And there is the very famous pit straight here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. As I mentioned, a packed program, 30 races across the weekend. The National Series for the Toyota 86s lit up the track late yesterday. It was a fantastic race, and they've done such a brilliant job of bringing that to the track here. Formula Ford and the State Series is certainly very, very strong. And of course, always here at Phillip Island with those open wheelers and even in the Toyota 86s, as Dan McCarthy and I reported during the racing yesterday, drafting down the straight was a very, very big part of what they were doing. We're not too far away. In fact, we can see the Formula Fords rolling down the pit lane now. We'll be back with Racing Live in just a few moments.
Good morning, everyone. Certainly different conditions to what we had yesterday. Look at the spray coming off the back of those Yokohama tyres. This will be a very different affair, that is for certain. I'm Dan McCarthy. Joining me in the commentary box is Matt Dunlop, or Matt Yokohama. This is going to be quite something first thing this morning.
Morning, Dan. Great to be here once again, and it's a great day to be a duck. That's for sure today. You can see the amount of spray that's been kicked up here at the Phillip Island circuit, but this is what we come to expect in this part of the world. You never know what the weather's going to do from half hour to half hour, I feel, but if anyone's going to be able to brave the conditions and put on a great show for us, it's going to be these Formula 4 drivers.
We've got one around already.
It's 2 minutes into the broadcast and I've already put down the first commentator's curse. That is sensational work from me. Hopefully that's the only incident we get so far today, as we see, I'm not sure actually who that is, peeling back around, number 42 of
Fleming.
Carly Fleming, unfortunately, has had the first excursion of the day. Hopefully the last excursion of the day as well. And hopefully the weather starts to clear up in the afternoon too.
fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. I don't think it'll be the last excursion today. Hopefully for her, though, as we see. Hopefully she'll retake the position and we can get back going as planned. You can see the water on the lens. It is wet, wet, wet. All right, here is the grid for us for race number 2. They had a race yesterday in the dry, but Damon Woods will start from pole position alongside Joe Fawcett. Ezzy Bezic will come out of 3rd alongside Santa Lucia.
Zach Lobko will start this race out of P5 on the grid next to Bailey Collins in 6th position in the number 96. Matty Holmes will start in 7th position next to Cody Mains-Ruddy in 8th.
Following that, we have Carl Cotter, Harrison Blanchard, Elliot Cleary will come from just outside the top 10 alongside Jack Bussey.
Uncharacteristically low starting position for Jack Bussey, who starts ahead of Nicholas Mendez in 13th and Leo Scott next to him in car number 10. Harrison Sellers will be starting out of 15th next to Fraser High in the number 11 in his 16th position.
Carly Fleming will hopefully be starting from 17th alongside our usual Formula Ford commentator Paul Ziddy, just ahead of the winner of the Kent class yesterday, Peter Fitzgerald, who beat Richard Davison. First time he was beaten all season long.
Gavin Dumas, Craig Arnold, who had that crash yesterday and hopefully can get his car out on the grid again today, although I did see it in the back of a trailer, so that may be a vacant grid slot, with Jason McGrath bringing up the field in 23rd position.
I'm not sure any of those back 3 are actually out there. We'll see. I'm not sure whether they are. I saw a couple of cars heading home on trailers coming in to the circuit today, so yeah, fingers crossed. I think we might be a couple of cars down in some categories. Some people deciding it's not worth the risk. Some people on a real shoestring budget, and in conditions like this, just too risky to have any damage to your beautiful race car.
Yeah, it's always unfortunate to see people pulling out through the weekend, but despite that, we've still got a bumper field of Formula Fords here this weekend and today, so we can guarantee there's going to be some sensational action all the way up and down the field once again. Joey Fawcett is still our championship leader, having extended his lead just a little bit yesterday, but he's only 5 points ahead of Eddie Bezic, who had a great recovery starting, I think it was 7th or 9th, somewhere like in that front to midfield, and he's all the way up to 3rd for the start of this race. So if he's still got the pace that he was carrying yesterday, he could be very well on for a win here, Dan.
Yeah, came out of 7th, didn't he? And he shot up through the field in that first lap, and then it was a brilliant battle. Over half a dozen cars fighting for the win yesterday. Who knows what we're heading into in this one? I think it's going to be going into the great unknown. Looking up at the gantry when the lights go out, we will be off and racing, and we are. Santa Lucia from the second row, the blinding start goes through the middle, and I reckon he might even take the lead with that momentum down into turn number 1, and he will. Brilliant start from 4th on the grid to take the lead down to our first turn.
Sensational start from Jake Santa Lucia, but look at Eddie Bezic. He's all over the back of him, trying to find a gap around the outside on the run into turn 1. Couldn't do it there, couldn't do it on the inside of the corner either, but he's not giving up this early. He's already found a gap, but Jake Santa Lucia is trying to find that go-karting line in these wet conditions around the outside of the southern loop, and it's giving him pace. He's got a great run off the corner, and he'll hold firm in first, with everyone slipping and sliding behind him.
Yeah, everyone seems going for that wide sweeping line rather than the usual racing line. Of course, it's higher out there, so less standing water. That's the theory behind it, particularly down at Southern Loop. Bezic pulling to the inside, I think, more just to get out of the spray rather than have a look for the race lead. And the number 56 Machina Wood was sliding the rears into Miller Corner. Everybody tiptoeing around further down the field. Don't want to get into any wheel tangling situation. Just try and stay out of trouble on these first couple of laps. I think that's the best way to approach it, and I think that's what they're doing.
Yeah, it's the best way to go about it. That Miller Corner looked like a really dicey proposition first lap of this race, with no one really knowing what to expect. When you're leading this race, you are kind of, setting the benchmark for everyone to... You're the first one out there testing the conditions to see what it's actually doing. And luckily, we haven't seen anyone come unstuck just yet. I really need to stop saying that, because whenever I say that, it usually happens.
As we see a move position, it's hard to see who it is. Oh, Bezic having a look down at MG, and again they're taking the wide go-karting line. Oh, Bezic actually going for a slightly different line, the more conventional line. Santa Lucia is definitely going the go-kart approach wide on almost every single corner. So interesting to see already a couple of different lines being used.
Look at the sideways action, sprint car style for Eddie Bezic through the final corner of all places here at Phillip Island. That's the number 3 3 of Harrison Blanchard, who looks to have had an excursion at the MG corner, but he's rejoined again. So no harm, no foul as we cross the line to start lap 2. It is Jake Santa Lucia who leads ahead of Eddie Bezic, Matty Holmes, Cody Mains-Ruddy in 4th, Damon Woods in P5.
Both Holmes and Mains-Roddy up 4 places. They're the big moves on the first lap, but somebody's out wide. That's the number 30. No, who was that?
I think it might be the 40. Is that Matty Holmes in the 41?
It is. So I was just saying, made up 4 places. He's gone and lost one there, though. So back down to 4th position, promoting Mains-Roddy up to 3rd.
Still able to keep Damon Woods in the 56 behind him. Damon Woods, of course, having a great run yesterday in that leading pack of 3 or 4 drivers, putting on such a great show. And Damon Woods will be really, really keen to get up to the front because he can see Jake Santa Lucia and Eddie Bezic streaking away in front of him.
Oh, somebody was out on the curb. You don't want to be using curbs, but you don't even want to be using white lines, let alone curbs in conditions like this. It is ice, slippery, and around.
Bailey Collins in the number 96, spun at 360 degrees and presses on.
I think 1 position loss. Very nice. Damage limitation. That is very much using the outside line. It's almost Joker style in rallycross. It was that wide, almost a completely different circuit. But that's the new bit of tarmac strip that's been laid on the outside of Siberia, coming into good use there.
In conditions like this, it's less a battle of yourself against other drivers and more of a battle against yourself and the car and the conditions. Just making sure you can keep it on the black stuff and pointing in the right direction. And if you can, keep a tidy race and not push yourself too hard, it puts you in the best position to win out of anything.
Sellers making good progress early in this one in the number 13 machine. Of course, had an issue in the first race yesterday, but made up a couple of positions already in this one. As you see them side by side down into MG. Just going to get a replay of Collins, and yes, just a bit too much power on the exit of the corner, and around she went, but good recovery. Let's say only 1 position lost. Pretty tight in this mid-pack. About 5 cars separated by just a couple of seconds. It's really tight further down the field. But up front, Santa Lucia has pulled out a 1/6 of a second margin. But it's Mains-Roddy, fastest lap of the race last time through, and 1.5 seconds faster than anybody in the field.
So far, only 2 drivers have been able to get under the 2-minute mark on the 3rd lap. Both Cody Mains-Ruddy and our leader, Jake Santa Lucia. So he's trying to pull out a gap. He's got just over 1/2 second on Eddie Bezic, so that's not what Eddie Bezic's going to be wanting. But Jake Santa Lucia, who didn't take the first round, unfortunately, clean swept at Winton last time out and was 4th yesterday, is really looking to get as many points as he possibly can, and he's got the pace to do so as long as he can keep it on the track.
Fawcett's dropped a couple of positions from the start of this one, and he's going to lose another here with Lobko up the inside. Good move. In tricky conditions, so hard to get it stopped off the racing line because there is so much standing water there.
Got to be careful to give enough racing space on the outside, especially in these cars. You do not want to be tangling wheels, and he may even lose that place to the number... Oh, he's just kept it in front there of the number 23 of Joey Fawcett. So our championship leader has to tuck back in behind the number 7, and that's Eddie Bezic in the lead of the race. He's made his way past Jake Santa Lucia, and now this is a 3-car battle for the lead with Cody Mains-Ruddy joining this one as well.
He needed to make that move, Bezic, because Santa Lucia sideways and off the road down at MG. Fortunately, as we say, that extra bit of tarmac has enabled him to recover quite quickly. But yeah, Bezic had to make that move quickly because it's Mains-Roddy, the man on the charge at the moment, and he's sliding up the inside, literally sliding up the inside of Santa Lucia, coming into the final turn. So Santa Lucia doesn't seem to quite have the pace of these two at this stage of the race.
Not able to hold the momentum. It looks actually to be quite slow off the exit of the corner there. We're just seeing a replay of what happened there. So they were side by side across the top of the track. Santa Lucia had the line going through Hayshed, but Eddie Bezic just had the grip. Oh my goodness, that was so dicey. I can't believe all 3 of those made it through there unscathed.
That was really, really good stuff from those guys. Shows that these guys are talents of the future, because mere mortals like us could certainly not do that.
We've got a slow car down the straight. I wonder who that is. That may be the number 4. We saw he was slow off the final corner. Zach Lobko's just ducked wide through turn 1 as well. So these conditions are not getting much better, and they really are a great illustrator of just how little grip these Formula 4 cars have. Of course, very skinny tyres, absolutely no aerodynamic grip, of course, and very, very limited mechanical grip. It's an excellent test of what all these drivers can do, and not more so than in these conditions.
Yeah, I was just, it just shows, because all we can see down there is spray, and we could just see a red light, which just shows how important that rain light is and why it's fitted, so the cars behind can see through the spray where the cars ahead are. Really good safety innovation, and yeah, really showed for us in the commentary box just why it's there. And it is Santa Lucia, championship contender, that has come to a stop.
Doesn't look to be any damage, so he may be having a mechanical failure, but what a shame that is for Jake Santa Lucia. He's had to pull up on the runoff at the exit of turn 1. We've got local yellows out there. We'll keep you posted if anything changes, but the race is still raging across the top of the track.
Only 1 minute to go, much shorter race here today. First thing, 13 minutes plus 1 lap. And I believe we're going to go 1 lap short as a result. Just rather than go safety car and have a finish under safety car, we're going to call it at the end of this one. Very nicely done by Eddie Bezic. He's been able to hold off the march of Maine's Roddy behind. Mighty tight thing at the end of the race, but well done to Eddie Bezic. His 3rd race victory of the season, and he'll certainly close the margin in the championship. In fact, he'll probably take Joe Fawcett's championship lead with that result. Here is the number 23 car. He might even lose another position here as they head towards the line. It's going to be mighty close. Is he going to hold on? I think he will by the skin of his teeth. He does. Finishes in 6th position, and as a result will relinquish the championship lead.
And as a result of Jake Santa Lucia dropping out of this race, Matty Holmes in the number 41 has been promoted up to 3rd, and he will round out the final step on the podium for this race 1. So for the conditions that we saw today, we're quite lucky it wasn't more of a race of attrition, and it's great to see pretty much all these drivers bringing their cars back home and producing a really solid race for us, Dan.
Absolutely, yeah, it just shows how good these young kids are behind the wheel of these machines. Fighting still continuing further back. We saw Fleming having off on the warm-up lap, but that was about all the issues we really had. So very mature, and there is Fleming. Is Carly Fleming going to hold on to this position? The fight for 17th or 18th position this is, as they cross the line. Fleming holds on. Just Fitzgerald taking a 2nd in class, so Richard Davison beat a couple of the higher class cars in that race and won the Kent class in Formula Ford.
Final results coming in now. Eddie Bezic, of course, our race winner in race 2 here this weekend, ahead of Cody Mains Ruddy and Matty Holmes on the podium. Bailey Collins bringing it home in 4th, ahead of Zach Lobko, and our championship leader currently, although I think he may have been demoted, I'm not sure, Joey Fawcett. Of course, his dad, Matt Fawcett, a Victorian rally champion 10 years ago. I'm sure he was channeling some of that sideways action to keep it on the black stuff today. Leo Scott and Harry Sellers in 7th and 8th.
Absolutely, we continue to see the names come through. Carl Cotter finishing in 11th, head of the pole sitter Damon Woods. Crikey, he went backwards at a vast rate of knots in that one. He'll be looking to recover later on this afternoon. Nicholas Mendez out of 13 ahead of Fraser finishing 13th ahead of Fraser He. Harrison Blanchard, as we say, Richard Davison winning the Kent class ahead of Paul Ziddy. Zach Santa Lucia, unfortunately, a no finish there. So an exciting opener, and I think it just shows what the conditions are going to bring for us later on today as well.
It's going to be a dicey morning for sure. And next up, we've got our improved production for race 2, and we'll be covering every single moment of improved production and the rest of today's action in round 3 of the Victorian State Race Series, presented by 888 Home Loans. Don't go anywhere, you're on Blendline TV.
Great combo. After a big moment last weekend, you've got the car back here. Can you tell us what happened and how you got it back running?
Yeah, thanks, mate. It broke a hub
And then when the hub's broken, it's obviously something's run out of true. It's levered the brake caliper off the arm, and it's obviously broken the brake that's gone around the inside of the rim, broke the brake line. Only 100-pound of front brake pressure on the thing to try and stop it with, the 200-pound of front brake pressure. And then it's taken us for a tour through the paddock. It looked way better on your footage from the outside than it actually did on the inside. The inside was just boof, boof, boof. That was a bit rough. That was a bit mean. Didn't actually think it would have been that badly damaged, and then got out of it and went, oh, that's a mess. So it's been a pretty big effort to get it back straight. A couple of mates have jumped in on it, getting the bodywork fixed because it punched the rear shock through the boot floor. So that was the big bit of the work. We've had to fix the front bar, obviously, and it shoved all the guards, tweaked the front towers a bit. So there was a bit of bodywork to do to it. And then the rest of it was fairly straightforward. It was just a rush trying to get parts for the shocks. 3 of the 4 shocks got a bit tweaked, so we had to put new bodies in 3 of the 4 of them. There was airbagging parts out of the UK in a rush. The rear brakes, I had to get hats and dog bones made up in an awful hurry from the guys in Sydney. So it looked bad, and it was bad, but it sort of come together pretty well again in the end, I was pretty fortunate.
How's the car running today?
Yeah, okay. The first session had a bit of a vibration. I missed the second session fixing that. Just had a third run then, and car felt good. It was only a second and a half off a PB in the drizzle today, so that's got to be positive after where it was looking like 3 weeks ago.
Was anyone you want to thank for the weekend?
Yeah, I've got to thank, so in order of everyone helping me get it done, I've got my mate Dan, who helped do the bodywork, Mark, my race mechanic, Rick, my shock guy, guys at Brypath for getting the rear bits and pieces, Melbourne Performance Centre for sorting out a couple other little issues with it, and of course my partner Michelle for tolerating me spending so much time on it in the last 3 weeks.
Big thanks to the Blendline crew for having a chat with Luke Gretsch-Cumbo, and we got to speak to him yesterday as well and see just how much of an effort he's gone through to rebuild that car over the last 5 weeks. And he turned it into a race victory yesterday, Dave Cox, but it was far from a fait accompli. He was chased all the way home by Danny Timewell, and Damien Milano was only a second behind them as well. So it was a very, very close top 3, surprisingly.
It was a brilliant race to watch yesterday. It really was. The top 3, nose to tail for the whole, was it 10 laps in the end?
About 9 laps.
9 laps in the end. It was absolutely really good to watch on TV yesterday. I couldn't make it to the track yesterday. I had some work to do yesterday morning, and so I managed to sit home and watch it in luxury on the big screen TV, and it was really good to watch. And the guys had a few problems behind. Luke drove through some problems as well. Obviously the car was a little bit skatey. Danny's car looked like it was on rails yesterday. It looked really good. Bit loose in the rear, but I think that might have been the loud pedal. And Damien, the car probably wasn't really set up in the rear of the car how he normally likes it. But today, who knows what's going to bring today. We're like Winton, we don't know what's going to happen today because of the wet weather. But I dare say Luke loves the wet, so he'll love it anyway. But there's a few guys further down the pack that might actually scare a few guys, especially the four-wheel drives.
Certainly, and we always say that the rain in improved production happens to be the great equaliser, doesn't it? Because we get all these little unexpected results. It's not a fan favourite for majority of the V8s because, of course, they've got to make quite a lot of power, so they have to manage that throttle. They've got to feed it on nicely. You know, they've got to watch their braking because they take longer to stop. That's now elongated in the wet conditions. But then you've got a couple of four-wheel drives in the field. You've got Wayne Decker down the back in the Audi Quattro. You've got Stephen Theologiou in the WRX as well. So we want to see if they can move their way forward in these very tricky conditions.
Off the line, those cars should be jets. They should absolutely round up 4 or 5 cars. We've got the guys starting to move out now, so they'll do their warm-up lap, and hopefully we get some really good racing. It doesn't look like the weather's going to clear at all today, so it's going to be cold and wet, and let's hope the guys all have a really close and safe race today.
These 4 groups of cars that are on the screen here had a cracking battle right through the last stages of the race yesterday, with Anthony Dana prevailing with ahead of Ian McLennan and Neil Crow, who were sort of engaged in their own private battle, and the seas parted and he went through and picked up a 5th place finish in the BMW, so he was very, very chuffed with that. And Andrew Tickner wasn't too far away as well, so that'll be another interesting battle to keep an eye on. There's a couple of RX-7s in the field this weekend and a couple of RX-8s as well. The fastest of the Mazda Brigade was Richard Opie, so he brought it home in 10th place yesterday, just behind Wayne Twist, which was good to see.
It's great to see Richard back. He hasn't run at all this year, so it's really good to see Richard and the guys from Bendigo Mazda back out in improved production. It's really good to see.
Absolutely, and the same returning Paul Clough as well. He's got the Mazda RX-7 out. He had a solid run yesterday. There he is in 14th place, so his qualifying wasn't too flash, but he improved his pace in the race and actually went under what he did in qualifying, so not too bad for a few drivers that have been out of the seat for a little while.
Ricky Hogan was very timid yesterday. He said he's not been here very often, and he was a little bit daunted by the place, which is fair. It's a daunting place in the rain. If you've never been here before, it's quite a scary place to drive.
It absolutely is a scary place, let alone being in the wet conditions as well. There's so many high-speed parts of this circuit. The bit that gets me, and I've experienced this multiple times, coming through turn 3 with the loud pedal fully engaged, and the rear end just wants to move, and your body wants to get out of the throttle. It's telling you, but you have to keep it pinned, otherwise the car just disappears off the circuit. So it is a scary place if you get it wrong.
Yeah, I know in my car, I'm doing four-wheel drift through there. It doesn't hook up either. So not just the rear wanting to come around, the front's also gone as well.
So there we go.
Set it up properly.
So the weather's just slowly starting to change a little bit here. The rain is not coming down at the vast rate of knots that it was about an hour and a half ago. So conditions are slowly improving, but it is still greasy. There is still a little bit of rain around. So it's going to take a long time for anything to happen to this track. So there won't be a dry line emerging for quite some time. So it's going to be quite tricky. This is what we call the annoying rain at the moment. It's just so light that it's enough that you've got to have the wipers going, but it's enough to be a frustration to the drivers.
See the water coming off the tyres there, so it's definitely very wet out there, and you want to have your rain light on. I'm sure everyone has.
They do.
And everyone's windscreen wipers want to be working. If not, they want to have a pretty good lot of Rain-X on the windscreen, otherwise they'll be struggling.
Who's got their tyres set to the right pressure? That's the important thing here, because that's the thing in wet conditions. You want to bring the tyre pressures up. You need to open the tread face of the tyre up so you can try and clear as much of the water as you can, as fast as you can.
Yeah, absolutely. Get as much temperature into them as you can, because it's not, the track's not going to generate too much, so you have to do it in other ways. So let's see who's taking the gamble and who's going to stay how it is. So we've got it boys lined up now. Luke on pole. Then we've got Danny Timewell, followed by Damien Milano, and then the Mack Trucks entry of who's down there in the Mack Trucks? It's Matty Logan. It's good to see Matt back.
Good to see Farmer
Matt.
Matt.
Anthony Diana, and then we've got Ian McClellan in the Pro Cut. Monaro, Crowe, Tickner, then there's Wayne Twist, and then the first of the rotary powered cars, which is Richard Opie.
So Prestige Hino, great to have them aboard for improved production this year. We get set for race number 2, 13 minutes plus 1 lap. So we're looking probably about maybe 6 or so laps at this rate, because
Last car's pulling up now,
the weather
and
conditions.
we're about to have a green flag waved.
Just waiting on it now. You can see the official in the middle of the grid there, just walking back to the last car on the grid.
And there's the green flag, so we should be ready for a start.
All right, here we go. Revs rise, red
Lights
lights
on.
go on, and when they go out, here we go. Very ginger away from the front of the grid between the top 2, and in turn it actually turned out to be a pretty even start for the top 2.
And here we go, there's one of the four-wheel drives. Both four-wheel drives have made a great start off the back of the field, and they've cleaned up 3 or 4 cars already before they get to turn 1. But who's going to lead them through the mist?
It's Luke Kretschkumbo out the other side, having the preferred line into turn number 1 on the inside. Danny had to back out of it just to check up, because you wouldn't want to go 2 by 2 through turn 1 at this rate, and Milano's going with them. Matty Logan's had a good start, he's cleared away, and Andrew Tickner's made a couple of spots off a start there too.
He's made an absolute flyer.
And have a look at this, the Wandon Engineering car of Peter McLean. The under to the goal.
Danny Timewell's gone
massive
round
off.
and round.
Massive off for Timewell at the Exeter Southern Loop, through the ruts and through the grass, and he is going nowhere.
Richard Opie's off also in the RX-8.
So he is at Southern Loop as well. He's on the outside of Southern Loop. Danny looks like he may have lit the car up coming out of turn number 2 and speared hard left. And that's going to need a recovery. Here we go. Milano on the outside, and Danny's lost it on his own.
Going round by himself. I wonder if he's beached it or whether he can get it going again.
It looks like he's maybe tried to turn the wheels to the right there to try and get out, but I don't think he's going to get out. But the yellow flags are
being
out.
Called.
Yellow flags are out. So now Milano's gone ahead of Luke Grechcumber here. Oh, and Wayne Decker, he's stranded on the exit of turn 1. So one of the four-wheel drives that we was hoping was going to have a good run through the field here, he's come a cropper and on the right-hand side of the exit at turn 1. So they've gone spearing off left, right and centre at the first few corners of lap 1. Now, what happened to Luke Grechcumber? Did Milano manage to sneak past before the yellow flags came out? Here we go, down at turn 4. Keep your eye on the tower.
There we go, up the inside of turn 4.
And Milano goes through neck and neck. And at what point did the yellow flags come out? He's done. That move's done.
Well and truly done.
Before the flags came out. Well done, Damien Milano. And there the flags will be probably put out in a few moments' time. Just as there they are, there, safety car boards and flags. I could see them in the background just about 6 or so seconds after the move was done. So a very timely pass from the 88 machine of Damien Milano. And he will head this field under safety car conditions. This is going to shake the order up. So Milano from Luke Grechcumber, with Danny Timewell out of contention, that moves Matt Logan into 3rd place in the Mack Trucks entry, the number 43 VE Commodore. The Pro Cup Monaro of Ian McLennan will be up to 4th, and Anthony D'Anna will move back up to where he started in 5th place. The big winners out of that, Rick Hogan up 9 spots from where he started into 6th place. Peter McLean up 7 from where he started. He's 9th outright, and he's an under 2 litre car.
Yes, Jin Sin Song has moved up to 10th. Marco Timperio has moved up 3 places.
So here we go. This is another angle of the Danny Timewell incident at Southern Loop. Milano just sort of ranged up on the outside, and I think Danny maybe just got a little bit too early on the throttle pedal, just a little bit too impatient. It's almost like a lazy spin, isn't it?
It certainly is. Boys are going to have their work cut out down there to wash that one and get it nice and clean for the next race. So, Sean, get your gloves out, mate, and your sponge, and off you go.
I was about to say, yeah, there's going to be a few drivers going to need to break out the sponge and the wet wipes and everything and wipe everything down. Now, I'm wondering if Wayne Decker's going to be pulled back onto the circuit, maybe drive it back, because I could see that car looked like it was running still at turn 1, whereas this one's definitely not running, it's going nowhere. So I'm actually surprised after that trip through the mud that there's not more damage on the front of Danny's car. Like we saw what happened with Luke at Winton when he went into all the ruts and it just destroyed the front bar. So I think Danny may have dodged a bullet there.
He may well have. And it's to see Wayne Decker's managed to drive out or get towed out. Now he'll be able to turn it around and drive back down to the back of the field.
But there's a lot of garbage on the road there too. That'll have to be cleaned up before we can go anywhere at this rate.
I think the rain will wash that off. I don't think they'll have to get too many brooms on that, surely.
Yeah, look at the state of the Audi. He's definitely been for a very, very wild trip through there, all up the left-hand side of the car, a little bit on the bottom side. He won't be the first one into the gravel trap. Oh, he's even got it all over the rear window, so that's actually gone in at quite a vast rate of knots.
It certainly has, and it's great to see that it has shaken the field up. And Ricky Hogan, who was speaking to just before we went out, he was really quite nervous and I'm not sure about the rain. I don't know about. He's actually made a blinder and had a really good start. So good on you, Rick. That's well done to you. And Scott Appledore up in the 13th, one of the Hyundai XLs.
Yeah, we've actually got a little new innovation there on the timing tree. You can see just, if you look next to Peter McLean, the car in 9th place, the number 101, there's a very light blue little square next door to the number, and that actually signifies the under 2 litre cars in the field this weekend. So that's something that's a little bit new. We haven't had for any of the Blendline broadcasts to date. So great job by the boys down in the van to give us an idea of who is in overs and who is in unders. So just highlighting the unders is probably the easy one to do because there's very, very few of them. I think there's more unders that are actually sitting up at New South Wales at the moment for one of their state rounds, because that's the last round before we get to the Yokohama Improved Production Nationals at Sydney Motorsport Park in about 3 weeks' time.
Yeah, there's a number of guys going up from Victoria.
Paul Cruz is definitely one of them.
Gary McKay, he's at home today, hopefully starting the Tirana for the first time. He's put a new engine in that one, so hopefully he'll be locked and loaded, ready to go. I know he's doing a little bit of work on his trailer yesterday from the trip up to Queensland. And the roads being so rough after the floods had done a little bit of damage to his trailer, so he's doing a little bit of work on that yesterday. And today he's hopefully just going to finalise the Tyrannus and get that ready to put on the trailer as well. So it's great. A number of Victorians are heading up there. Not as many as we'd like, but at least we've got some going up there.
Absolutely.
Now, we've only got 2 minutes remaining, so I'm not sure how many flying laps we're actually going to get in this one.
Yeah, we might be lucky maybe to get one more lap, I think, just at this rate, or it might finish under safety car, because you see there's about 1:40 left on the clock. Under the safety car, they're doing 3:52s. So if they don't release the field and give them another lap at the end of this tour, then it'll be finishing under yellow flag. And it'll be interesting to see whether or not that's enough laps to actually justify a points finish as well. And yeah, I dare say, just looking here, with the recovery still going on at the Exeter Southern Loop for the time well spent number 11 Commodore, that we're probably not going to get a resumption.
No, I don't think so at this stage, but you never know. Not sure how far in front of the schedule we are currently at the moment. There might be a little bit of time available to let the guys have a flying lap, or they may just call it as
yeah, given that they're loading that car onto the flatbed there, that would suggest that maybe something's not quite right underneath that car. Maybe it's ripped something of the exhaust or the driveline, or something's gone a bit wrong there, because I could see there was a few bits hanging off the back of that car, so it definitely is not in a position to be able to be moved or towed under its behind another car. So that's going to be a little bit of a frustrating point, but thankfully for Danny and the crew, he's got a good crew down there, and they have got the better part of a couple of hours to get that done. So improved production and next out just after 1 o'clock this afternoon. So they've got the better part of about 3 hours to turn that car around.
And it's great to see we've got some new competitors and some old competitors come out to Phillip Island. We haven't had them for quite some time, and obviously the new guys, welcome to them as well. And a couple of the XL guys have made the transition. I think they're running both categories, so they'll be running in, changing their tyres, and then after that change their tyres again. So
yeah, lucky for them, that's about all they do have to change actually, because the XLs is quite a controlled category, that the tyres is really the only thing they can swap over between running in two different classes. So there's one of them, Scott Appledore. He's just going through the front of shot there. The other one's Connor McLeod, who doesn't look like he took the start for this one. He's on the timing screen down the bottom, but has not registered a lap.
No.
So maybe didn't take the start there. Actually, for Appledore, he's had a good run too. He's up to 13th. He would have started rear of grid, and with everybody spearing off the road, he would have inherited a couple of spots there.
Yes. We've just been notified that this will be the last lap. So it looks like that Damien Milano is going to greet the checkered flag, followed by Luke Gumbo, Matty Logan. Ian McClellan's made a good fist of it and got up to 4th. Anthony down at 5th. I think that's his second best ever finish. He was telling me this morning that he was in 4th at Sandown in the rain, and another car spun and he took evasive action and spun also, and he was on for a 4th position. So 5th, I think, will probably be his best ever finish in an improved production race. So I'm sure he's got a grin from ear to ear under that helmet.
Yeah, I think he definitely will. Wayne Twist has picked up a couple of spots from where he started. So he started 9th. He's now 8th on the road, and that'll be pretty pleasing for Wayne in a very small field. So he's got a fistful of points after having missed Sandown and having a very, very productive Winton, and he's going to continue that form here at the island. But Milano's going to lead him to the line.
And it's also great to see the early model Commodore there of Andrew Tickner up in 7th place. The old VH, I think it may have been a Commodore Cup car, but I'm not 100% sure.
So here we go, checkered flag on display, safety car boards and flags as well, and Milano greets the line first, ahead of Gretsch Gumbo, Matty Logan and Ian McLennan, with the BMW of Anthony Dahana 5th. Now there's a few drivers that have crossed the line in slightly different spots there. I'm not sure if they knew that they had to stay in formation, because I can see Tickner's move up to 6th and Twist to 7th. So I don't know if somebody had a problem there or dropped a bit further down the order. So or someone's having maybe a timing glitch, because Rick Hogan's falling down the order. I think he's still out there on the circuit, but maybe there might be a bit of an issue with the timing. So forgive what I just said. Maybe that is not what has happened. Maybe drivers haven't gone past each other on the track.
I think it might have been
the timing might have actually gone. Yeah, they've now just restored it. They've actually just now restored it from where we could see. There we go.
Yep.
So Rick Hogan now restored to 6th place. So just a little bit of a glitch in the timing and giving us a little bit of a heart attack up here, thinking that a few drivers were going to be in the principal's office at the end of the day.
We're going to keep racing after the checkered flag, or before the checkered flag.
Before the checkered flag.
It's great to see that we've managed to get everyone home safe and well, and we'll be back at 1 o'clock for the final after Damien has taken out this one, followed by Luke and Matty Logan.
There we go. There's confirmation of your top 10 finishing order there. Milano home from Gretsch Cumbo and Matty Logan. And having a look there, Jin Wook Song, the quiet achiever, continues to be a quiet achiever this year. The Rookie of the Year candidate, I think, hands down right now, finishing there in 10th place. He just seems to get better and better as life goes on for him in improved production. Good result for Rick Hogan, we saw there in 6th place as well. And the WRX of Stian Theologiou, look, he moved all the way up to 11th place after all of that. He'd be hoping for more of these conditions later today. Let's see how long they stick around for.
I reckon he probably will be. And let's hope it does stay like this and we have some decent racing this afternoon.
Yeah, I hope so. We had some great racing yesterday. Let's see it improve when we get to 1 o'clock for improved production. We'll take a break here. BMW E30s next up on track. They delivered a great race yesterday. Let's see what they've got in store on the other side of this. Don't go anywhere.
Simon Schiff, one half of our father-son team. How's the car feeling this weekend?
Yeah, it's feeling really good. It's feeling really good. We spent a lot of time in the shop getting all dialed in, put it on the scales, got the Titan suspension doing its thing, put new rubber on it, and we're just feeling out the grip out there.
And obviously that grip is pretty greasy with the weather we've been having. How's the car behaving under that sort of pressure?
Look, it's pretty good. We sort of set it up a little bit to understeer and then use the throttle to try get it to turn, and no big moments, no scares, so we're good. No dirt up the car, keeping it pretty.
So battles so far this year, who have you been bashing panels with throughout the season so far?
Oh, look, we try to keep the contact to a minimum, obviously. We're all very respectful, but had a few good dices with Jesse Bryan and Goose Rogers is always a good competitor. Yeah, it's really nice and close. Sort of that top 5-6 cars are always having a good dice at the front.
Awesome. Well, good luck for the weekend. Hopefully everything goes well. Do you want to thank anyone?
Yeah, just like to thank Titan Suspension, Penrite Oil and Makulu Vehicle Storage for getting the car here and making it a bit easier for me.
Welcome back trackside here for round 3 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. 888 Home Loans VSRS. Looking forward to getting racing back underway. Conditions aren't ideal at the moment. They're not as gloomy as you would expect. Still quite a bright sky, albeit heavily overcast and rainy at the moment. Unfortunately, the improved production cars, which normally turn on plenty of entertainment, really were hobbled with about only a lap of racing in the end that they got out. So unfortunately for them, that didn't pan out. The Garagistic BMW E30 Series is the category due on track next, established back in about 2001. Like everyone, they start off as a low-cost entry-level category, and then someone wants to win it and outspends everyone, and then they all have to follow and spend equally. But certainly the E30 Racing has been a happy home for many, many racers finding their way into the sport and also enjoying many, many years of competition. They say anywhere between $15,000 and $25,000 for a completed car to race and be competitive. Certainly that is the bottom end of any sort of category. Even XLs are quoting the same sort of numbers these days as well. Based on the BMW E30 325 Coupe or Sedan, and we applaud Rory Plant, who runs the number 7. I think he's the only four-door out there, but we also applaud him because he's got a non-alcoholic beer sponsor, and Upflow Brewing certainly making their presence felt there. And it's great to have Rawls out there with us all as well. The 2.5 litre 6-cylinder gearbox with the BMW 5-speed G260. They run a Yokohama A050 control tyre and plenty of tightly controlled regulations right across the category. Good spread of experience with the race drivers out there, and you can see the faster drivers and the ones with more experience generally go to the front, or in the case of this season, the younger, braver racer out there, and Royce Lyon has certainly shown that he is getting his feet under the desk and wanting to take out a national championship. Here is the way the rest of the program will roll out for round 3 of the Victorian State Race Series, the 888 Home Loans Series here. BMW E30's next on track. Then we will have the Formula Vs. Boy, it'll be like a bathtub out there in a Formula V today. It won't be the nicest of conditions. Porsche 944s will be next on track there, the 1300 Lasagna category. And we believe that all the 944 guys had a great presentation dinner at 1800 Lasagna down there in Thornbury, and a great event was had by all down there. So we look forward to the 944s. The Saloon cars will be on track, and that was one of the more exciting races out of yesterday. The Saloon cars having a really strong resurgence in the State Series at the moment, getting good numbers, 21 cars on the grid here this weekend. XL's on track, and we certainly have Cadel Ambrose, who is showing everyone the way. He's won the 4 of the last 4 races, won all 3 at Winton, won yesterday afternoon. In fact, I think, and there's some people down there in XL land that can have a bit of a think about this, I think Cadel Ambrose has won that race yesterday at the biggest margin to second place in the history of XL racing. There's something for those XL boffins. There's plenty of them out there. Check that one out. Cadel had brained the field yesterday. He was in a class of his own, and that is the nature of that guy. He's a second-generation racer and does a terrific job. Let's have a look at the grid now for the Garagistic BMW E30s as they roll out for their second race of today. I'm Darren Smith, right alongside Dan McCarthy, as we are in treacherously wet conditions, aren't they, at the moment? They're not torrential or torrentious. They're treacherous.
Yes, it certainly is, as we saw in that improved production race, and it's only getting heavier as we speak. Top 2, Ashley Rogers and Royce Lyon. They had a great battle between them yesterday. Jesse Bryan coming out of 30, went with them early, but couldn't quite keep with the pace late on in the race. Seth Burkhart's had a great performance to finish in 4th position. He finished just ahead of Brian Burke in position number 5. Rory Plant in 6th. Then we've got Michael Whitford out of 7, just ahead of Simon Schiff.
Then it's Paul Schiff out of 9th. Out of 10th will be Peter Knight, and Adam Trapsky, Shannon Cooper and Tim Freeman rounding out the field. 13 cars, a tight field there. Freeman there for Pyack as well. Big shout out to all the Pyack members. This is the promoting round for the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club at their home circuit. There's the update on the weather. Yes, it is 11 degrees, 94% humidity, And I'm not sure that wind is quite blowing as hard as that, but look, we've got to read the information that we're given. And that may be a couple of kilometres out, sort of more towards Tasmania. The wind really isn't playing, it's not even rustling the feathers on the trees at the moment, the feathers or the leaves on the trees at the moment. But it would be nice to have a bit of wind because it could possibly blow the rain away.
I was just about to say, yeah, I think it would blow the rain away. We had a fair bit of wind yesterday. It was certainly windy yesterday than it is today, and I think that is why it has stuck around from dawn this morning. It's been raining constantly. Got to thank our volunteer officials out there on the racetrack, and also all the work behind the scenes as well. But yeah, in conditions like this, we've got to say a big thank you to those on the racetrack, because it's certainly cold and wet out there.
Yeah, certainly the officials do get briefed on things like hypothermia and looking after each other, the team, the buddy system. That generally doesn't mean all get together under a blanket and have a big cuddle, but if that is the way, then sometimes that has been employed at the top of the mountain at Mount Panorama. Indeed, I've seen that at Mount Panorama when the snow has come out. Here comes our field, great looking field. These cars are always prepared brilliantly, and I tell you what, if I had a BMW E30 in my shed, I'd be looking after it very well too. A very nice car. They were around the same time as the Porsche 944s. The Germans were producing cars with that fantastic 50-50 weight balance split from front to rear and left to right, and the 944s and the BMW E30s really captured that ethos, if you like. And I think at the time BMW slogan was the ultimate driver's car.
Yes.
Back in the 80s when the E30s were coming out, and they've continued to be. The BMW certainly a fantastic brand, and do continue to build a magnificent car, as does Porsche. But we have got the E30s here. There is, I believe, some more newer BMWs coming out as well, so into some one-make BMW racing, so we keep our eyes out for that as well.
We're missing number 86, Peter Knight, not taken to the grid in this one. We're set to start out of 10th position alongside the Benson and Hedges tribute liveried machine. So
very cool. I do like that tribute livery. That is a ripping livery. Royce Lyon got the wipers going at the moment. Ash Rogers, no. The West Vic earth moving outfit just going with the chemical screen treatment, and everybody drives away nicely. It's Whitford in the 62 that just sort of walks it away nicely there, but the field does plummet down into turn one, and this is a very, very trying conditions. The experience of Jesse Bryan really should come to the fore in this particular race as he looks to go around the outside, sets himself up for the inside running at turn two. But at the moment, it is Royce Lyon doing a fantastic job out there in front. The 901 charging up there as well. That's Seth Boycart's, and looking very, very nice indeed. Here comes Brian Burke, the 27 Trans Rock Landscape Supplies outfit. He goes right round the outside, and Ash Rogers is just going backwards here at the moment. He's lost 3 spots just in the first couple of corners. So obviously number 50 not enjoying the wet conditions, but as I said, on the line, didn't have any wipers on. He does have wipers going now, but it looks more like a Holden Commodore wipers than it was. So, yeah, that's Ash Rogers. He has got the false start, and unfortunate for him, he's also gone backwards. So a 5-second penalty, and he's gone back to P5 as well on the road.
Not the Sunday morning he was hoping for. Polster down to P5 in just 3 corners, and yeah, 5-second penalty as well, and it looks like he could potentially lose another position with Schiff right on his tail. And looking around the outside, we saw some diverse lines in Formula Ford. The outside line seemed to be working well in Formula Ford, and it appears to be doing so in the E30s as well. Nice move there from Schiff.
Simon Schiff, one of the nicer looking cars, turned out in that urban camouflage, the Titan sponsored outfit, car number 55. We caught up with him just before the race, the interview that was done prior to this week, or this weekend, but prior to racing starting, and Simon now finds his way up another spot on the grid. Started off Simon out of 8. Paul Schiff started out of 9 in the 54. There he is there with that magnificent livery. I could look at that car all day long and just hark back to the wonderful days of touring car racing in Australia, where where BMW M3s were one of the nicer cars to have.
I look at that livery and I instantly think Paul Morris, Tony Longhurst, Winton.
Punching on at Winton. Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, there's not a Diet Coke livery out there at the moment, but certainly
there needs to be.
There does, right? But I don't think the E30 guys would punch on. They're not that kind of a mob. The blood doesn't boil quite as much as Tony Longhurst when his alleged teammate took him out on the main straight at Winton. Certainly some of the classic footage, and wow, that was a pretty tight call there on poor old Ash Rogers. Very, very close. I think there might have been telemetry and race control with measuring clutch contact that gave them the that call there. But the judges of fact, experienced motorsport officials, often ex-drivers as well. So that's what's gone on there. Here we have Jesse Bryan going very gingerly through there. Brian Burke is still managing to turn the wick up on the number 27, and in typical Burke fashion, as the race goes on, he will just apply more and more and more pace. He gathers momentum through the race, and he's gathered up Jesse Bryan very, very easily on the inside on the run down to turn 3 there. Great drainage down at turn 3. Many, many years ago, it used to sort of get a big puddle there, but the drainage and all the work that's been going around this magnificent facility here that the Linfox organisation have spent a lot of time, money and effort on improving ever since they became the owners over the years. And that turn 3 now, you can go rocketing through there. In fact, even around through turn 12, which used to have a number of, let's call them streams or creeks running across the river when it was like this, even that's being taken away now. When you run a world-class facility that has MotoGP at it, like 2016, I was here for that one, it was just about floated off the island. There was that much rain at it, similar to last year as well. It was very much a similar situation, but the facility is just absolutely magnificent. The amount of rain that has fallen down here, and you can see that the track is obviously wet, but it's not holding water.
No, absolutely. One of the best viewing tracks as a spectator, I always find, out of Siberia. You can see directly in front of you Miller Hairpin, and you can see all of the first sector. It's a superb track for seeing a majority of the circuit wherever you are.
Exactly, it certainly is, and actually down there as well, in between races, you turn about another 10 degrees to your left and you've just got a beautiful view out over Bass Strait, and the peace and quiet as the fishing dinghies go past.
Always a favourite of MotoGP riders. A vast majority of them would say Phillip Island is their favourite track. It isn't just one of the best in Australia, it's one of the best in the world. As we see Burkhardt, oh, what a save.
Nice work there. Next gen driver there as well, as he comes through. Obviously, Sven Boykarts, who we saw here racing in the Victorian Sports Car Championship, and also in the many years ago in the Porsche GT3 Cup Challenge. In fact, he was one of the original inaugurators of that series all those years ago.
And Touring Car Masters as well.
And part owner of V8 Supercar team as well is Sven. But great to see Seth Boykarts at the track here in the BMW. Royce Lynn now fastest lap. Coming under a bit of pressure now down through turn 1 is Paul Schiff with Tim Freeman in there as well. So the 54 is Schiff, and then the 78 is Tim Freeman there. So the yellow one Schiff and the red one Freeman, both running tribute liveries, the Martini style of livery there on the 78. Everyone very, very carefully taking their laps around. There's not really a lot to get excited about from our perspective. I can tell you what, behind the wheel right now will be quite exciting indeed. It'll be working up a sweat. The thing that you will start to notice is that we'll start to see some windows fog up as all those little holes in the floor start to get water coming through them, and then the exhaust will heat up the floor and becomes quite the steamy inside of the car, as we're seeing on Tim Freeman's car already. The windows starting to fog up. Get the plumbing and the pipe work up onto the front window to demist it.
The variety in speed is quite something. I mean, the fastest lap of 2:21 from line up the front of the field. The disparity in the field, somewhere in the 2:50s further down the field, and at 2:46.1 for Rogers. Yesterday's race winner finds himself down in 10th with a 5-second penalty. I don't think the 5-second penalty is going to change much, to be honest. He is really, really struggling out there.
Not enjoying these conditions. That's understandable. It's a very, very fast racetrack, and in these conditions, you try and keep the pace up, but it's not going to be where it is. Let's just have a look. Royce Lyon's qualifying time was 1:53.35. His fastest lap, some 50 seconds slower, so 40 seconds slower at a 2:21. So we're a long, long way off the pace that was being set yesterday.
It's better to be that way. Oi, around we go. Freeman can't quite save that one. Had full lock to try and do so, but to no avail. He'll spin it around. Might hold just lose the one place. So that's two. I'm sorry about that.
So Rory Plant will go through, and Whitford will go through there as well. So Michael Whitford coming through in the 62. And Tim Freeman just getting back underway again. So 2:20 now for Royce Lyon, and he has got well out over 6.5 second lead over Seth Boycarts, and then Brian Burke in the 27, who made very short work of Jesse Bryan, got through quite easily there. And here we go again. This is Freeman, just a bit eager to get into the throttle, and around he went.
That's one of those corners in the dry. It's not really a corner, but in these conditions, you've got to be so careful. Stoner is another one. In faster machines anyway, it's almost completely flat out, whereas in wet conditions like this, it's a proper brake, change down a gear. This track, being so fast in these conditions, it's a completely different race circuit. Every corner, completely different. Hayshed's another one. This is sketchy in the dry, let alone in these conditions. Such a fast right-handed bend, and we'll see as Line takes the corner. You can see the car, it's twitching, it wants to slide out on him, but a lovely car control from our race leader.
Typically in these times you want to stay off any painted surface, so ripple strips, extensions of the track, even the white line on the edge of the track offers you a more slippery circumstance, so don't get any wider than that. Royce has got fantastic positional control there, keeping 1 millimetre off the white line, using as much as he can, getting onto a painted ripple strip, sawtooth top ripple strip like we just saw off to the driver's left there, would be absolutely treacherous at the moment, and certainly working away at the wheel. Checkered flag has been readied at the start-finish line. Our Phillip Island Auto Racing Club officials all donning the very, very wet weather gear today. It's like put away the raincoat, get out the storm jacket. And there is the checkered flag. A great drive there by Royce Lyon, albeit over 4 laps. That was a really good call to try and establish in that first half a lap a lead. He went and did that. Seth Boycart's hanging in there as well. He comes home for second place. Good result. This is all dragging in some fantastic points. Royce dragging 58. Seth dragging in 52. As we watch this battle here, this is for just inside the top 10 as Brian Burke in the number 27 comes across the line. Jesse Bryan comes in across the line there, 22 seconds behind the race leader. Simon Schiff next to the line in the 55. As we'll watch this battle with the next group to come to the line. Dan, these guys would have had an absolute ripping time. There's the 4-door number 7 of the Upflow Brewing Company with Rory Plant. But certainly, I would suggest happy to get it back alive.
Absolutely, absolutely. Particularly Freeman always is going to be close, but the number 7 machine of Plant holds on from Whitford by less than a tenth of a second, 700ths at the line. Freeman unable to recover those places, and we had a spin on the last lap for the number 54 machine. It's the other Schiff, but no positions lost, and managed to finish in 6th position behind Simon Schiff. So yes, Paul Schiff coming home in 6th position. Here are the results from that one. Dominant display from Royce Lyon, taking the victory by pretty much 7 seconds from Seth Burkhart's great mature performance from the youngster there in second. Brian Burke rounding out the top 3, and Jesse Bryan, the veteran, coming home in 4th ahead of the 2 Schiffs, Simon and Paul. Rory Plant came home in 7th in car number 7 ahead of Michael Whitford. Tim Freeman recovered to finish in 9th. 10th position was a very disappointed Rogers. Then we had Knight, Trepsky, and the non-starter Shannon Cooper.
Interestingly enough, the fastest lap there, 28 seconds off the qualifying time. So give you an indication of the conditions. It looks as though it's actually stopped pouring down out there at the moment. Looks like we're just dealing with standing water. Now what we need is a bit of wind as the cars go past, throw the water into the air. drags it off to the side of the track. That's how you dry out a racetrack, but it is quite still here at the moment. Got plenty of racing still to come for you right throughout today. Formula V's up next, Porsche 944, Saloon Cars, XL, Sports Sedans, HQs and the Toyota 86 Scholarship Series will round out the morning's racing. Then we'll do it all again this afternoon. Stay with us here at round 3 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Race Series. Formula V on track next. Stay with us.
We've already seen an open wheel category out there already this morning. Formula Ford, they put on a show. I expect much the same for this category, Formula V. It's been a fantastic series so far this year, as it has been for many years. And alongside me, as always for Formula V, is Steve DeFries. Great to have you here this morning. Well, a bit different conditions.
Yeah, very different conditions. We haven't had a wet Formula V race since Sandown last year, but it wasn't properly wet like this. So this will be a learning curve for a number of the new drivers in the Formula V field this weekend as we get the chance to take a look at the grid rolling through turn number 4. And yesterday, Reeve McCarthy, dominant win, 13.3 seconds at the checkered flag. But behind him, there was a massive argument going on between Nick Jones, Andre Curran, Heath Collinson, Lee Partridge and Ash Clifford. They were all right together right up until the very last minute on the last lap when they came across a stricken Claudia Lennox at the exit of turn 2, and they ended up splitting up the pack. So that let Jones mow down Andre Curran to the line on the last lap. John Casamati and Damien Spinello were a bit further off the back of that group, but nonetheless they made some good progress ahead of Sabuk Rudrapatna and Brandon Taylor. Charlie Richardson was the first of the 4 ladies in the field home yesterday in 11th place. That was a great effort from her in the Jacer out of the Beecham Racing Stable, ahead of Lucas Kouam, who's got himself a new Jacer chassis for this weekend that he's still coming to grips with. Mick Fisher out of 13th. Malachi Windsor was scheduled to take a position out of 14th, but we'll get to the reason why he's not here it's on Sunday in a few moments' time. Zach Barton, who was involved in that collision with Claudia Lennox yesterday, which is deemed to be a racing incident, out of 15th, with Kelly Egan in 16th. And then rounding out the field, we have Ayrton Filippi, the debutant for this weekend, Cameron Bell, with his finally getting a couple of laps under his belt. Lucy Sidwell out of 19th. Claudia Lennox scheduled to be out of 20th place. And then off the back of the grid, Jake Rowe, the big story from yesterday, a mechanical failure. Wasn't anything too serious. It looks like it might have just been a warped rocker cover that put a bit of pressure on the motor when it shouldn't have been putting pressure on, but they've changed that out and got that going again. And of course, Rob Vile had the incident in qualifying yesterday, and unfortunately he's taking no further part in the race weekend.
Yeah, certainly was an interesting one. You say a few tales of woe, particularly for Jake Rowe. Reef McCarthy, he's won the last 6 races, 6 out of 7 for the year. Surely, in conditions like this must be, everybody must be thinking, this is our best chance in quite some time to beat him.
Absolutely. They'll be thinking very, very long and hard about what they can do in the wet conditions. There's a few drivers out there that are definitely fans of it, and there are definitely the other part that do not like the wet conditions. So there's a vacant grid spot there on the right-hand side of the grid on your screen as you're looking at it there for where Malachi Windsor should be. Unfortunately for them, they got a little bit of bad news yesterday. His grandfather passed away while they were at the track. So yesterday they were racing for par, but today they are supporting each other. As we go racing in race number 2 here in Formula V, and Nick Jones had a very good jump alongside Reef McCarthy. I think he might actually be ahead of McCarthy heading down towards turn 1. He was very, very briefly, but McCarthy draws alongside. He's got the inside running now for turn 1, and through he goes.
There's a few slow starters further down the field. Rubra Patna is one of them in particular, very slow away from the start, but up front our main protagonists seem to have got away reasonably equally. Curran though from 3rd has dropped a couple of positions.
Here comes Jake Rowe. He's on the back of Ayrton Filippi's number 46 Avanti, who's had a really good start himself. He's had a ripping launch from the back of the field. Filippi started, where was he in the list? He started out of 17th and Rowe was last, so they've both had an extremely good start.
Now, I think they're both pretty much around the outskirts of the top 10. In fact, I think Rowe's in the top 10 now. They are charging at the start of this race. Look at Rowe. I think he's in 7th position. Phenomenal start up, 14 places in just 3 corners.
He's up to the back of Damien Spinello at the moment, who himself started inside the top 10 in 8th. So that would, if your logic is correct there, Dan McCarthy, he's about 9th on the road at the moment, and he's not done with yet.
Phenomenal stuff. Clifford, a bit of a slow starter of one of our front runners. He's dropped several places in the number 17 machine, and he's about to lose another from Filippi, who had a look to the inside. Rowe's charge is continuing. He's got another one.
Yeah, he's right on the back of Spinello now in the Acura Motorsports Jacer, heading up through Lukey Heights. Different lines. Rowe's got confidence at the moment. That made it look easy on the inside, on the natural line there. All the other drivers taking that wider sweeping line. We talked about it earlier, the go-karting line. We saw them taking the really wide lines through Southern Loop. Rowe now taking the wide line through MG Corner, and he's made one hell of a charge from the rear of the grid, heading now into turn number 11. Filippi, we talked singing his praises. He is absolutely flying in these conditions. He's so used to it from a karting perspective. I think his eyes must have just lit up at this morning when he looked at the weather forecast and thought, I might have a chance here. He's going a long way around the outside of 2 of them. He's gone around the outside of both Casamati and Brandon Taylor at the last corner on the high line. That's going to put him up to, what is it? I suggest he's probably about 8th or 9th at the moment across the line. He's off the timing screen at the moment. He's actually hasn't registered a timing entry for him, but just going off of where he is ahead of Casamati, he'd be in 8th.
That's phenomenal
That's
stuff.
phenomenal.
From both Rowe and Filippi. They are relishing these conditions. They'd have opened up the curtains this morning and rubbed their hands together. Fantastic, they said.
And he's got another one. He's going round the outside the long way here of Spinello in the Jacer, who's just got zero confidence taking that inside line. We're watching some really stellar driving here at the moment. And here goes Partridge. He's doing the same trick, going the long way around Nick Jones. He's going to be on the inside here for 4, is he? No, he thinks better of it. Just didn't have enough room and enough time to hit the brakes as Rowe picks off another. He's now got the JRD entry of Curran down at turn 4. So Rowe, 5th on the road, having started 21st.
Curran started the race from 3rd position, finished on the podium yesterday. I bet he didn't think he'd be overtaken by Jake Rowe on lap number 2.
No, certainly not. Jake Rowe, pressure's definitely in the right zone for him, making absolute headway while the going is tough. Out in front though, McCarthy only 0.6 of a second, so he hasn't been able to kick away from the chasing Heath Collinson. So there's 3 battle groups at the moment. There's McCarthy and Collinson, 1st and 2nd, Jones and Partridge, 3rd and 4th, and then Rowe and Curran, who are 5th and 6th. But although Rowe looks like he's stolen a bit of a march here, and he's checking out and going after these 2.
What do they say when the going gets tough? The tough get going, and very much so for a couple of the guys out there on the racetrack, that is for certain. Collinson's keeping up with McCarthy early on in this race, which is really good to see out the front of the field, where McCarthy bolted early in yesterday's race, broke the toe, and was never touched, took a truly phenomenal dominant victory by over 10 seconds in what was a 7-lap race. It was a remarkable performance from the youngster, but this time he's been challenged by the reigning champion. He did set the fastest lap last time through, but he's not that much faster than Collinson.
Yeah, he was only a second quicker that time around, so he is responding to Collinson throwing down the challenge. So here's Jones still holding off Lee Partridge. Rowe behind was about 6-7 tenths of a second quicker than this pair last time around. As we enter lap 3, both, and actually all three of them, taking that wider sweeping approach, staying well off the inside line at Southern Loop. A little bit of a replay. Oh, Casamati losing it over the top at Lukey Heights, and great evasive action. You had Mick Fisher in there, you had Samukra Drapatna. They spotted that one very, very early and managed to avoid contact.
This is the battle for third position between Jones and Partridge. Partridge took the first race victory of the season. He's been ultra consistent this year. He's putting together a really nice championship march, but unfortunately there's somebody marching out at the head of that championship. 48 points clear, McCarthy. That's half a round.
It's virtually half a round, and it gets bigger and bigger and bigger with every passing race as well. The longer the season goes on, it becomes more and more difficult to overhaul that margin. You start to rely on driver mistakes, which for the Formula V field, Reef McCarthy doesn't seem to make too often.
Yeah, second in the championship after yesterday is Curran, 180, and then 179 Jones and 178 Partridge. So 2 points separating three drivers in the fight for second position.
Super tight. Super, super tight, and it's getting tight again here as the GR Motorsport Electrics number 66, Jake Rowe, closes in on the back of Lee Partridge, who's lost a little bit of ground to Nick Jones, who's started to find a little bit of rhythm now and has kicked away to about a 6/10 of a second or so advantage heading into the last couple of corners. Yeah, he's definitely got a good margin now, and Rowe will latch on to the slipstream of the Sabre 02 of Partridge down the front straight here. It's a little bit different, a bit hard to spot in the wet conditions. You can't really afford to sit behind your opponent for too long, and it's starting to get heavier. The rain is starting to return. It's going on and off throughout the course of the day so far. We have a little bit of a downpour, it then eases off a bit, then it returns, and now we're in the phase where it's returning again.
Collinson slightly broken on the last lap by McCarthy. He was comfortably quicker, was the youngster that time through. Collinson himself was a bit slower than his previous lap. So it's all to play for, though, for third position. That is for sure. Line astern, Jones, Partridge and Rowe, all within a second and a half.
They certainly are. Down into turn number 3 they come. There's Collinson. He has definitely lost touch with McCarthy here. Rowe looking down the inside. He's not close enough here, and they tiptoe right around the outside, almost into the long lap penalty box area at turn number 4. Rowe slides the Sabre 02 out of turn 4. There's Curran. They have comprehensively dropped the Aussie Boat Sales number 32 machine out of contention here for the last spot on the rostrum. And then Philippe continues his march. He's up to 7th. It's going to be a fair old effort to get to the back of Andre Curran from here. He's doing 2 minutes 17s at the moment, but he's comfortably ahead of Taylor and Spinello.
On a little bit further back,
Zach Barton down the inside at turn 4 on the recovering John Casamati. He, of course, was the other party that was involved in the contact with Claudia Lennox yesterday, which we caught the back of shot and was deemed to be a racing incident. And I think the artshop.com.au Jacer is the one that came off a bit worse for wear from that incident. It hasn't started this race, so that means 2 cars down from the 22 that we started with at the beginning of the weekend.
Yeah, Casamati hasn't enjoyed these conditions too much. We saw the spin earlier, But even so, I don't think he's had the pace he wanted after finishing 7th yesterday. 13th position there, and in fact he's going to come under pressure from the car behind. That's car number 14, that's Richardson.
Yep, Charlie Richardson charging. Oh, we didn't get to see whether that pass actually was executed or not. We can see it from our comm box. It actually has been made, so she's had a really good run there and managed to pass Casamati down the hill into MG corner. But on the last lap, this is where it's at. This is for 3rd place on the podium in race number 2. Rose stalking Partridge, but in turn they are losing a little bit of ground to Nick Jones. If they continue to fight for too much longer, Rowe will probably look to make his move down here at turn number 4 if he's close enough. Partridge off the racing line. Defensive forces Rowe to go the long way around. Rowe's going the long way around. He might be in position to snatch 4th here, Jake Rowe, and indeed he is.
Great move, really good run out of Southern Loop, and that set it up for an outside run at Stoner, and then lovely up the inside. He'd already pretty much made the move at that point. He had the high ground and took the position. Now his eyes are on Jones. Can he take 3rd position? My goodness, it's just started pouring down outside.
It has just opened. The heavens have literally just opened, and it is getting worse. So Rowe has got not very much time left to make a move. It'll have to be down the hill into MG if he's going to make this stick, because it on the front straight, it is starting to pour heavily. You can see it on your screen there. It is absolutely being sent down by Huey at the moment as they approach the top of Lukey Heights. Here goes Rowe. This is the moment. Is he going to be alongside for turn 10? He's not only alongside, he's ahead before they get to turn 10. He's got 3rd place.
I was going to say, in these conditions, it's risk versus reward now that the rain's getting even worse, but that was just, he made it look so simple, and trust us, it wasn't.
It definitely wasn't simple, but he's relished those conditions. He's driven from the rear to 3rd place on the running order. So McCarthy's going to grab another win, so he's got, 8 on the bounce now, or 7 on the bounce?
7 on the bounce.
7 on the bounce. So 7 wins in a row for McCarthy. Ahead of Heath Collinson, big margin at the end of the day. They were catching. If they had another 3 or 4 laps, I would have suspected that Rowe might have been able to get to the rear of Collinson, because look at the lap time there. There was a good 2.5 second difference between them at the on the last lap alone.
I think Collinson, as the rain increased, he slowed down. I think he knew he couldn't take the victory. I think he just was consolidating second. I think he had a bit more in the tank.
Slide for Mick Fisher. He's unfortunately come unstuck at the bottom of the hill. Barton goes one way, Charlie Richardson goes one way, and then it was Rudra Patna that went the other way to avoid the number 33 Builders Crane Hire machine. So Mick Fisher loses 3 spots in a single corner, and I was a bit worried there because I think Richardson was possibly sizing up a move on Zach Barton coming down the hill, and then there was a spin ahead. Richardson's still going to size up a move here, long way around the outside at turn 12, possibly job done. She might get another one on the run to the line here, and she does. She's going to overhaul Rudra Patna and grab another one. So 2 positions out of the last corner for Charlie Richardson and an 11th place finish. Great run there. Great skill from several drivers in that running. Phillip was one, Rowe was another, Richardson with a great couple of moves there as well. There's definitely a few drivers in the Formula V field that love the wet, and they want a bit more of it this afternoon, I think.
Absolutely. I think we might see Richardson. Who else do we have? Phillip and Rowe continue to march forwards from their respective positions later on this afternoon. But Richardson, he said 2 positions at the last corner, 3 in the last sector. So yeah, really good end to that race for Richardson, finishing just outside the top 10. Here's our results from race number 2. Once again, McCarthy, we said, could he be challenged in that one? No, really, was the answer. 7.7 seconds ahead of reigning champion Heath Collinson. Jake Rowe finishing in 3rd position, just 0.8 of a second ahead of Nick Jones. Lee Partridge in 5th, ahead of Andre Kurin, who finished 3rd yesterday.
Brandon Taylor managed to overhaul Ed and Phillip late in the running there to grab 7th by a couple of seconds, but still a great result from Phillip toward the back of the grid to drive up into 8th, and Spinello in 9th, and Ash Clifford in 10th. Richardson literally just outside the top 10 there in 11th from Rudra Patna and Barton. Those positions just changing in the last few seconds of the race ahead of Fisher, who had that little bit of a moment. He was on track for that 11th place finish, just lost it at the bottom of the hill at MG on the last lap, so he'll be ruining that one, but he's had a good drive regardless. And Casamati was in there as well, having recovered after the spin at the top of the hill. Well, coming up next, it's the Porsche 944s. The Germans present the 944s on the track for race number 2, and we're going to have Matt Dunlop and Jack Attlee in the booth. Don't go anywhere.
We're down here in the Porsche 944 Challenge Garage, and I've got the driver of the number 7, Carter Fox, here with me. Carter, this machine wasn't always the number 7. It was the 99 of John Kennedy. How's it been treating you since you took it off John's hands?
Pretty good. It's got its quirks, and it's a technical car to work on. But when she's going pretty hot, so it's a good car to run, yeah.
And what's it been like in the 944 Challenge? Because you're relatively new to this category, only having been around for a couple of seasons so far.
Yeah, it's awesome. Some of the best racing you can find, I reckon, anywhere in the world. It's such a great group of guys. We've all got really good respect for each other. Close, fast racing on track, and it's amazing. It's really good.
Go well this weekend, mate. Thanks so much.
Cheers. Awesome.
Great to hear from Carter Fox ahead of race 2 here of the Porsche 944 Challenge at a saturated Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. We're used to a bit of unpredictable weather here, but Jack Attlee, who joins me in the box, this is about as wet as we've seen in recent times.
Good morning, Matty. Good morning, everyone, and a big, huge hello to all the ducks out there this morning, because they will be absolutely loving these conditions. It's a sensational day for them. Race car drivers, probably not so much. There's going to be a number of rivers right across the track. Definitely fairly challenging conditions, and this place is a little bit intimidating at the best of times, let alone when you're throwing a bit of water. But we're back out on track. Oh, hello. And we're seeing a few of our neighbours out there. But yeah, look, it's going to be a challenge. There's no doubt about it, but that's where the skill of the drivers come into this. And Chris Lewis-Williams leading the pack after the race win yesterday. Adam Brewer coming off the front row as well there. He's had a good season, Ads Brewer. Cam Ballard, look out for him on the second row. And Tony Westaway, who got the pole in qualifying, coming out of position 2. Mark Verdino had a great run yesterday as well. Joey Cullick. Now this could be very interesting. This mid-pack, really tight. And Joey's got a pretty wild style at the best of times, let alone in these conditions. Andy Jackman, number 20 there. And Keith Mariner had a really good run yesterday, flew in from the UK on Friday, so he's having a good run. Young gun, Carter Fox, next to the reigning champion, Jamie Westaway. Well, we've already got some sliders coming off there. Tony Westaway, that just shows how sketchy these conditions are. Timmy Wolf and Richard Howe towards the back of the pack, so the veteran there having a good run as well yesterday. Had some engine issues, but has fixed that car overnight. Andy Tudor, the West Australian, is coming out next to Josh Brisbane in the green machine, number 56. Mark Torbert's El Presidente, as we call him, certainly knows this track very, very well, an experienced campaigner. Johnny Venoris, coming out of 16th position, and Ryan Woods, who is a story within himself, and I'll let you tell the viewers, Matty, about that story.
Yeah, he certainly is. We didn't see him take to the track yesterday, unfortunately. There was an issue with power cutouts every time he was turning right. He was battling with it through qualifying, couldn't get it resolved before the race, pulled off into the pits, went home and grabbed a brand new race car built by Dickie Howe that he's dragged to the track today. It's never been run in anger except for these laps, so we don't know how it's going to go, and he's going to be starting it out of the back of this field. Last time out in Winton, he got second places for all 3 races, and he's also running double duty this weekend in the Holden HQs with the car that he's got, and he had to swap the engine out of that machine as well. So Ryan Woods is nothing if not committed to what he's doing here this weekend.
He's got a very, very busy weekend, Ryan Woods. Yeah, as you said, he had a great weekend at Winton, which is round 2. This is a different kettle of fish here, and starting off in effectively a brand new car. It's going to be a real serious challenge to get out there and get the best out of that car, but good luck to him, and sensational to see he's made the grid this morning. He had some dramas with the car yesterday that he was in, so he's in a brand new car. But it's Chris Lewis-Williams, who's a 3-time champion of this category and a really cool customer, actually. And I spoke to Chris briefly before. He said, look, the key thing is just point the thing in the right direction and make all your inputs very simple. You don't want to be ragged or jerky or quick or anything like that. It's just got to be direct and simple And you've just got to be so precise in these conditions, because otherwise the car will get away from you. There's no doubt about it.
Grid spot number 4 is vacant. That was normally be belonging to Tony Westaway, but he is rolling down the pit lane, and you can see on the right-hand side. So I'm not sure if he's going to be taking for a pit lane start here, but that third spot is going to be vacant as the revs start building at the front of the grid. The rest of the field are ready to go. Chris Lewis-Williams leading our championship by 10 points over the neon blue car behind him, Cameron Bella. He will be wanting to get a great as jump as he possibly can, but it's a really tricky proposition in these wet conditions. Carter Fox also starting this race from the pit lane. The revs are starting to build. The red lights are on and we're underway. Phillip Island. It's a terrible start for Adam Brewer in second position. He has stopped dead on the front row of the grid, and we're hoping that everyone can get around him cleanly, and they certainly can, which is great to see. But that is a terrible start for Adam Brewer. What a shame that is, and that means that Chris Lewis-Williams, unchallenged, leading the way with Mark Verdino right behind him in second position, and Joey Kellick has made his way up to third position, the 1-800 Lasagna man.
A real shame for Adam Brewer there, the front row man, but he just failed to get away off the start of the line. But Joey Kellick was saying last night how much he loves these conditions, and this is where the real skill of the drivers come to the fore. And the pool master himself, he certainly knows about water, and Andrew Jackman is really reveling in these conditions, and he's going around the outside there of Westaway. They're sliding all over the place, but Joey Kellick, the number 77 there, trying to get the outside line. You want to get that effectively what they call it the go-kart line, which is off the racing line, which doesn't have the amount of rubber on it, but it's going to give you the grip in these tyres. So you can see a few rivers coming in there. That's Westaway in the number 46 Martini liveried car, trying to dive down under Joey Kellick under brakes into Honda. Andy Jackman there has had a great start going around Cam Bella at number 55.
We saw Jamie Westaway in that number 46 having issues yesterday. Bit of smoke coming out of the back, had some oil issues with that car. He hopes that he's got them rectified, but he's still a little bit concerned. Well, not necessarily concerned, but he just doesn't know how to get used to the car. Although it's hard to say that when you see how he's driving around the outside of people at Siberia. He's doing quite well, but it's obviously a very foreign car to him, having originally belonged to Jimmy Mitchell. He's giving it a good run this weekend, trying to get used to having a left-hand drive car for once, in a few of the changes in the seat position and the gear shift being on the other side. He's smacked a fresh set of wheels, a fresh set of tyres on that car, hopefully to get himself a little bit of extra tread depth to help channel some of that Phillip Island water out.
Yeah, and that's a very, very good point that you mentioned there about the tyres. These are the Yokohama medium compound tyres. Now, they are what's called a grooved slick, so they're effectively a slick tyre, but they do have grooves in them. It's an all-weather tyre. That's going to give you a lot of grip in most conditions. These are pretty extreme wet conditions, but they don't run at what's called a full wet tyre in these cars. You run a grooved slick tyre. So you've really got to balance that right around the whole track. We did see a couple of the boys getting some wheel spin, even heading up the back straight there out of Hayshed, so that just shows how tough these conditions are. But you're always looking for grip. You're looking for grip anyway in the dry, let alone in the wet. But yeah, that really will bring the skill of the driver to the forefront of the conditions. And I'll tell you what, one of the guys that's showing his real skill is not only Andy Jackman, who's having a good run, but Jamie Westaway. I mean, really, you know, he's just a class actor.
He's up to second position already as Jamie Westaway, so any qualms he was having about the car seem to be totally unfounded. He's got a gap of 1.6 seconds in front of him to the race leader, Chris Lewis-Williams, but depending on how much temperature starts getting to these tyres and how comfortable these drivers start getting with these conditions, that could change in an instant. Cameron Bell has been looking for action all the way up and down the field. He's having a good dice with Andrew Jackman right now. We saw him go around the outside of Joey Kellick, who's dropped back to 6th after being in 3rd earlier on the last lap, so a lot of moving and shaking.
Yeah, Kellick has had some gearbox issues this weekend. I know over on Friday practice and during quali he was complaining about gearbox issues, so maybe that's starting to come into play as we get into the race. But you can see the two champions out the front. In fact, you can see them virtually in the top 5 at the moment. But you've got Chris Lewis-Williams, who's a 3-time champion, Jamie Westaway, who is the reigning champion, and there's a reason why they're out the front. They're very smooth with their driving conditions, and in fact, Jamie's almost going to have a crack there at Chris as we head up towards Hayshed there already. So side by side in really tough conditions, but Jamie Westaway really showing his skill and just being so smooth and careful on what is almost effectively an ice skating rink out the back there. But it really shows how smooth these guys are, and that's where you're going to get the lap times out of these cars.
Jamie Westaway's got him comprehensively, and he's already gapping him at a rapid pace as we go back to see his father, Tony Westaway, in the number 50, battling with Keith Mariner in the 64 there, so that's a bit further down the field. I think Tony Westaway must have been having. Speaking of having issues,
Yep.
that's Joey Kellock, and that's dragged a bit of dirt on the track, so I think he's had an excursion. We're not sure what's happened there, but that's not what you want to see for the number 77.
Yeah, Joey, as I mentioned there earlier, looks like he's had, that car looks like a bit of a mess, doesn't it? He's looks like he's had an off there, but did have a couple of gearbox issues yesterday, so maybe that car has cried enough. But yeah, incredible performance by Jamie Westaway as well. And Tony Westaway moving up. I mean, you've got to remember he started in the pits, so this is, of course, a real opportunity, though, as well. Some drivers absolutely hate these conditions and can be scared going out on the track, whatever, rarely scared, but it's frustrating, these conditions, because you can't push the car to its absolute limits. Other drivers absolutely love these conditions because they see it as a great opportunity to bank a lot of points over guys that are normally very, very tough to beat.
We saw Cameron Bella there ducking and weaving out from behind Andrew Jackman down the straight, just trying to see past all the spray. There's not a whole lot of draft that's really eventuating, but he's going to have a look around, up the inside here at turn 2, but he just doesn't have that pace because there's so much more grip around the outside of the southern loop that Andy Jackman's able to hold on and pull a few car lengths on him. That's just how much that line matters in these conditions.
Yeah, of course. And I mean, you might get some fogging in these windscreens as well. The cars do fog up in these conditions, so you know, visibility is very, very hard in these sort of conditions. This is really pretty torrential rain at the moment. So when you're coming down the long, beautiful Gardner Straight here, it's very interesting from a race car driver's position. You're actually heading straight down the main straight, and the track is grey, but Bass Straight, which is what you're heading towards, is also grey, and the sky above it is grey. So the whole thing is effectively a grey screen in front of you. So you've really got to look out on the outside of the car, on the left and the right for your brake markers. You've got to be very careful of other cars that are around you at all times, and you've got to be really smooth and gentle with your conditions. But
Carter Fox here up the inside of Josh Brisbane there on the run into turn 4. He's got that one done, and now he's hunting down Keith Mariner ahead of him. We're just seeing them exiting through turn 4 and 5 here, but this is Tony Westaway, one of those other drivers who started from the pit lane. We're not sure if there was an issue there, but he's trying his best to make some ground up, and he's doing very well. He's already up to 10th position.
Yep.
To just show how unpredictable these conditions are. And now Carter Fox is around the outside of Keith Mariner at Siberia. Another one of those corners where you can rely on that little subtle bit of banking that you have there, as well as the lack of rubber on that line, to just slingshot yourself out of that corner. Josh Brisbane's even going to try and capitalise on that as well. He's going to have to tuck in behind Keith Mariner for now, but Carter Fox from the pit lane is up to 14th.
sensational, yeah. I mean, that's great to see Carter doing really, really well in these conditions. It's definitely challenging conditions, and he's going around a veteran of the game there in Keith Mariner. But yeah, using the outside line, staying off the generally normal, what's considered normal racing line, to find the grip. You're constantly looking for the grip in these cars, and young Carter Fox is doing a very, very good job as he comes around. He's probably got a couple of laps to go, judging on our time scale there now, and I believe we may have lost Dickie Howe and John Vanoris as well out of the back of the field. So a couple of casualties. It's probably to be expected, to be honest, in these kind of conditions.
And just ahead of them, unfortunately, Mark Torbitz, who's, as you said earlier, has been a stalwart of this category, the president of the 944 Challenge Association, and is a pretty quick driver, just having a litany of issues with that car, unfortunately, and not able to get the pace that he deserves out of it. So he's stuck at the back of the field. He will still bring home some points if he can finish it in 15th. But we are looking at this battle here still for, I believe that would be 14th position as Carter Fox rips up ahead. So 12th position as a matter of fact. So Keith Mariner leading off this battle pack, but anything could change there. This is Adam Brewer, who we saw dropping like a stone at the start of the race. He's back up to 9th position, so that will unfortunately be his lowest finish so far this season, because as we've been saying all weekend, he's just been so consistent. Apart from this race, he will not have finished any lower than 4th, and he had a 2nd place yesterday, which he was hugely proud of.
Yeah, it was really unfortunate. Oh, there's Ryan Woods in the new car having a slide into Honda there. Very, very tough conditions, hard under brakes into Honda, so he's got it going again and he's got it rolling. But Adam Brewer, yeah, a real shame for Ads. It looks like he just did not get off the line. So, of course, he's sort of dropped down the field, but as we mentioned there briefly, Ryan Woods, this is a pretty spectacular performance, you've got to say. He's up to 6th at the moment. Now, this is the first time he has driven this car in anger, and it's certainly a challenging place to be driving at the best of times. But you look at the reigning champion, Jamie Westaway, in the Martini liveried car, a class act, really taking charge there and well in control as he heads down towards Gardner Straight for the final time. He'll do one more lap after this, but you can just see and look at his driving style. He's very smooth with his inputs. There's nothing erratic. There's nothing jerky about it. He's just really getting the flow of the car going.
And it's a real testament to his adaptability as well, to be able to jump into a relatively unfamiliar car and to absolutely brain the rest of the field. He's got a gap of 8.4 seconds over Chris Lewis-Williams, and this is the battle for third, which is a further 10 seconds behind him.
I would, sorry to interrupt, Matty, but I would love to see, I've got to say, Andrew Jackman try and get on the podium here. You've got Mark Verdino just in front of him, and Campbell, who's finding it a little bit difficult to get around these cars, and Verdino's gone off. Unbelievable, just as I was giving him the rap, but incredible. That's a real shame for Mark Verdino. He's had a slide coming into turn one. That'd be a pretty hairy moment, I've got to say. You're still at quite high speed, although it's raining, but what that does is it puts Andrew Jackman on the podium. Now, Andrew Jackman is coming off a Bathurst 6-hour victory this year, so he's already having a great year, but this would be his first podium in this category. He's just got to hang on for a few more corners, and he's got a 4-time champion sitting right on his bumper.
He was really struggling at Winton, having issues with that car, and is pretty flat about how he was travelling. He will be absolutely wrapped if he can keep it.
No!
Oh my goodness!
Oh no!
No! Andrew Jackman has rotated the car at Honda.
No.
I really hope he can get it running. He's dropped back to 5th position. Mark Verdino just goes past him again, and this battle for third has now thinned out so far. Oh my goodness, I can't believe I've done that. I say that I can fully believe I've done that.
Oh.
Commentators' curses at finest. This is what we were talking about. Mark Verdino just fully losing the rear end of that car through turn one. Really lucky that all that runoff was there for him. But we go back to the lead of the race now. Jamie Westaway in the Martini livery, number 46. That is one of the most sensational looking cars in this field.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say anything about him winning this race, because if I do, he's going to hit that brand new concrete wall, I'm sure of it.
Yeah,
I just don't even know what's going to happen. But he's coming around the final corner now. It's really, really hard to count him out at this point. Jamie Westaway, his second race back this season, the reigning champion, of course, shows us why he is the reigning champion. He will take the checkered flag at the end of race 2, and he will win in the number 46 Martini car by a staggering margin over Chris Lewis-Williams, who's just coming into the shot now. What a fantastic performance from the number 46 machine, with the 37 of the championship leader, Chris Lewis-Williams, flashing the lights to bring it home.
Yeah, no, really classy performance there by Jamie Westaway. And is this live pictures we're looking at?
This is the battle for fourth. Cameron Bell has crossed the line in third position to round out the podium, but this is the battle for fourth. Can Mark Verdino get a bit of momentum off that final corner to get past? He's going to duck it to the inside and have a look, but he's not going to get it done. Andrew Jackman brings home fourth position just. And this is how he got past in the first place, on the grass, in the mud, over the top of Lukey Heights, if you don't mind.
Jacko.
Oh my goodness, I don't know how he's held on to that. The stewards might actually have to have a little bit of a look at that, because that's, I think it's fair to say, a little bit of a track limits question there, going completely across the apex of MG.
Any wider there and he would have been selling hot dogs, no doubt about it. I mean, he is out on the grass on a wet track. That is unbelievable, and he's actually got Mark Verdino coming under brakes into Lukey Heights. What a performance.
This is just 944 racing at its finest. We're just seeing the rest of the field filter across the line now. The rain has unfortunately spread the field pretty evenly, but geez, we saw some great racing all the way to the bitter end of this one, and we're just seeing a drag race now. This is Mark Torberts trying to get past Eddie Tudor. Can't get it done, so Mark Torberts will be the last of the runners. Here's that pass again. Takes all the runoff from the entry of the corner, a little bit more. Just locks up the rears, I think, and just tilts it to the inside. Alex Zanardi style of the corkscrew in the IndyCars back in '96. He's got it back on the black stuff, drags a huge amount of mud behind him, I'm sure, but...
Yeah, and I think he had all four off the track there.
I think he certainly did. Let's have a look at those results once again.
Conditions, absolutely. Yeah, Jamie Westaway, class of the field there, home by 12.5 seconds over Chris Lewis-Williams. Campbell getting on the podium there in third position. Andy Jackman, sensational race and a sensational performance, come home in fourth. Mark Verdino, very, very close behind him. So, yeah, never fails to impress this category, and that was no exception.
What a fantastic race that was. That has been race 2 of the Porsche 944 Challenge, brought to you by 1-800-Lasagna. And we're doing it here this weekend for the Vic State Race Series for 888 Home Loans. Next up, we've got another cracking race of saloon cars. Do not go anywhere.
Welcome back trackside here. Saloon cars, the next on the menu. We hope you've enjoyed your breakfast and brunch, because you're going to have a full tummy to be able to watch this race here. This is going to be a little bit of an adventure as we send the big Falcons and Commodores out onto the track. It's nice to have a well-balanced Porsche 944 or a beautiful driving excellence BMW E30. But this is what we built. This is what we made here in Australia for Aussie conditions like we've got today. Darren Smith and Dan McCarthy with you for the Saloon car race, 13 minutes plus 1 lap. We reckon about 4 laps probably will do it. The conditions are certainly dictating lap times at the moment. But Saloon cars on track, Dan. Let's have a look how they go for race number 2 for the weekend.
Well, yesterday, Kieran Pridmore took his first race victory of the season, so a great race from him ahead of Adam Lowndes. Today, though, it looks like it's going to be a tale of two. The Holdens are going to have a major advantage over the Fords just because of the independent rear end. Yeah, it's going to really differentiate the two cars, that's for certain. Here's the grid then, ahead of us. So Kieran Pridmore, as I say, first race victory of the season for him, starts out of number 1, ahead of Adam Lowndes. Kevin Stootman, the series leader, will start from 3rd, ahead of Blake Harris, who had a great race yesterday. Daniel Johnson will come out of position number 5, just ahead of Andrew Williams. Jackson Griffith in position number 7, car number 7, and Jackson Leach rounding out the top 8. Following that, Nash Harris in the first of the older spec cars, so a class victory there for him yesterday. Ahead of Andrew McSwain, who was in the top 5 until a puncture on the very final corner. Took a tour of the gravel, but still finished in 10th, ahead of Brett Tate and Peter Tonks. Beyond that, Dane Liccardo made his debut at Winton and returns, and having a good weekend so far, finishing ahead of Justin Shembry, Christopher Jackson and Tony Ordino, another person who suffered a puncture. The rest of these cars failed to greet the checkered flag, Jacob Prestopino being one of them. Mark Granger I saw on a truck out of Phillip Island as I arrived to the circuit earlier on today, so it won't be a starter. So Luke Callahan will come from 19 ahead of Jeffrey Thomas. And then rounding out the field, former champion, crashed out at turn number 2, lap number 1, Travis Lindorf.
I tell you what, plenty of interest in this one, Dan, with those starting rear of grid. Jacob Prestopino has been impressive when he started at the front of the grid. He's going to be starting out of 17, as you just detailed there. Tony Ordino, these guys are fast, and Travis Lindorf in the new blue livery on his car, and it is I suppose sporting some sticky tape to hold the bumper on as he journeyed off the track in dry conditions. In fact, in ideal racing conditions yesterday. Let's hope he can hang it all together. And I'm going to say it's going to be interesting to watch how Lindorf and Prestopino and Ordino start to try and pick their way through the field. First of all, the field's got to allow them to do that, but they've also got to find the way past, don't they?
Absolutely. And it's certainly difficult in these conditions because there's a little bit, I wouldn't call it a dry line or anything like that on the circuit, but it's certainly more wet. There's some standing water off the racing line, which is what you need to do to make your overtake. You need to get off the racing line, so that's what makes it so tricky. Yeah, spoke to Travis Lindorf just before this race, and he was saying he couldn't believe when he went out wide, the gravel just wasn't slowing him down at all because of how wet it is here at Phillip Island at the moment. Even though it was dry on the track yesterday, off track it very much wasn't, and the gravel trap's not slowing cars down very well, so he toured across the gravel and hit the tyre barrier on the outside of turn number 2. He'll be looking to recover in this one.
Certainly will be. The name is in his business's name, caseyaccidentrepairs.com.au. Great big welcome to Casey Accident Repairs sponsoring this round for the Saloon cars. Check them out if you need any sort of repair work done, accident repairs to your car. Check out Casey Accident Repairs and their website, kcaccidentrepairs.com.au.
Pridmore is in front of the grid box, unfortunately.
Yeah, let's prepare ourselves to see a penalty for the number 66. That's what was handed out earlier on today, wasn't it? In the BMW E30. So we are away and getting away very well. Is Adam Lowndes in the Pro Plum car, as does Harris and Daniel Johnson in the middle as well. Lindorf goes to the grass, trying to get through on Shembry. There's been a coming together. It looks like the white Falcon hitting the back of the VN there. So Lindorf had gone to the dirt. There's Lindorf now, the bright blue car just appearing on driver's right as they come down the straight here at Phillip Island. But Harris goes through, and there's a coming together with McSwain and also the 82 in McLeod down at turn 1 there as well.
Deary me, so a bit of contact there. So Shembry was the slow starter. Liccardo ran into the back of him, so that's the damage to the front of the white Falcon. And then a separate incident down at turn number 1 between McSwain and McLeod. So a frenetic start. Look at this though, we said about Prestipino, an aggressive driver charges through the field in the dry, and look at that, sliding it out sideways. The youngster loving every second of this, and he's already pretty much on the outskirts of the top 5.
I can confidently say, Dan, after all the years I've been here, I have never seen opposite lock through turn 3 at Phillip Island like what Jacob Prestipino just did. He's just lit up the rears out in the exit of turn 4, ticks off Daniel Johnson, might I add, so he's already made his way up into the top 5. So what an opening lap here for the Commodore racer. Guys, glass and glazing as he storms after Harris now, and the front of the race is just up the road from him.
He only knows 110%.
Exciting race driver. Absolutely exciting to watch. And out onto the painted surface now. That is a no-go zone in a wet race. Absolute no-go. And whilst he's out there, he's managed to go through on Harris. I think Harris has looked out and seen the side of the car and gone, yeah, right, you have it, mate. Yeah, I'm going to be here this afternoon. I'm not sure about you. But now, Kevy Stoopman, will he throw out the hard-to-pass anchors? He probably could. But he is just doing, I think Kev's pretty busy at the helm of his own thing, let alone worrying about this car. Have a look at that, opposite lock. Coming out of turn 9 into 10. Starts to move the back of the Commodore around. He's got it set up nice and soft, really compliant to suit these wet and greasy conditions out there. The rain has actually stopped pouring down at the moment, so we are starting to see some little bit less of spray, so 8 and 66. So car 8 coming off, which is Liccardo, and 66 was our pole sitter, Pridmore. So he's currently in P2 behind Adam Lowndes. But here is the charge, and Prestipino's gone through on Kevy Stoopman. Notoriously difficult to get past in HQs.
Incredible. Up to position number 3 in a lap from 17.
Look at the gloves.
Oh, he saved that, crikey.
Thank goodness he's got those bright gloves on. We've thanked him for that numerous times. For coming through turn 1 there, we had left and right hands up and down all over the place. Kevy Stoopman had almost gone off laughing his lips off there. He was being entertained by the Commodore in front.
I assure you, Jacob, this isn't a drifting competition. It's a motor race. Oh, Christ. Okay,
here
up
we
into
go.
3rd position.
Yep.
Sliding once again. He's having a look at Pridmore. Surely he's too far back on this occasion.
Great television direction here. This is staying with the excitement factor in the race. The guys glass and glazing Commodore. Oh, Prestipino goes into P3. Here we go. Turn 1. Look at the gloves. Up, down, left, right. Wobbling all over the place, just like a Commodore. Wheel input, 4 or 5 seconds later, a reaction at the wheels.
Quite phenomenal. And here we go, up the inside of Pridmore, back to the live shots. And he takes 2nd position. Could he be on for a race victory? Oh, surely from 17th on the grid. Look again! Through Hayshed. That was one of the biggest slides of the race so far, and he's had a few of them. He's certainly had a few of them. But yeah, 7 seconds, the gap to Lowndes. So he's got to 2nd, but he's got a bit of margin to catch back up now.
I like Pridmore. He's following through and gone, right. He's come from the back of the field. I might try his style. So he's lit it up across the top of Lukey Heights there as well. The problem is these tyres are cold and they're going to start to tear apart. Cold, the tread pattern will start to come off the tyre really quickly. I don't think he cares. He's just going to keep going with it. Here we go now. This is just outside the 10. That's Andy Williams there in the number 11. And then it's the big Nash car. Gets sideways as well. And there's the the number 7 there as well. Griffith in 11th place on the road now, but Nash has gone through. Tony Ordino just inside the 10, just up the road from these guys at the moment. Andy Williams, who incorrectly called racing yesterday in HQs, but he certainly is out there now in the Saloon cars. There is the score with 3 minutes and 17 seconds left to go. It's Lowndes to Prestipino, who has charged from rear of grid, from grid position 17 in 2 laps, has found his way onto the podium. The second place so far. Then it's Pridmore, who will have a 5-second penalty. Let's do the maths on that. At the moment, that will drop him down to P6 or thereabouts. So currently in 3rd. Then we have Blake Harris and Daniel Johnson. Daniel's staying out of harm's way at the moment. You get the feeling he's put the bubble around him and gone, you want it, you can have it, I'm just going to keep circulating.
From 21st on the grid, Lindorf has made his way up to 7th in his own right. That's a great performance. Oh, there's a bit of contact down at Siberia that we didn't see that set up the move. So yeah, Prestipino just you can see in a league of his own in the braking zone and ran into the back of yesterday's race winner. They've both been able to continue, no major damage, which is good news. But yeah, going back to my previous point, Lindorf in his own right just made a great start, but as he's not been sliding around, it's been a more methodical approach, a steady approach, making his way through the field. But yeah,
well, he's already had an off yesterday where he made contact with the barrier, so that's fresh in his mind that he'll probably be just like, yeah, I've got a panel shop behind me, but we probably want to do more retail work than homework, so that's what they're doing there. Big thanks to caseyaccidentrepairs.com.au for supporting this round. There's Daniel Johnson, there's Travis Lindorf, who we touched on, the car number 51, normally emblazoned with Casey Accident Repairs down the side here, but he is coming under absolute fire now by the number 4, Tony Ordino, down the inside. Tony knows this track with about, I'm going to say 400 more horsepower in his V8 touring car, making a return to that, along with Tony Evangelou. Catch up with Tony Evangelou's career on the Napa Auto Parts Grassroots Racing podcast, a guest on the podcast a couple of weeks ago. Check that out.
You see these 3 real veterans of the category, but it shows that, you know, Lindorf and Ordino coming back to the series, it really does show that the category is on a real upwards trajectory at the moment.
Of course, catch up with all the grassroots racing at Blendline TV for all of your vision. I like to have the Blendline TV YouTube channel just up in the background when I'm at work and when there's no one watching, just have a bit of a sneak look at some of the weekend's racing.
I do the exact same thing, yeah. I think it's great to see all of the racing around the nation at a grassroots level. There's several categories in New South Wales, sports sedans and the like, in recent weeks that have been posted. Ordino sweeps to the inside. These 2 Falcons squirming and sliding all over the place, just trying to keep grip on the road.
I will replace my previous comment about Daniel Johnson putting himself in a bubble. He just popped the bubble and went, righto, let's get on with it now. We're here to go racing. The downpour of rain has certainly stopped or abated for the moment, so we're starting to get a little bit clearer out there on the racetrack, but this is the ideal category to have on track. A full treaded tyre can throw the spray up in the air, and what breeze there is around will carry it off the racing surface, we hope. But this is a couple of Falcons going for a massive battle, both experienced racers, both knowing that they've still got a race this afternoon that they have to be able to present their cars for. But out in front at the moment, Adam Lowndes is still being chased down by the fastest car on track, a 2:14.34, Dan. Some 2.3 seconds faster than anyone else out on track.
But with the time elapsed, this will be the penultimate lap, so I don't think he's going to have enough time on his hands. Here comes Ordino around the outside of Lukey Heights, and he'll have the inside down the hill into MG. Very tricky corner, this one, particularly in wet conditions down the hill to try and get it stopped. Nice pass.
Do you reckon these two bought black and yellow paint and said we'll halve it each, and you have the yellow bit and I'll have the more black bit?
Well, they're sharing the same garage this weekend as well, so but maybe they're sharing the paint.
Ordino cranks it sideways. He's not letting our race leader get away with that. Last lap board being displayed, being that it's a time certain race, so they will come around as Dan said, the penultimate lap. Lowndes won 2:13 now, so he's managed to fight back for the fastest lap and got himself a good 2.5 seconds on this last lap. So I guess that gives a little bit of weight to what I said, that the track is not getting any wetter, maybe drying a little bit, or the surface is being pumped dry a little bit more, but certainly Lowndes has now jumped to the fastest lap by half a second.
It's going to be really close at the moment. Pridmore's penalty will definitely put him behind Stoopman. Will it put him behind Blake Harris? That's going to be really close in this last lap. That 5-second penalty still hanging over the head of the driver in car number 66.
Just looking at the times, I think Kevin Stoopman's found his flippers in the floor wheel well as well there as well, so he's managed to pick up his pace and go with them. Here's our race leader looping right around the was that their car
that was
10, was it?
That was
Justin
Chambry, who
yes,
was
it was
collected
going around
early.
him. So sporting some damage as a start line incident, but have a look at this now, the Pro Plum car of Adam Lowndes being driven very, very nicely, keeping off all of those painted surfaces. You can't say that for the guy chasing him down at the moment, because Prestipino used all of the painted surfaces to absolute abandon to gain his way through the field, and a terrific job he's done. Certainly the drive of the day so far as that is concerned. We can see him
It just came into shot sideways. Awesome. He's given his sponsors on the door some great coverage in a straight line, guys. Glass and glazing.
There it is again. And back the other way, just to give it a bit of a Commodore flip. Bit of tank slapper action there. Car number 19 will lead the field around for race number 2 in the kcaccidentrepairs.com.au. Lowndes will take the win here in the Pro Plum number 19. Keeps it off the painted surfaces. Just ahead of him, Jeffrey Thomas. And there is the checkered flag. And the number 19 of Lowndes takes the victory. Charging to the line is the drive of the day in the kcaccidentrepairs.com.au field of Jacob Prestipino. Started 17th, finished 2nd, and entertained us with massive value right throughout that charge through the field. Kevy Stoopman found the goggles and flippers, put them on, and has enjoyed the second part of this race.
Just looking, Pridmore just holds on, so will fall behind Stoopman, but does finish ahead of Harris and Lindorf. Pretty tight. Fastest lap of the race. Yes, Prestipino on the final lap. Phenomenal.
I think he was airborne coming across Lukey Heights the last time. That shot where car just slid into shot there. I think that was what it was. He just threw all care, used all skill, and drove it all the way to the line. A very, very skillful race there by Jacob Prestipino. In fact, I got to say it right across all of our fields, all of our categories. Everyone's doing a pretty tremendous job to keep it on the island as it would be here today. Cars streaming to the line now. Let's have a look where Travis Lindorf came. He ended up 6th. Travis Lindorf started back down at the very rear of the field at 21. So he's pretty much covered the same sort of ground as Jacob Prestipino has. He's managed to do all of that and get himself into position number 6. So great drives by both of those guys out there in those conditions. And it does appear as though the downfall of rain has slowed down a little bit. Just a little bit, but certainly creating very, very entertaining racing for those drivers willing to take a little bit of a risk and see what they can turn out there. And it's turned out really well for Jacob Prestipino with grabbing 28 points on that one. So let's have a look back at how this race started. Down the back of the field is where we're watching, and they're coming together. There it is. There's the bit coming together. And Lindorf's gone to the dirt. Dino has had to get out of it. And that is exactly what happened down the field there. But certainly the penalty, the 5-second penalty, was handed out there to Pridmore because he was outside the box at the start. So big message down to the paddock at the moment is make sure you land in your box and back from that control line. Plenty of racing still to go here at round 3 of the 888 Homelands Victorian State Race Series for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. We've just sent the saloon cars back into the paddock. Let's see what the ever-exciting XLs can do up next. Back soon.
Hyundai XLs always bring the action, as that package shows. You could show any corner of any race and you'd be able to make a highlights package out of it. Always put on a show. I reckon this one is going to be much the same, particularly in these conditions. There were many stories yesterday, ups and downs for several of the competitors. And alongside me, Dan McCarthy, is once again Stephen DeFries.
Thanks, Dan McCarthy, and good morning, everybody. It's starting to just ease away again, this rain. It's just on and off and on and off, and it's gone off again. We haven't had a good look at the radar yet just to see if there's any more on the horizon, but the prediction at the beginning of the day was we might have the rain for about 3 hours or so, which is roughly about now, and then it might start to clear up. So, stories out of yesterday, Charlie Nash started toward the rear of the grid. He drove all the way up to 4th place. There you can see him starting alongside Antonio Meluso on the 2nd row of the grid, behind Harry Tompkins and Cadel Ambrose, who was in a class of his own yesterday. Very, very nicely motored away over the course of the 9 laps and had a very comfortable win at the end of race number 1. Then behind them, what a great battle we had from 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. We had Blake Tracy managing to get the best of George Wood following his mistake at MG Corner, and Peter Faulkner and William Saylor, they were in the thick of it there as well and made a very, very good fist of it in the middle of the top 10. And then Matthew Totani with a great late move down the inside of Lachlan Harvey and Bruckner on the last lap to grab a couple of extra spots late in that first hit out. So he'll start out of 9th, Harvey 10th, Bruckner 11th and Morales in 12th place. Bradley Packham was another one who drove from the rear of the grid. Started out of 22nd and ended up 13th after all of that. So another good rear of grid starting performance. Jason Kay, who was off at turn 1 and turn 2 and had to recover through the field. He starts out of 14th. Scott Appledore in the Hughes Brothers removals, number 32 out of 15th. Aidan Norville out of 16th. Connor McLeod didn't take part in the improved production race earlier this morning, so I'm not sure if he's out there or not. We'll see if he takes his 17th grid spot. Robert Zanetti, Carly Fleming and Richard Outram in 20th. And then the last two that we have on the list is James Lodge. He was the big casualty yesterday. Looks like he had a mechanical gremlin and came in at the return road from turn 4 after a handful of laps, after putting the pressure on Ambrose for a good chunk of that race. And then Michael Nowicki did not finish yesterday's race. Has actually got a rear of grid start.
Yeah, certainly an eventful affair, but as you say, really the big loser of yesterday was James Lodge. I reckon he'll probably be quite pleased with these conditions because it might enable him to move through the field a little bit faster. We saw in that saloon car race, Prestopino charged through the field, carved through like a knife through butter. In fact, I reckon it was melted butter. It was that easy for him. It really was a stupendous performance, and yeah, I think Lodge will be pleased to see these conditions. Might make his life easier out there.
Well, there he is. There's the back of the number 39 machine there on the right-hand side of your shot, on the right-hand side of the grid, just pulling into position. So it'll be interesting to see how far James Lodge can get. And then out in front, can Cadel Ambrose master the wet conditions? We haven't had a wet Hyundai race, we haven't had a wet Hyundai XL race for quite some time. And I think this will probably be one of his very first attempts at a wet standing start for Ambrose. And they didn't hold them very long after the last car got into place and they were gone. So a very even start from the top two, Ambrose and Tompkins side by side, but pole, by virtue of being on driver's right and the first corner going to the right, means that Ambrose has got the high ground for the moment. Tompkins thinks better of it in the tricky conditions in these front-wheel drive cars, and through goes the pole man into turn 1 in position 1. As behind there was a big log jam, about 6 or 7 cars deep in the field going through turn 1, 3 wide in some cases, and very, very little contact at the moment heading through the first couple of corners.
Yeah, good to see, good to see. Let's not talk too soon though. In conditions like this, it can change in a heartbeat. Top two both made a blinding start, equal, but they gapped everyone, rose 2, 3 and 4 by miles by the time they got to turn number 1. So both Ambrose and Tompkins, really, really good start. Got the power down nicely in these very, very tricky conditions. Look at these. Some of the guys further back can't see.
Look for Jason Kay squeezing through on the inside for turn 4. 4, he's come from about 2 or 3 cars back there and picked up about 2 or 3 spots. There was very, very little room for error at turn 4 as the cars were spread out right across the track. He had 0 room to work with. He somehow made it work, but a couple of others haven't been able to make it work. Packham, I think, has caught the wrong end of the stick there. There was another car on his left spinning out of control, and I think there might have been some contact.
There was 2 cars to the left. That was the issue. There was going to be 1 car, and then it became 2 cars because the number 72 machine slotted up the inside of K, so it became a case of 3, and 3 into 1 certainly doesn't go. There had to be a loser, and there certainly was. So the number 72 machine of Norville, tried up the inside. I think the move was on, but there's a couple of parties that didn't know we were 3 wide. Look at the number 39 car. Lodge, we said he'd like these conditions, and he's marched through the field on this opening lap ahead of Faulkner, who himself is a 3-time winner in the Vic State Series this year. Oi, yes, there's the number 72 machine up the inside, lost the rear end, and it was he that made contact. I thought it was K at first, but it was he in the number 72 machine that made contact. When he's lost it again, almost identical, he's gone into the side of K. They're both sideways through the gravel trap. I think they might get bogged. Can they keep it going? Fortunately, in these wet conditions, it's easier to get out of the gravel.
Got to be careful on the rejoin.
Yes,
Got to be careful on the rejoin for K. He's probably done as best as he can, but look, the car's crabbing down the front straight. They're going to have to pull that car in somewhere safe. There's no way that he can continue from that, and that was brewing. That was the second time you saw that the number 72 of Norville has lost the rear end, and look at that car. It's way bent out of shape. Lodge crossing the line after lap 1 in 8th place and was on the back of George Wood. He's actually gone through on Wood now. He's also gone through on William Sala as well. So there's been plenty of action in the opening 4.5 kilometres.
Certainly has. Wood was one of the fast guys yesterday, but made a mistake late on in the race and dropped a couple of positions. Here is a replay of what happened. So the number 72 machine of Norville up the inside of K, but loses the rear mid-corner and slides into the side of K, the innocent victim in that one. And fortunately, they both get back onto the racetrack, but only Justin K, with that angle, lucky not to get collected by any other drivers. So good heads-up driving from some of those cars further back who were unsighted or didn't see the incident unfold in front of them. Top 2 are marching away from the field, but Tompkins going with Ambrose early in this one. Then this is the fight for 3rd position between Melusso, Nash and Tracy indeed.
Tracy's done a really good job to hang with Charlie Nash here through the start phase, and there's a bit of margin here. The next one on the road is Lodge, and he's gaining. So it'll be interesting to see what his lap time is this time around, because he is just passing cars left, right, and centre. What else are we looking at here? Oh, big moment for Morales. He's taken out the sign with him as well. Bit of rallycross driving there, left and right. Turning of the wheel and back onto the track, and just stays ahead of Faulkner after that. So there's a bit of garbage there you can see on the inside of turn number 3 as they come down to the line. So Tompkins keeping the pressure on Cadell Ambrose at the moment, 0.6 of a second the margin. Then the next 3, Melusso, Nash and Tracy. They're all in 2.18s. Lodge a 2.15 flat. He is charging.
Faster than even our 2 race leaders, Ambrose and Tompkins, and by half a second as well. Very much in a league of his own is Lodge at the moment. He's got the anger mode engaged. He wants to recover from yesterday's. We see Nash look up the inside at Southern Loop. Bit of a twitch mid-corner, decides better of it, so remains in the 4th position. And look, Lodge is on the back of Tracy. Got a great, switch Aru up the inside for Stoner Corner.
Feigned high, went low at the exit of Southern Loop. Now has the high ground for turn number 3, so he'll get Blake Tracy down into turn 4, although Tracy's going to argue the point. He's not going to make this easy for Lodge. And Nash exits stage left, and that gives 2 spots to Lodge because he was able to see the gap and pick both cars through the braking zone at turn 4. I don't know if Nash just had a little bit of a moment there, just took a little bit of opposite lock.
Lodge.
Oh, Lodge well wide, and too wide in the grass.
lucky to keep it on the road. He is very lucky with that metre of extra tarmac. If that wasn't there, he'd be in the gravel and out the race right now. Very, very lucky man to get away with that one. But for me, Nash, it just looked like he locked the fronts and just couldn't turn. So missed the apex by a good few metres, and Tracy's going, how good's that? I've just inherited 2 places.
Well, might not inherit anymore because Nash is looking threatening up here at Lukey Heights and just tucks back in for the moment. Time is the enemy here for Lodge if he wants to have any hope of the podium finish, because there's only 2 minutes remaining in the race. So probably at least 2 more laps, maybe 3, depending on how the timing works. Actually, now we've got 2 minutes left here, so I dare say it's going to be 2 laps remaining with our race leaders coming down the front straight now, still line astern within half a second of each other. And at the moment, Antonio Meluso has a healthy buffer back to this trio of cars.
Yeah, I was just about to say the same thing. All of that fighting between the 3 behind has allowed him to very much pull out a 1.8 second margin on the other 3 drivers. As we can see up around the outside, Lodge, that's a risky move in the dry, let alone the wet. He's sticking with it though. He's gone around the outside of Nash and takes the position. Brilliant move up to 5th. He's now swinging to the inside on Tracy. That's Southern Loop, but can't get through there. Looks like Tracy's windows are fogging up a bit.
Yeah, looking to struggle a little bit to see out the rear side of the car, let alone the rear view mirrors. Here comes Lodge with a very, very good run off a Southern Loop. He's got some overlaps, so Tracy's going to have to leave Lodge some room here at turn 3, and he does. Lodge has to use a bit of curb. That sort of feeds him a bit wide, a little bit of minor contact with Tracy. The second time of asking for Lodge. Right around the outside at turn 4. If he can hold it there, he'll be in position for Siberia at turn 6, and he is, and Tracy has to concede.
Brilliant move from Lodge. That's 2 positions in the first half of this lap. He's now got his sights on 3rd position. Meluso just 1.5 seconds up the road, and you can already see he's gapping Tracy behind.
Tompkins, the fastest man on the track last time around, 2 minute 14.6. He was 0.3 of a second quicker than Cadell Ambrose. There they go, disappearing up Lukey Heights through front of Shot. So they've got a lap to sort it out as well for the race win. And there'll be another lap for Lodge to potentially catch and pass Antonio Meluso. So much stronger over the top of Lukey Heights. So committed, Lodge. Looks like he gained a lot of ground.
Ambrose has won the last 4 races and leads the championship. Tompkins yet to get a win this season. This is his best chance yet. He's just a couple of tenths behind our series leader. This is going to be on the final lap.
Good run out of the last corner. Using the karting line, using the higher line. This is the closest he's been, Harry Tompkins. Ambrose is already running the defensive line, now moves across for the natural line. They've got some lap traffic in the way, which is the number 2. I think that's Bruckner. That's going to possibly be a factor. Ambrose has to yield though, because Tompkins had such a headline of speed down to turn 1, and he gives it up, and Tompkins pops out of turn 1 with the lead as they go the long way round Bruckner, who does his best to just give the race leaders as much space as he possibly can.
Yeah, that was well done. Really good heads-up driving from the back marker there. Allows the leaders to continue their battle. This time it's Ambrose with a good run out of a sweeping turn out of Southern Loop. He's now looking back at Tompkins. In fact, Tompkins looks like he's going to take the defensive line down into Miller Corner. He is. He's been forced to defend. Ambrose looking... He's not going to be able to do anything there. He slots back in behind for this moment, but it's not done, the fight for the lead just yet.
Lodge has got Meluso as well. He's got Meluso up to turn 2, so he moves up to 3rd place. Meluso now down to 4th with Blake Tracy 5th, and Charlie Nash now got to play some catch-up. He's 6th on the road, about 1.5 seconds behind the 5th place Blake Tracy. Back to the leading 2 pair, exiting Siberia. Up the back for the final time of asking here in race number 2 of the Trick Trailers Hyundai XLs. If there's any opportunities left for Cadell Ambrose, it'll be down at the bottom of the hill at MG Corner, but you've got to be careful. Everybody's been running the wider line coming out of Lukey Heights and down through the right-hander at MG Corner. You don't want to take the apex here because it is too slow and you cannot get the traction down you need. There you go, Tompkins and Ambrose both using the wide line, and I think that might be enough.
Yeah, Tompkins pulled a margin in that middle sector through the Hayshed and over Lukey Heights, and I don't think Ambrose is going to be able to do anything about it. So Tompkins, as we say, hasn't won a race this season.
Ambrose was a bit out of control through turn 12 as well. He had a little bit of a slide job moving on. I think he'd given up trying to even challenge for the win there. He just knew that second place was the best he was going to do. And I think just easing off the throttle a little bit just maybe made the car just squirm at an unexpected moment for him. So Tompkins the win ahead of Ambrose. 1.8 seconds of margin at the end of the day, I think, is a little bit flattering considering how close that was for most of that race. With James Lodge, sensational rear of grid to third place, finished there, grabbing Maluso on the final tour. And Packham, having recovered out of the gravel trap, has just managed to put a passing move on the number 64 there of Connor McLeod. And that's going to mean that Packham is sort of going to be on the fringes of the top 10, probably about 12th or 13th, just going off our current math at the moment. Down the hill here into MG, different angle. Another one of the cars that's been in a bit of an incident so far in this race, the number 72 machine of Norville, having recovered, is now on the back of the number 29 car from South Australia of Robert Zanetti.
Yeah, Zanetti's stayed out of trouble in this one, unlike the man behind a few damaged panels on the 72 machine. But nevertheless, they're both going to make it to the finish, and I think it's going to be Zanetti who is going to hold on for that 18th position, or in fact I think they've both gained one on the last lap.
Yeah, they have.
Outram's disappeared. Oh, this is going to be the reason.
This will be why. Another one losing control at turn number 6. And did Outram manage to get it out of the grass because it's extremely wet?
They're down at MG. We can see a bit of damage, but yes, he is going to make it to the finish, but unfortunately down in 19th position. Here's the results then. Harry Tompkins taking the race victory. Cadell Ambrose 4-race winning streak comes to an end, but nevertheless position number 2 for the championship leader. James Lodge, brilliant recovery to finish 3rd in that one ahead of Maluso. Blake Tracy coming home in 5th. Charlie Nash dropped down towards the end and finished in 6th. Morales 7th, despite a big moment down towards Stoner Corner and Miller Corner, finishing ahead of William Sala, Peter Faulkner and Lachlan Harvey.
So Jason Kay, the big casualty out of that one. The car in a bit of a bad state. He's managed to pull that car up not long after the incident at the final corner. He's actually just in what they call the MotoGP pit exit, which is a little bit of a different pit exit compared to what they're used to. And they're going to have to just pull that car in. So there might be a short delay here. There he is on the right-hand side of the screen. There might be a short delay here while they bring the flat tow and the tow truck out to pick that car up. But up next, Sports Sedans will grace the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. So we'll be back on the other side of this with Blendline TV and the Victorian State Race Series.
Brett Dickey, here in your Prelude for the first time this year. How's it feel like to be back in sports stands for Vic State Race?
Yeah, it's cool. I love racing Victorian sports sedans, and with all the family around and getting our family to come down to the track, and the atmosphere with the sports sedan guys is incredible, and that's what keeps us coming back, and that's why we love the class so much.
How's the car been running? You've had a few chances to give it a go.
Yeah, look, we've done a few laps today, so just making sure that all the fixes that we've done since last time we ran here last year have been sorted. But like anything, we had the car completely stripped out at home, and trying to find that little needle in a haystack. So there's little things now that we're putting back to where they used to be, and making sure there's no oil leaks or anything like that to go into the rest of the weekend.
Are you planning on continuing this season?
Yeah, look, obviously I head off back to America on Tuesday, so we'll fit it in around the schedule that we've got over there, but hoping to do a couple more rounds of the Victorian Championship this year, and I would love to go back to Calder at the end of the year. It's been a while since anyone's been there, so we'll see if it all fits in, and at the end of the day I travel so much for racing, I've got to make sure I've got time for the family as well.
Can you tell us a little bit about why you're travelling to America?
Yeah, so this year I'm heading back for my second attempt at the Pikes Peak Hill Climb, Looking forward to that. We were there early in the year doing some testing at Circuit of the Americas, and looking forward to getting back with the Project Import team in the S2000 and heading back up that insane mountain again.
Great. Well, good luck with the weekend. Is anyone you want to thank?
Yeah, look, we got Hazchem on board this weekend, and those guys have been a long-time supporter of mine, and to have them on our family prelude's always a good thing, and everyone from M-Tron and Quick Bits and Dandy Engines and everyone involved, G&G Engineering do a lot of behind-the-scenes helping me both here and in America, so I don't think there's enough time in the day for me to list everyone that helps me go racing, but yeah, it's a credit, and obviously to all the volunteers, to the people at Blendline, everyone at Vic State to allow us to come here and allow us to keep racing. It's been amazing and making me feel welcome when I do turn up every now and then.
Welcome back trackside at a very misty Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, albeit that the sun has made its first appearance. We're actually seeing shadows across the ground now as well. It's quite bright over where the sun is shining on through. That's probably why it looks so misty down there in the main straight. That's a better indication out at turn 2 there. It is starting to brighten up here trackside. The rain has stopped actually coming down or across or whatever it might be, so let's hope that we can start to see a dry track. Certainly all the sports sedans will be on wet weather tyres, and it is seriously unfortunate that Brett, who we did speak to earlier on, clearly while the sun was shining, Brett Dickey in his Prelude won't be taking any further part here this weekend. But I tell you what, from the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships and the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Race Series, we wish Brett all of his very best. He's got a whole community behind him as he heads over to Pikes Peak and challenges it for the second time with the Project Imports team. So all the best to Brett and the crew that he takes over there. Great to have him here with the Prelude yesterday and showing the pace that it had, albeit that it hasn't quite worked out in the manner that they wished it to be. So here's the grid. Francois Habib will lead away in the ex-Tasman Motorsport Dodo Commodore with Greg Lynch right alongside. Looks like a HRT car. It is simply a tribute livery. It's a bespoke built car there that ran in its road car days, ran in the HSV and HGT Owners Club sprints, and along the way Greg has changed the way he's approached motorsport and wanted to go faster and faster and faster and faster and get amongst a field of like-minded racers, and he sees himself on the second spot on the grid, the second row of the grid, and I will be watching again. I've been saying it pretty much all through this season. Car number 72, Ben McLeod, very impressive race car driver, and right alongside him as well, who is really impressed, is Nathan Baines. Put this car on the second row of the grid for 2 races now. Right behind Mark Tracy, racing for the first time here in sports sedans from New South Wales in the BMW car number 19. Cam McKee in the turbocharged 6-cylinder Falcon. For all intents and purposes, it looks like it would have a bent 8 under the bonnet, but it's got a straight 6 with a big turbo and lots of bonnet fluting to get that turbo temperature out. Terry Hamilton, a veteran of Victorian sports sedan racing. Great to have Terry back on the grid here for the sports sedans here this weekend. The Groove Train, Eastland, QP Lubes and National Blind Supplies. Beside him will be Andrew Parker in the number 14, Mark Durbin in the menacing green Falcon, then Gordon Lovegrove in the 63. Great to see this Datsun here out of New South Wales as well. Normally runs the New South Wales Championship, and he is out of position number 10. Brett Dickey was to start out of 11, but unfortunately the number 29 won't make the grid. David Shaw then hopefully will have the black Commodore of Daniel Blizzard off the back of the grid. I can't quite make it out on track. I don't think it's made its way out on track, so a bit of attrition out there at the moment. Darren Smith and Dan McCarthy alongside me for this short, sharp sprint race for the Groove Train Eastland Sports Sedans.
No, yes, I should say yes, it should be a good one. Blizzard is not out there. I was going to say no, he is not out there. And starting, or expected start from position number 8, Parker in the beautiful Commodore. There he is, parked in the pit lane. So yeah, not the way he wanted to start this race. Maybe deciding in these conditions it's better to start from there. So Parker in the VS Commodore will start from pit lane. Looks like there's a bit of a muddle up and a bit of confusion on who's in what grid position. McLeod not entirely sure which side he should be on.
Ben McLeod should be lining up in the grid position he's getting in. Everyone has heeded the warning about being in the box and not in front of that line, because we have seen 2 5-second penalties handed out for that so far this weekend. Where are we watching? I'm going to watch the second row of the grid for McLeod and Baines, but the 2 cars on the front of the grid should be able to walk away quite nicely. And it's a stall there for Greg Lynch. He doesn't get away. Ben McLeod doesn't get away either. It'll be Mark Tracy charging at the front of the field here. Francois Habib gets away beautifully, but it's Tracy in the BMW, starting from row 3, that will slot himself into P2. Cam McKeon out of the mist. The Gorillas in the mist comes Cam McKeon into P3 as well. Tracy into the lead of the race, out of the 3rd row of the grid. Gingerly just drives right round the outside of the other car that's going very gingerly, and Francois Habib. But have a look at Cam McKeon in the 44. He gets absolutely motivated, as does Francois Habib now. He's found the loud pedal and he gives it a really big application down into turn 3. Handfuls of sports sedans in these conditions, all shod with wet tyres, and they are very much at the will of the gods at the moment. The gods of thunder are all looking to the gods to see where they come out. There is Nathan Bain, who started off the 2nd row.
McLeod looked very, like he's going very gingerly around turn number 3, so not sure if there's an issue. We saw the car struggle to get away. Don't know, maybe a clutch drama. Yeah, he's come straight into the lane, unfortunately, the 72 car. We saw one of the stalled machines, and in fact, not even going to make it into the paddock. Come to us, halt. There is the car on the screen that I'm referring to, now rolling backwards, so clearly a real bad mechanical issue there.
That's a shame. Ben has presented a magnificent car. It has been faultless mechanically. Just gets it rolling again now as he makes his way back into the paddock area, but that's horrible. Didn't want to see that guy's day end like that. The King George Tavern car of Mark Durbin goes across the top of the hill. The car that was on the front row of Lynch looks to the inside now. Durbin just opens up the corner and says, "You want it, Greg? There you go, mate. You can stream on through." So the 22 gets motivated out of there. So does the 20. He wants to get on with it too. The Falcon applying all of its power, wriggling underneath it there. But our race leader, Mark Tracy, out of the 3rd row of the grid, leads Francois Habib. Cam McKee, he came out of the 3rd row as well. So, Dan, you could have to suggest the 3rd row of the grid largely dry. It's not, because I'm looking at it right now. It's absolutely soaking. But they were absolutely motivated. Interestingly enough, on that 2nd grid position, it appears to be some sort of detergent maybe, or some foaming on the water on the track there. So that was where Ben McLeod came out of. So I wonder if there's some other sort of liquid issue or something down there, but certainly you don't see that sort of foaming that we're seeing appearing on the racing surface down there at the moment, where car number 72 started this race from.
Yeah, not quite sure what that is. I don't know if it's foam or what it is. If it was foam, it would look a bit different, I reckon, to that. So not entirely sure. McKee was right on the tail of Habib coming onto the main straight last time through, but the performance of the former V8 supercar, yes, that one, not the one on the screen, the Lynch car, that's not a V8 supercar, but the Habib one is an ex-V8 supercar, an ex-Tasman Motorsport machine. So yeah, pulled away from McKee in a straight line and has continued to extend that margin so far this lap. But Lynch trying to recover after the start, the stall on the 2nd row of the grid. and finds himself in 6th position. So already made several positions on that lap because he was stone motherless last as they roared into turn number 1.
The Datsun of Gordon Lovegrove comes storming out of Siberia, looks to Mark Durbin in the big Falcon there as well. Great looking, beautifully turned out racing car, this one. Great to see the Groove Train Eastland sticker across the top of the Nail Equip outfit. And really cool to see this car running amongst the Victorian Sports Sedan field. Car number 63, DeWalt emblazoned over the rear wing there, Nail Equip. Haikoki equipment there as well, and Gordon just gingerly finding his way around the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, but certainly a silhouette that we haven't seen in Victorian Sports Sedan or even in Victorian sports car racing for some time. That 262-40Z type of silhouette that looks fantastic out there amongst the sports sedans, and just in front the car with its own postcode with Mark Durbin at the wheel, car number 20 storming down the straight here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit as Mark Tracy extends his lead in that V8 powered BMW out of New South Wales. Gee, he must be thinking, what's happened with these Mexicans? Can't they race in the rain or something? He has absolutely driven away in 2 laps, 9.1 second lead over Francois Habib and Cam McKee. Only 1.5 seconds between those two, but Tracy having it all his own way out in front.
Habib, also extending the margin. He was very tight the previous lap, but now out to 1.7 seconds. The margin between those two, 1.8, 1.7 seconds. Here is Habib in the ex-Tasman Motorsport, car number 23 on the side, driven by Jamie Winkup in 2005 before he moved to 888 Race Engineering the following year, and the rest, they say, is history.
It absolutely is, and here comes Cam McKee now. Wipers absolutely working overtime across the top of the hill. They're quite a planted car, this one. Always sits nicely on the track. Nothing on this that doesn't need to be there, and he is driving it very well in season 2023 as we see the leader of the race, 9.17 seconds. He is now about that same time, 9 seconds faster, or 8 seconds faster than anyone else out there on the track. No, Nathan Baines has parked it up. Is that in the straight, actually?
Turn 10.
There it is. He's come off the bottom of MG, planted in the wall, leaving a Turbo Smart guard behind. He looks to try and press on. In fact, is he on slicks? It doesn't appear to be a treaded tyre on there, unless, he stops for us. Yes, it is a treaded tyre, and continues on. Here we go. Here's this battle. Gordon Lovegrove has gone through on the car 20. So the Datsun has found his way through on the Falcon. I don't know how you overtake a postcode, but that's what he's done. Trev's auto body. Yeah, it's a good looking Falcon, that one, that green car coming through the mist, green headlights ablaze, thumping down the straight. Here we go. And there goes Nathan Baines. Oh, he tried to abate the speed. Lucky there's a good, nice soft tyre wall there, but not a nice hit indeed. You never want to find your way into the barriers. Here is our race leader with 1 minute left on the clock here as we've got Parker slowing in the Sentinel car, the light 89 FM entry. Very much slowing. There he is. The Sentinel Fire Services Tradie Wraps Commodore as our race leader coming around the top part of the circuit now. White flags waving, slower car on track, and that is for Parker. He did this at Sandown as well, parked it up on the back straight. Let's hope that he's made his way off the racing surface. Can't really see where the Commodore is, but certainly we hope that the Sentinel Fire Services car is off the track down there. As we've got 2 laps to remain, we believe. Last lap board is still not even in the hands of the officials. Fastest lap, a 1:57.199. There's the last lap board came out very, very late there, but our race leader is already around. There is Parker's car. And we are definitely on the last lap. Parker's car well clear of the racetrack now, so good to see he's parked it off the racing line in the Sentinel Fire Services outfit.
Tracy, as we saw, fastest lap again last time through. 7 seconds faster than anybody else on the racetrack that last time through. Incredible. 22 seconds down the road. We've only done 4 laps. Might be half a minute by the end of this one.
Yeah, this is mechanical marvel. This thing on screen right now, Twin City roller doors. And I tell you what, if they're as fast as servicing your roller door, you'd want to get them out there. If they're as fast as going sports sedan racing, great looking silhouette. It's been a while since we've had a BMW running at the front of the field. My mind harks back to Alan Grice. There's probably been a couple around as well. Oh, of course there has been with Shane Woodman in that magnificent BMW.
Oh, yes,
Won the
yes.
championship back in about 13. That car for sale now. Gee, it's one of the best sports sedans in the country that the guys have put together down at Riverside Racing. So you check that one out. Check it out on the classifieds. Shane Woodman's sports sedan. But this BMW is a little bit more agricultural than Shane's one. This is certainly put the bulk horsepower in and point the wheel and let's go. And the checkered flag is now out, and Mark Tracy, on his first foray to the Victorian Sports Sedans, takes a win. The Groove Train Eastland victory in race number 2 goes to Mark Tracy, the New South Wales racer. There's a New South Wales State Series on this weekend too at Sydney Motorsport Park. He's come south to enjoy his time. I do think he's from that Albury area, so a border dweller. And coming into second place now. Let's just find out what that gap is over 5-lap journey. In the end, 27 seconds. So 5.5 seconds a lap faster than everyone else out there during that race. So a big congratulations in the Groove Train Eastland Sports Sedans goes out to Mark Tracy coming down from New South Wales. The QP Lubes, Quality Performance Lubricants, professional lube service for passenger cars, motor oils, heavy duty diesel oils, all your requirements there. And of course, National Blind Supplies, Francois Habib, National Blind Supplies, a wholesale manufacturer of window furnishings, blinds and shutters, South Gippsland Highway at Dandenong South. The rest of the field making their way to the line. Cam McKee got home in third in the turbocharged Falcon, doing a tremendous drive there as well. This guy won a race last year. Greg Lynch comes to the line and ultimately gets his way home in fourth place. It was actually the Saturday afternoon race that Greg Lynch won at this round last year, and he did it by just under a second to Johnny Polito, who's not with us here this weekend, both in their HSV, GDS and club sports. So terrific to see a bit of a mixture at the top of the field. But Mark Tracy ultimately the winner. Terry Hamilton home in fifth. Gordon Lovegrove, a great drive there to sixth there. Mark Durbin, Ben McLeod only getting a short distance into that race. And then we have Nathan Baines as well. Got to the checkered flag ultimately. David Shaw for truck right. And we go to Andrew Parker parked up. Nathan Baines also parked up. And that is race number 2 for the weekend for the Groove Train Eastland Sports Sedans. Plenty of racing still to come, and we will have the HQs on track in just a couple of moments. Back soon. So Nathan Baines parked the 180SX up against the wall there. We've just got a couple of the trackside marshals and engineer down there just making sure that the wall there doesn't need to have a bit more of a comprehensive fix up. They're just trying to adjust the tyres. Sometimes the tyre walls can just look like people have thrown bits and pieces of rubber and stacked them up there. There is a process to it. It's like laying bricks. It's placing them one by one and then linking them up so that they do offer some sort of, I guess, degeneration once you hit them, or retarding of speed before you hit the hard earth wall. They've been very, very effective over many years in motorsport for doing that, as we're just under a bit of a hold there while we get that situation rectified, and that's on the exit of turn 9, MG corner as it's been known traditionally for many, many years. There's a big beach down there as well on the driver's left as you get into and out of that corner. But Nathan, luckily for him, missed the gravel but did find the wall and has left the left front guard behind there as well. We're just watching circuit management chatting on the radio. They may be calling for more resources to be brought down to the scene there, but as you can see, it is nothing but worksite boots and lots of mud down there. Matt Dunlop, a bit of a wet day here, but even the commentary booth window hasn't had any fresh rainfall on it for the last 15 minutes or so, and the track is starting to go from shiny black down to more of a dull black. So we might have a drier afternoon of racing.
Yeah, it's giving me hope that we might get a little bit more dry running in this afternoon. I think the tarmac here at Phillip Island is pretty adept at wicking away that water, given that it's been designed and built for international level motor racing. But yeah, unfortunately with a weather like that, it's we don't have to expect it, but unfortunately every now and then you do get cars getting caught out and hitting fences every now and then, and that weather sort of there confirms what we're dealing with. The frosty 11 degrees, 94% humidity, basically 94% chance that you're going to get wet if you stand outside today. A little bit of a breeze as well, which should hopefully start drying this track out just a little bit. But as we wait for the officials, who we cannot thank enough as Darren Smith is waving in the booth. So am I. G'day, everyone. Yeah, let's have a look at the calendar here that we've got coming up next. So obviously we're here at Phillip Island for round 3, but we're back at Sandown over the 11th to 13th of August. Back here once again for the 5th round of the State Series in the 22nd and 24th of September. And you'll notice there's an asterisk there next to Calder Park for the 27th and 29th. We're really hoping we can get some racing done there. And reports that I've heard lately says that progress on the Calder Park circuit is looking really, really good, Daz. Yeah, look, there's a bit of work to do there. I called in 2016 the Andra Nationals that were held out there, and they put some top fuelers down there. They were on a 1,000-foot course. And it was absolutely thrilling to see top fuelers, as it always has. But the rest of the place is very, very tricky to get around. It was in disrepair and 20 years of not much happening out there. So there is more than just a coat of paint to go on at Calder Park. So we do wish that we can get it going. We really would appreciate a cup. There's other chat around a new track down at Laverton. I think that would be fantastic to get a level 1 FIA track back here in Victoria, because as much as we love Sandown, the clock is ticking there. There is no real timeline as to what's going to happen there, but all you need is a developer to come in. We'll be back after a quick break with the HQs as they make their way on track. HQ Racing Association Victoria, a very, very proud group of racers as they love to present the best looking HQs out on track. And here we have the HQs making their way around for their race number 2, the second last race in the morning session for round 3 of the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Race Series for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Yesterday you had to have a twin headlight front or a Premier HQ to get a victory, and it was Rob Rajas that absolutely charged from the rear of the field and came through to take the race victory. Steve Banks started on the front row of the grid, and he actually got handed the second in the race as Gav Ross had a 5-second penalty. So there you can see it. The twin headlight front of Rod Rajas
Coming in next will be Steve Banks, and there is Gav Ross in the GMG Automotive out of Box Hill entry. Right alongside him will be Glenn McDonald in the Ready Roasts car. We believe one of Australia's longest enduring sponsorships over many, many years for Ready Roasts and Glenn McDonald. Ryan Woods will be the next one on the row there. And Matt, you were calling the 944s having a good wet day of racing. Ryan Woods.
He certainly is. He's got double duty on this weekend and he's doing it quite well. 6th position in a brand new 944 for him, and now he's taken to the track in a Holden HQ where he's had to redo the engine. He's had to change the engine from yesterday. He did finish in 5th in yesterday's race, of course, but he's put a brand new engine in it and he's ready to go today. Graham Crawford will line up next to him on the grid out of P6, ahead of Andrew Lawton and James Kenner. Kenner stickers all over these cars, of course.
Michael Ling out of the 9th spot on the grid. Then it's back to Mick Magilton, John Mahoney and Warren Truan. I still don't think Warren has made his way out onto the track. Certainly his trailer is still here with the TCM livery on the side from his HQ coupe that he runs in the TCM, but I'm pretty sure we haven't seen Warren make his way out onto the track. Maybe that is him right down the tail end of the field there. We'll confirm that. We'll try and confirm that as he comes around past the next camera shot. There is the guy that won yesterday, Mechanical Marvel, Driving Marvel, Experience Marvel out of yesterday at the rear of the grid. Danced his way through the field. It was like he had the game on a string and made his way through to take the race win. It would have been very, very buoyed last night coming into this race, and I would say it's not his style, but there'd be a certain arrogance and swagger about yesterday's drive after he's come from the rear. As we start to see the cars take their way down. There's Gavin Ross, very, very experienced racer, raced against Simon Taberner very, very closely in the National Saloon Car Championship. We're just watching the tail end of the field, see if we can confirm. That looks like it is Warren Truan coming down on the rear end of this field there as well. So has made it out onto the track, and we are just about to be handed into starters' orders. Officials still just making sure cars are placed on their grid boxes. Very, very important message out to all of the competitors, because there has been a number of competitors pinged for a 5-second penalty being just forward of that box. So everybody looks like they've got the message. In HQs, let's watch the Universal Plumbing Supplies car of Stephen Banks, whether he can go with Rod Rogers. Glenn McDonald looking ready on the second row of the grid. Gavin Ross gets away beautifully. Nice clutch application. In fact, he looks to go to the dirt off the line there, because he's going to catch Rod Rogers, and they're going to go 3 wide down into turn number 1. And this will be only for the experience. Banks gets out of it. Ross stays in it. Rogers goes wide, wants to flow the car nicely. Who's trying to sneak up the inside there? It's the 25 off the third row of the grid in Ryan Woods. He'll still be a bit hot and sweaty under the collar after his 944 race.
He certainly will be. 4 headlights on 2 cars leading the way so far in the Holden HQ race for the race 2 here. Gavin Ross leading the way. Rod Rogers off 4 wins on the trot to start this season so far. Looking for a 5th, but he's got a little bit more work to do than he would normally hope for to get back up there, with Ryan Woods in that 25. The grey car with the orange highlights there in 3rd position. Doing a fantastic job here. Double duty. You don't see it too often across the state series, but the drivers who do give it a crack, you have to be super committed. Speaking of commitment, that's gone very poorly. He almost held that save.
That's Warren Truan right there. That's confirmation that he was out on the track. Now he's doing a bit of autocross for us through the new big gravel trap there. Graham Crawford cranks it sideways in the 68. Doesn't take much to get the big old heavy QE lurching around like this in these sort of conditions. Gavin Ross, look how high he's gone around through Siberia, right at the top edge of the track where it is the driest as the water flows to the bottom of the inside of the corner. No standing water around the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit these days in these sorts of conditions, unless you're off track. There is still opportunity of puddles and stuff like that out there in the grass, but the racetrack itself drains brilliantly these days, and we just watch Ryan Wood try and take advantage of these drying conditions. The Gavin Ross car just lurching its way up to Hayshed, up to the top of the hill of Lukey Heights.
You've really got to finesse these machines around this track, don't you? Of course, they've got a live rear axle with a fully open diff, so a lot of very treacherous driving here, although, as we said earlier, it has dried out a little bit, which will give the drivers a little bit of help, and there's some tread on these tyres to help them do so, but not a massive amount, so it's great challenge to see these guys trying to wrestle these machines around this track.
In fact, it's probably better conditions for the Kenda tyres in this sort of weather right now than it is in dry. Here's a replay, and just watch back of shot there as we watch Warren Trueman enter the screen. He's sideways in screenshot. The 77 wobbling its way across the sand pit. I reckon he's still into it there. Reckons, I've got it, I've caught it, it's mine. And then arrested it just in the sand trap. Got back on the racetrack and has rejoined down the tail end of this field. So a hairy old ride. When you appear at turn 3 with opposite lock on in a HQ, you know that the day just got pretty lively underneath you.
Side-by-side action there. That is the number 68 of Crawford getting past Banks around the outside of turn 1. We've seen a lot of movement happening there today with the wet weather, and a little bit more grip around that outside line for that really quick turn 1. It's a bit of a treacherous, braking opportunity, especially if it's your first hit out in these cars in the wet for a while. On lap 1, just figuring out where to place your braking marker. So we've seen a little bit of chopping and changing up and down the field, but these two guys and the rest of the field are soldiering on brilliantly here in the HQs.
Stephen Banks qualified second with a 2:04.55 yesterday morning. 2:04.47 was the pole position by our race leader. But Stephen Banks has started off both these races on the front row of the grid and just gone backwards again in this one, unfortunately. 6 years in the game of HQ racing, gets a bit of sideways action, just shows us the side there of the car. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my sponsor, and I want you to have a good look at it. So the 76 cracks it sideways, a bit moist under the tyre there, and certainly allowed the car to straighten back up and get back on in pursuit of Graham Crawford. But Stephen Banks having a bit of a difficult old time, starting with the clear view of turn 1 and just losing a few spots in that opening lap of the race for him to then try and fight back, spend the rest of the race fighting back from that position. Unfortunately, right at the moment, bottled up behind Graham Crawford in the 66 in the AW automatics, Andy Williams automatics, and watching the rest of the field. Here is our second car on the road. Rod Rogers with Ryan Woods riding behind. There's Gavin Ross just driving off into the distance. 1.7 seconds now, but Rogers going out wide, looking for where that potentially drier part of the track is. Ryan Woods identified that and gone, yep, I'm going to go with you up there. Certainly an opportunity to keep out of any moving water or standing water around the track as he goes wide.
A little bit slippery on the entry to turn 12 there, but he's held it together, and those two will be line astern as they cross the line. We're just seeing Warren Trueman here after having that excursion at the exit of turn 3 on the first lap, getting stuck into the back of the number 66 of James Kenner there as they come around the final 2 corners. You can see all the safety improvements that they've made at this Phillip Island circuit recently. An extension of that sand pit. They've gotten rid of all the spectator area back there and put in a concrete wall to catch fence. So a lot safer if you happen to have a car making excursion out there. Luckily, no one's done so this weekend. And Ryan Woods in the number 25 is currently the fastest HQ on track.
Cars are looking quite poised. The lap times certainly aren't anywhere near qualifying. Qualifying in the 2:04s, running in 2:26s at the moment, and certainly not being able to take it straight up to the lap times. But this is the best conditions we've experienced all day so far. And the HQs are relishing this at the moment. Have a look at Rogers crowding the corner. Ryan Woods looks to the outside. Good move by Woods, because this will set him up for a nice run on the exit of the corner. Rogers is going to plonk the car right in the middle of the corner there. And Ryan Woods just gets that four-wheel drift. Pretty difficult to do in an old 202 HQ, but when it's pretty greasy underfoot here, it's like wearing gumboots out in as the cows start to come in for milking after a wet winter in Gippsland. Quite slippery.
Glorious bit of four-wheel drift action from Ryan Woods there. He's trying everything he possibly can to get in front of that red and neon green machine in front of him. A little bit of gap forming now as they string it across the top of the hill. A bit of sideways action from Gavin Ross at the front there as well. So this isn't even a contention for a race-winning position here. There's a little bit of hopefully nothing happens to the driver in front, but given it's so slippery and unpredictable, this battle pack here for second could catch up to the lead, and we could see some great action for a race lead pass here. But for the time being, Rod Rogers is making that HQ as wide as he possibly can, taking the defensive lines, trying to little bit of mind games I'm seeing here between Rajas and Woods here between these two guys, don't you think, Daz?
Matt, you have handed out the commentator's curse a number of times here this weekend, but you hit the nail on the head there. Rod Rajas is making that red car very, very wide, and it's the yellow rims, I think, that he's actually making very, very wide out there. Might have to get the scrutineers to put the measuring stick across them. Just joking. Just jokes, Rod. Just jokes. A very legal race car there, but he's certainly making sure he positions the car wherever he wants. He is in the lead of that, and he can do whatever he wishes with the car on the road. 87 now, under brakes looking pretty difficult to haul up there. This is the Lawton car here, the Becker's Lawton entry this weekend, the 35 being driven by Andy Lawton, and his best lap in this race, a 2:40. And
so with 2 laps to go, it is Gavin Ross at the lead of this race who has the fastest lap, 2:25.8385. So not a massive amount of pace to be found in these conditions, unfortunately, but it does mean he is gapping the cars behind him to the tune of about 2 seconds the last time they crossed the line.
Here we go. This is what we like to see in HQ racing. They start to fan out. Warren Truan in the back there. He's throwing the farm at it at the moment to try and catch his way back up. He's gone through, got one on James Kenner on this last lap around the 77, lurking in the background now of Andrew Lawton. He's got some pace on board. Rod Rajas makes a mistake. Note the day and the time. Note the day and the time at 12:07 on this day. It is the 28th of May, and Rod Rajas makes a mistake there, and Ryan Woods goes through. Dan McCarthy making notes to put into the archives, and there you go. We don't ever see Rod Rajas make a mistake, but a lot of pressure over the last 3 laps by Ryan Woods. And what's interesting is that Rod Rajas has put that all behind him and gone, right now I'm on the pursuit, as Ryan Woods cracks it sideways through hay sheds. Rod Rajas smells the blood in the water again today, and he is circling like a shark. Look at the 33.
The tables have certainly turned. Now we get to see what Ryan Woods can do in a defensive capacity, but let's just have a look at what happened there. So he was making a move or trying to up the inside into turn 4. He got the job done, and it just pushed Rod Rajas a little bit wide there. Didn't actually lose a huge amount of time. He was very lucky to hold that one together, and now he's going to be glued to the back bumper of that number 25.
I reckon Rod Rajas had the genuine 1972 map out, and he was trying to map his way through the East Gippsland there, and he just, you know, we don't do it with sat-nav these days. He's got the old folded up map there and just got a little bit all at sea.
He's made a slight error at turn 10 as well, I believe, so he's actually being gapped quite a bit now by Ryan Woods. We'll confirm this as they cross the line to start the final lap of race 2 of the Holden HQs. It is still Gavin Ross leading by 2.1 seconds over Ryan Woods, who has a gap of 1.6. Let's see what happened here at turn 10. So Ryan Woods pulling another defensive line, and Rajas just had nowhere to go. Left his braking just a little bit too late. Lucky there's a lot of tarmac there to catch him, but there's a valuable time that he's lost.
2 lots of understeer there have brought him unstuck. Warren Truan now on Glenn McDonald positions the blue and white GDS stripe number 77 with whatever that gargoyle it is on down the side of his car there. He loves it. It's on his TCM car as well. I'll have to try and catch up with him in the story behind that. But the Ready Roast car's just gone back a spot, and now right behind Crawford. Behind McDonald is Crawford and Lawton, and there's the Ready Roast car. So that's what we're talking about. This is 4 positions, 4, 5, 6, 7 on the road at the moment. They all start to line up, get their front line pace, straight line pace as best they possibly can, and plunge down into turn 1. That's Lawton leading Truan, leading McDonald, Kenner, and Mick Magilton out the back there. Ladies and gentlemen, we're on the last lap of race 2 for the HQs. The next category out on track is the Toyota 86 Scholarship Series, so some more one-make racing.
That gap at the front, sorry to interrupt you there, Dave, but that gap at the front, look at Woods, full send around the hay shed. That gap had come down to around about half of what it was at the control line. It may have just broadened a little bit there, but this race is far from done. Ryan Woods is fully sending that number 25 KW Home Improvements machine around Lukey Heights. He's going for a very attacking line. He's not going to be able to get anything done here. I don't think so. So he jumps on the anchors. Gavin Ross has run it all the way out to the paint. You don't want to be spending too much time on that in this sort of conditions.
checkered flag is absolutely at the ready. Gavin Ross is seriously ready to reach out and grab it too in the 38 there. But Ryan Woods, let's see what the spectacular entertainment factor can bring us coming onto the straight for the last time. They'll do it again this afternoon. They've all turned it on, but Gavin Ross has driven, for Gavin anyway, a very, very straight race. He's kept the car pointed in the right way. Aggressive racer, tons of fun to watch going racing. No quarter given, but very, very fair. And Gavin Ross takes race 2 for the weekend as Glenn McDonald loops the Ready Rose Catering HQ, the Dandy Engines powered outfit, and he's parked across the track just trying to find reverse. Here's under brakes into the corner. Was he given an assist? I don't think so. But the 66 was certainly trying to go wide there. That's James Kenner, and Mick Magilton goes through there. So Magilton lives to fight another day. Here they come, back live pictures. This is Warren Truen, who has driven from the rear of the field, found his way up to as far as 6th at the moment as they come onto the straight, and the 35 gets a tank slapper going, and Warren Truen has to get out of it, and I would suggest he's laughing his head off it there at the moment as the 35 will have lost all of its run there. So Andrew Lawton won't be coming onto the straight with a full head of steam. Look at the 77. He has managed to carry a little bit more pace as they both go over to the left. Let's have a look at them come to the line there. Truen draws alongside, but it's Lawton just gets it on the line there. So it was 0.04 of a second. And Matt Dunlop, that was for 6th in the race, not the race win.
Geez, he'd be counting his lucky stars there. He was fully sideways through the exit of 11, and he's done a brilliant job to hold on with the amount of momentum he's lost there. And that is just very typical of Holden HQ racing. Just the amount of action we see all the way up and down this field. Another great race. Here's the final results for you once again. Gavin Ross, the first person this season to win a race not named Rod Rajas, brings it home in first position ahead of Ryan Woods. A brilliant drive there to bring that gap back to 1.3 seconds. The man himself, Rod Rajas, still our championship leader, finishing in 3rd ahead of Banks, Crawford, Andy Lawton and Warren Truen, as we just saw there, with James Kenner, Mick Magilton and Glenn McDonald bringing out the top 10.
Well, terrific race there. We got plenty more of that coming on this afternoon. The last race for the weekend for the HQs will be starting around about 4 o'clock this afternoon. But up next is the Toyota 86 Scholarship Series, who absolutely lit up the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit yesterday. We'll be back with more trackside here at the 888 Homelands Victorian State Race Series.
Joining us for the first time this season is the Toyota 86 Series, and here with me now is the Series Championship leader, Marcus Liddell. Marcus, welcome back to Phillip Island. How have you found this place in the past?
Yeah, look, it's been a long time since I've been here. Last time I was here was, 2006 in a supercar of all things. And last time before that was in Formula 3. So it's been a while, but thankfully track hasn't changed. Just as cold and rained yesterday, which is pretty normal for here. So beautiful weather today, looking forward to it.
And what was it that drew you to Toyota 86s, especially given you've had experience in so many other categories?
Absolutely. Look, I had 10 years off racing, and I wanted to come back to a category where it was really all about driver. And quite frankly, 86 works for my business, for my team, being able to have multiple cars, and that one-make series. It's the best guys out there, and I wanted to challenge myself.
Well, all the best for this weekend, mate.
Really appreciate it.
Thanks so much.
Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Great to see Mark Liddell there, who's had a terrific opening round. Here it is, the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Turn 1, fast, absolutely action-packed. The run up to turn 2, great scenery off to the driver's right. Turn 3, Stoner Corner. Miller Corner comes up next, the right-hander. That's, well, you can head off down to the pits down that road, or you can turn right and link it back up to turn 5. Siberia, aptly named here this weekend, turn 7 under the 888 Home Loans Bridge. Lukey Heights, only for the brave. The car wants to push left, you want it to go right, and ultimately at the bottom of the hill, you have to let it go left and then just power on. You have to get on the power and hold it all the way around the very, very fast turn 11 and 12, and that is your Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. What a place. Absolute 4.45 kilometres, 12 turns. Been around since 1956, although there's been racetracks on the island well before that, over 10, 12 kilometres. Tim Slade holds the record, and the BT62 run, strangely enough, in an MG and invited British sports car race here at this race meeting exactly 12 months ago. Toyota Gazoo Racing Scholarship Series here this weekend for the first time had their opening round at Sydney Motorsport Park. Only just a few weeks ago at a state round. The feeder category, if you like, or as it suggests, the scholarship series for the Toyota 86 main game, which runs right across their entire calendar with the big game in Australian motorsport, the Supercars Championship. Darren Smith and Dan McCarthy right alongside you for this one, for this morning's race.
We have Matthew Hillier, Walkinshaw Andretti United junior driver that'll come out of pole position after taking his first race victory in the series yesterday. He'll start alongside Lockie Bloxham in car number 23. Second row of the grid, third position, Max Gagan, racing royalty in the surname. He is a family member of that legendary surname, ahead of Rylan Gray out of position number 4. Jack Westbury will come out of 5th ahead of Brock Stinson. Tyler Greenbury, I don't believe, is in that machine. It's Shalala.
Jordan Shalala, yeah.
Then Oscar Target, another junior driver of part of the Grove Racing Academy. Beyond that, we have Liddell, who finished down after winning all 3 races last round. We just spoke to him before. Finished a disappointing 9th yesterday. He'll be looking to move back through the field in this one. He'll start ahead of Cody Bircher. Then we've got second generation racer Ben Gomersall alongside Toyota 86 race winner Wilkins out of position number 12. Thompson will come out of 13 alongside Harvey. Then we have Owen, Haddon, Davies. Holly Espray will come out of 18. McGarry 19 and Nowicki in number 20. The names just keep on rolling through a big field of Toyota 86 racing cars here this weekend. As we say, this is the Scholarship Series. Top 20 from last year have already qualified for the Toyota Gazoo Racing Series. Top 20 from last year have already qualified to race in it this year. If you didn't finish in the top 20 in the championship, or if you're new to the series, you now have to join this series to qualify for those rounds that follow supercars around the nation. So if you finish well in the first 3 rounds of this series, you'll likely have a ticket to Townsville, which is round 1 of the regular Toyota 86 Racing Series.
Really looking forward to seeing how this front row gets away, because they are both done a lot of racing. Lockie Bloxham, of course, racing in the feeder series for Porsche Carrera Cup as well in the Michelin Sprint Challenge, and right alongside Matt Hillier, and it needs no introduction to the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Won the Formula 4 Championship in the Victorian Series last year, and they get away magnificently at the start. It'll be Hillier that leads them nicely down in there. Number 5 gets off nicely there as well. Jordan Shalala got in a bit of a mix-up late in yesterday's race there as well. Watching the 22 of Oscar Target as well, just disappears into the mist there as well, but this is going to be very, very close as they turn up into turn 2, side by side through turn 1. Some movements mid-pack there, not too fast up into turn 2 today, everyone. Just grip limited, as they say, and the number 5 TGR Star just letting a car down through the inside there as they come out of turn number 2. The long run down, if you look off to the right-hand side, you can just about see Tasmania. Barry Oliver calling the races over there for us for many, many years. Loved coming to the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Gray out over the painted surface there on the ripple strips. Gathers it all up. The JWR entry car number 4 there, just getting a bit squirrely. Jack Westbury tried to stay out of trouble yesterday. In fact, they've done a great job. It was about now they all started to tee off on each other. And there we go again. They're teeing off on each other as they come out of Siberia. Fantastic one-make racing. Great little race cars, these Toyota 86s. Such a nice, joyful car to drive in a day-to-day situation. But with the modifications that Neil Bates and Murray Coots have been able to dial into these chassis, they really have become a handy little race car.
Gagan up from 3rd position to 2nd position, and in fact Lockie Bloxham might lose another position as well. I think that was Ryland Gray up the inside, and it was, but no, Stinton's now up the inside of him. So brilliant battling up the front. Here comes Gray around the outside, the karting line of MG. That only works in the wet, and he's pulled it off. He moves up to 3rd. Stinson finds himself hung out to dry on the outside, and Westbury sideways up the inside of Target. Target's moved up a few positions, but he might lose one here to Butcher, who comes through, and Liddell. Reasonable start for the championship leader. He's moved up a couple of positions as well.
Stinson qualified 10th yesterday, started the race yesterday 10th, finished 6th, so wants to really start to take advantage of that move through the field. Just gone up to position number 5, so another tick of the box. Lockie Bloxham has gone back 3 spots. It's Hillier off the pole who's managed to hold Max Gagan out at the moment, and that is where they are sitting.
Westbury sent it to the inside of Stinson, and Stinson got very, very sideways on the wet and soggy curb. Lucky to keep control of that machine, good car control, and Westbury's holding it around the outside this time at turn number 2, and he pulls it off. Bircher, one of the big movers on lap number 1, is continuing that march. He gets through on the outside, and so does Target as well. Stinson's lost about 4 spots in 2 corners, and I think he might continue to do so because he's stuck on the outside line. Liddell will be looking to the inside as well.
Liddell, vast experience here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, driving a supercar, and right back in the very early days of Formula 3, had a couple of drives here as well. And of note, he remembered that it's still cold here at Phillip Island. Well, it is the end of May. We're essentially in winter here as well. AGM Engineering down the side of the Stinson car, a sponsor that is well known around sports sedan ranks. Certainly over many years. McCready with the AGM Engineering down the side of his sports sedan. Stinson now waving the flag for AGM Engineering. Big slide there for Marcus Liddell in the Oxafe Australia entry. Gathers it up in the 99 just to see Mason Harvey from Western Australia slotted up the inside there, and there's Gomersall in the unit-sponsored Toyota 86.
Gomersall and Harvey made all good contact through the hay shed. Both kept it on the road and continue that forward trajectory. Ben Gomersall, son of Jason Gomersall, who raced in Touring Car Masters for several years and a co-owner of Max Stone Racing as well. As we look at Davies and Wilkins, as I say, Wilkins, he doesn't need to be here this weekend. He finished in the top 20 of the 86 Racing Series. He's already qualified for Townsville, but he thought, why the hell not? Phillip Island, brilliant circuit, why wouldn't you race here?
Yeah, absolutely, get on it. The supercar calendar doesn't visit this circuit, and it always leaves me scratching my head that why they don't, but they don't come here, so the Gazoo Racing 86 Series won't visit here, but the Scholarship Series will. Westbury has an off down at turn 1, takes full advantage of the massive runoff that's being placed down there at turn 1 as well, manages to rejoin the number 27 there, running the Casey Stoner and Alan Jones World Championship number. Fortunate or unfortunate to run that, it has a weight of expectation, that number 27 in Australian motorsport.
How many laps do MotoGP run here? 27 as well. Yeah, number really, really
some
famous.
Synergy, isn't there?
Yes, absolutely. I'm sure that's why Casey Stoner chose the number, I'm certain of that.
And there is the Stinson car again, Westbury, the Grove Academy racer, just having mirrors full of the very brightly liveried Westbury car as well. Looks to the inside, tries to put him down 1 spot there, so that's Lockie Bloxham. We're just watching drive off into the distance there, currently in P4. Max Gagan right in the sights there. Here we go, around the back end of the complex here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, affectionately known as Hayshed. Lukey Heights, after the guy that owned the place for over a decade, Len Lukey, ran a very successful muffler business. You might have heard of Lukey Mufflers, that sign at the top of the hill for many years said Lukey Mufflers, and it remains Lukey Heights.
Bit of a brake lock up late in the corner, turned it in and it slid sideways. So Bloxham on the tail of Gagan.
Just watching the side mirror turned in the Bloxham car there. I'm not sure whether that's for alleged aerodynamic advantage or it's actually been knocked in with someone else's mirror in the early stances of this race.
Gagan has finished in 3rd position in the first 4 races of this season, being a real mark of consistency. Sits 2nd at the moment in this one, but he has got a lot of pressure from Bloxham, and also the hard-charging Bircher is coming into contention as well.
This is an 8-lap race, unlike all the other State Series races, which are time certain. This will go to the full 8 laps. And I've got to say, very, very impressed with round 1 and the racing we saw. He got a lot more willing yesterday and was some massive racing. Here we go, Holly Espray down the inside of Owen in the 25. So that is a move that is going to stick. Great move there by Holly. And that is a Brady Owen from Queensland. Still into it. They're still into it. It hasn't been decided yet.
Owen tried to stick the nose back up the inside, slid out, and he's going to lose a position to Haddon instead of overtaking. So, yeah, real loss of momentum. And here comes Nowicki now up the inside as well. But it's really difficult. You need some real nice driver to give you some racing room. A racing room was left, but Freestone fills the gap and moves up a position. Oh, sideways for Haddon there. Laid on the brakes, sliding into Miller corner. Certainly all to play for further back. And look at Alice Buckley. She's made up great progress. She's now up to, timing's just moved through, but she's certainly moved up a few positions from where she started from.
We're looking at the cars fighting it to remain inside the top 20 at the moment. So this is a great battle, and there is positions in the Gazoo Racing Toyota 86 Series up for offer. Have a look at that sideways in the Toyota 86. Such a balanced car there. Ryan Haddon cracks it out sideways in the 57. The Alien Tech there. He's trying something different. I'm not going to say an alien line, but it's certainly something different through there. So he's managed to string it up and get on through. Back at the front of the field now.
Certainly closed up. It was Gagan and Bloxham who were a bit ahead of the rest of the field. Not anymore. They have Bircher right behind them. They have Target right behind them. They're all line astern, Stinson and Westbury as well. That's half a dozen cars, 6 cars
and
separated.
They fan out. Oh, have a look at that. It's very much like a Formula V or a Formula Ford race once they get in these big groups. All line astern. They hit that Melbourne Bridge. Bloxham goes sideways, drives it out of the corner. Massive car control there by the 23. Fantastic, the Option entry and the Grove higher entry, just watching on there, watching that great car control. Ooh. Oh, that's not what you want to see. That is a very much a bent up car. Lucky for the Red Cliff Smash Repairs sticker across the back there. Holly Espray goes around and gets collected. Not a nice hit there. That's cleaned up the front of the other car. Not too sure
Freestone.
Who that was. So Freestone, and they were just outside the top 20 when that happened. So parked up over there at Lukey Heights.
Target's got through on Bloxham early on in this lap, and he's now all over Gagan. Sweeps to the inside. Gagan will have a nice run though. Nice sweeping line will give him good exit. Oh, Target out sideways through the grass. He's going to lose all the momentum as well.
So yellow flags at Lukey Heights, so there won't be any passing down into there as the front of the field. There it is, there's the yellow flag. So gather it all up there if you can, because you're now under yellow flag conditions. You have to show that you're well and truly in control of your car under a waved yellow flag condition. Car parked off to the driver's left there, just off the racing surface. Can't quite get it in the shot, but the 22 continues on. That's Oscar Target. And got Westbury right in the mirrors there as well. But what it has done, this little battle going on behind us, it's given Gagan at least a car length now to work with to Bloxham. Bloxham's got the car length now back to the AGM engineering entry. And then Cody Bircher, Stinson, Westbury, Marcus Liddell and Ben Gombasel down into turn 1. It's getting very, very willing between Hillier and Gray. There it is, car 2 and car number 21. The Bill Stein suspension sticker emblazoned all over the front of the 21 car. The Murray Coote designed suspension system in conjunction with Neil Bates motorsport out of Canberra, building all of these cars to a very strict and stringent conditions. Very strict rule set, which is abided by. As Hillier now just stamps his authority. A graduate of the Victorian Formula Ford Series, cracks it sideways under brakes. You would hardly say he had 100% control there, but 99.9 he had. It's that 0.1% missing. Have a look at this battle pack, Dan McCarthy. They are lining each other up for a massive finish, 2 to go.
Several of them taking the MotoGP long lap penalty there. They don't need to. They don't need to do that at all. And we can see around the outside, Stinson now is the man on the charge. He's around the outside of Gagan, and I think he's pulled it off. Position number 3, and Target's not too far behind either. This is an awesome battle pack. They cannot be separated at this stage of the race, and we're 6 laps in.
I tell you what, Jack Westbury has displayed in many different situations and circumstances across this weekend some amazing car control. I think maybe the guys did have to take that Joker lap for the MotoGP. I think it was just a matter of a little bit more racetrack for them to remain control of. It used to be grass out there and they would have just slid all the way to a tyre barrier, I would suggest. But if you can use every bit of hard surface around you, use every bit. The racetrack does end at the white line, but really your race ends at the wall.
Gagan's clearly not got the pace of some of these around him. He's a relinquished 3rd position, falls down to 4th position. Now he's got young Oscar Target behind him as well. But mentioned before, Gagan, the surname, very famous in Australian motorsport, and he is the grandson of Pete Gagan, Australian touring car royalty.
Absolutely, when you think of those earlier improved production days in Australian touring car racing, that was punctuated by the Gagans, even some Lotuses and various different bits and pieces that the Gagans raced there. But this is the front of the field. This is the focus. This is what you can hang your hat on at the end of the weekend. But Matt Hillier knows the Victorian circuits well, knows the Victorian State Race Series well. He raced all throughout his Formula Ford career on the Victorian circuits. Michael Gray now, Ryland Gray.
Oh, Hillier mistake.
Turn 4.
He was in too deep. He's left the door ajar for Gray to fill it, but Gray's on the outside for Siberia. In the dry, that's not an overtaking opportunity, but if he can hang it there, he's certainly trying. It'll give him a great run out the corner and up to Hayshed. Unfortunately for him, he has to slot back in behind, but it's all to play for. It's certainly Gray with the superior pace at this stage of the race. He, in clean air, was about a second faster. On his best lap, and here comes Gray, switches to the inside. Awkward, sideways going in. It's awkward to pass over the top of Lukey Heights, but he'll force Hillier to go defensive down into MG. Hillier in a little deep.
I like what you did there, Dan. That was in textbook word, perfect, awkward. It looked like it. It looked like the car was about to turn into a tricycle. But keeps it going there as well, just moving the car a little bit more. I'm going to say Hillier's placing the car better on the track because he's not getting it sideways at all, whereas Ryland Gray's just using up a little bit extra bit of real estate. The checkered flag will be at its ready. No, it is last lap now coming around. So last lap board is out. Let's see if Hillier can maintain this car control.
Zockling is not too far ahead. He's about to be lapped. I think they'll catch him during this lap. So will lap traffic play a factor come the end of this race? Here is Hillier and Gray though. Hillier holding on at this point, going for the wide sweeping line, which we've seen used so much today, the go-karting line. But Gray with a slightly shallower exit, trying to get a run, can't quite do it there. He'll be in the slipstream. He's got the toe. We've seen that used to great effect so far this weekend in the 86s. What can he do? Down at Miller Corner, he's setting it up at Stoner. There is Zockling. Will Zockling play a factor? They're both going to go to the inside of the number 65 machine. And it's pretty much as it was entering the corner. Same margin. They are nose to tail. Hillier slides it out though, coming out of Miller Corner. And once again, it's a repeat from last lap. Gray tries to the outside. This time though, he switches back to the inside. They're going to be side by side, Exed in the corner. Oh, that was close. Gray judged that nicely, slotting in back behind, but the slide has cost him crucial momentum up the hill. And is that margin too much to catch back up? It might be now. Yellow flag still waving over the top of Lukey Heights. Gray is giving it his absolute all, and he is closing back the margin. This is going to be really close as they come to the line. Hillier thinks about going defensive, but takes the normal racing line, sweeping out wide. It looks like they missed the apex. That's the best way to take MG in these wet conditions. Gray closing in. Every meet you can see him closing. He slides it out of turn number 11. He's given it his all, but I don't think it's going to quite be enough. I think Hillier is going to hold on for his second victory. He took his first yesterday, and he's going to go back-to-back. Car number 2, the WAU junior driver, takes a brilliant victory in the wet ahead of Gray. The margin at the end, 6/10 of a second as timing refreshes. Here we go, it's on further back.
Big wobble coming onto the straight there as they start to all pour across the line to fill the minor positions in the times now. Just across the line, the 36 there coming onto the straight with a massive wobble. That's Cody Bircher. Filled the screens with sideways action, but they streamed across the line. Matt Hillier just showing what great car control he has, keeping the car straight, keeping it on task all the way there. Rylan Gray had to do everything, and in the end, I guess, was just overdriving a little bit, the amount of sideways that he was having to control the car of, and that was where he just covered that extra bit of real estate. We have Stinson into position number 3. Here it is. There's that shot from the top of the straight there. And Cody Bircher just giving us a little bit of excitement, a little bit of a deep breath moment as the cars were coming down to take the checkered flag. But Stinson ultimately home in position number 3. So a good run by Brock Stinson. 10th in qualifying, 6th in this race, 3rd in the second race for the weekend continues on. Oscar Target, Lockie Bloxham, Max Gagan to Ben Gomersall, Jack Westbury. Exciting racing there by the number 4. Marcus Liddell threatening to get back to the top of the field, but just getting inside the 10 there with Cody Bircher, a spectacular 10th. James Wilkins to Mason Harvey, Thomas Davies, Ryan Thompson, Mitchell McGarry, Brady Owen, Ryan Haddon, Michael Sherwell, Cooper Barnes, Alice Buckley, a nice drive there. Then Shalala, Shane Nowicki, Zoe Woods home in 23 there, Madison Dunstan into 24, Salvatore Imbrogno, Cruz Forrest, Hubert Zockling, Holly Espray not finishing, and Jordan Freestone not finishing.
Spoke about Hillier's performance in that race on the last lap, personal best. So under all that pressure, punches out his personal best lap time on the final lap. Really, really mature drive from the youngster.
A very poised racer who was exactly the same in Formula Ford. So it's one of those things, when you see a driver like that, you can keep a lookout at the upper echelon of motorsport in the years to come, knowing we're in very safe hands with some good drivers and entertaining drivers, because he kept it straight with someone that was throwing the absolute trailer full of stuff at him as well there. So Dan McCarthy, great call there, and we have got plenty more racing coming this afternoon. That rounds out our morning session with the Toyota 86 as we go back straight to the top of the program with Formula Fords coming up next. There is the 777 finding its way back into the scrutineering bay there, which is Holly Espray there as well. So still out on track, but we'll be coming back to scrutineering to piece that exhaust back together. And I reckon we'll see the race proven parts entry, Express Auto Glass Toyota 86 out on track for the last race of the day. We'll be back soon. Formula Ford's on track.
on the home stretch now. We are getting ready for race 3 of the Formula Ford Championship here at the Victorian State Race Series at Phillip Island. It was bucketing this morning and early this afternoon, but the weather's cleared up. We do occasionally get a sneak peek at the sun every now and then, and the track is starting to dry out. So we should hopefully see a little bit less spray, a lot more visibility, and a lot more hectic action. It's been pretty hectic already so far this weekend, but 19 minutes plus 1 lap for the feature race here for Formula Fords. It'll be Eddie Bezic on pole position, our championship leader. My name is Matt Dunlop, and I've got Callum Brannigan joining us in the box. Callum, welcome.
Good afternoon, Matt. Good afternoon, everyone tuning in from home. Fantastic to be trackside here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit for round 3 of the Victorian State Race Series. Round 3 of the Victorian Formula Ford Championship as well. And we've seen some fantastic racing throughout season 2023. And I guess so far this weekend it's hasn't veered too far off that storyline. So, Matt, for someone like myself, coming into it pretty fresh this weekend, I haven't seen a huge amount of Formula Ford action so far. What's been the main sort of storylines, the themes coming up to now?
Main storyline, I reckon, is just the chopping and changing of the championship fight so far this weekend. A few of our regular contenders up at the front have found themselves down in the middle, namely Jack Bussey, who was second in the championship by a point behind, I think it was Joey Fawcett, who was leading on the way in, and he's now languishing in the middle of the field for these races, so he's dropped back a little bit. But let's have a look at the grid. Eddie Bezic, speaking of championship, is our current points leader by 5 points. He lines up next to Cody Mains-Ruddy in second position, with Matty Holmes in third and Bailey Collins fourth in the number 96.
Zach Lobko lining up in P5, driving the number 7 Miguel alongside Joe Fawcett, starting at position 6. Great to have Joe along for season 2023. Leo Scott, position 7, alongside Harrison Sellers, up from Tasmania, the high school student, starting out at P8.
Elliot Cleary will take P9 in the number 19, next to Jack Bussey in 10th, who made up a couple of spots in race 2, but he's got a lot of work to do if he wants to get back to the pointy end of that field. Kyle Cotter in 11th position will line up next to Damon Woods.
Rolling through the grid, Nicholas Mendez starting at a P13 alongside Fraser High in the number 11 entry. Harry Blanchard, he is driving the Sonic Cool Drive McGale starting at a position 15 alongside Paul Ziddy, who's normally up here in the commentary box, stepping behind the wheel this weekend in the number 6 Jill's Pretty Special Spectrum.
Carly Fleming will be the second last of the Duratec class cars next to Jake St. Lucia, as we've just seen someone loop it at Lukey Heights there on the warm-up lap. We're not sure who that is in the white car, but we'll see if we can update you on that. And Carly Fleming starting from 17th next to Jake St. Lucia, who had completely broken 4th gear in the last race, which explained he's not finished, hoping to get out there and get some more points. Richard Davison will take pole position for the 1600, the Kent class cars, next to Peter Fitzgerald, with Gavin Dumas, Craig Arnold, who will not be starting, nor will Jason McGrath.
Yeah, unfortunate for Craig. Arnold had a shunt yesterday in the opening race of the weekend, so that's unfortunately sidelined him for the remainder of the weekend. And had a look at that car already loaded on the trailer. He's fairly philosophical. He's positive about the whole aspect, considering there's no wheels on that wagon at the moment, and it's very much a canoe, which would probably be better suited to these conditions at the moment. But he'll have to repair that car and get it turned around. He reckons sometime around Island Magic he might have that car back racing around on the circuit. So you can see the drivers making their way down the main straight nice and carefully as they line up on their grid positions, and the officials standing in the middle there. They are doing a fantastic job this weekend. It is absolutely freezing out there, and they have got plenty of jackets on there. They're well and truly trying to keep themselves as warm as possible, but we have to say massive thank you to those officials who are literally standing out there in the coalface, doing it tough in the sodden wet conditions here at Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit this weekend. And without officials, we would not have motorsports. So we have to say a big thank you to them once again. And it's looking like a pretty scant field with the 1600 Kent cars at the back there, with just Richard Davison and Peter Fitzgerald lining up alongside one another. Richard Davison, of course, Australian motor racing royalty, but the green flag has been waved at the back of the field. Matt, they're about to get underway.
Lots of wheel spin off the start for Eddie Bezic off pole position, but he's still going to lead the field down to turn 1 for race 3. Everyone seems to get off the line relatively cleanly here at Phillip Island. There's still a little bit of water on the track, but not as much as there was in race 2, and that will be Eddie Bezic to take the lead by a pretty decent margin to start the race. A little bit of biffing and barging between cars into turn 1, but everyone looks to have gotten through unscathed so far. A little bit slippery there in the battle for 3rd and 4th, but that is the number 96 of Bailey Collins, who's held on to that quite well, and he's sitting firmly in 3rd behind Eddie Bezic in the lead. Oh, he's actually being challenged around the inside there. We'll have to see how that battle shapes up as they come through Stoner Corner into the newly renamed Miller Corner.
Brilliant move there by Bailey Collins around the outside. It's very usual to see these guys. Look, that's out of control there. That's Cody Mains-Ruddy completely locked up in the number 69 car coming into turn 4. So he had that car all 6s and 7s. He really did a brilliant job with some cadence braking there to bring that car back under control. And he's got it a little bit loose there. And that's Matt Holmes on the outside there into Dream Street Spectrum, and nearly hung out to dry there around the outside. But as I was just going to say before, Matt, it's usual to see these cars driving off the usual line in wet conditions where they're trying to search for the grip, and just look how loose they are at the moment. These cars are pretty taily at the best of times, but we're literally jumping for joy at the moment at the prospect of these cars literally skidding around the track at the moment as they come into turn 9, and it is a battle for the lead between the top 4. This is fantastic racing as they're coming through the long sweeping left-hander. Oh, and that's
the number 55.
So that's Nick Mendez, and I think it's Kyle Cotter in the 117 as well, and he's jumped out of the car. Now, I believe Cotter was the car that looped it on the warm-up lap coming out of the pits and onto the start line. Yeah, that is indeed Kyle Cotter. He's thrown the wheel out of the car, and he's thrown the gloves back into the cockpit. Very unhappy with that result there. So that's Nick Mendez and Kyle Cotter out of this race. While the racing resumes at the head of the field, that's Bailey Collins, who's stormed into the lead in the number 96 Spectrum. He's absolutely loving these conditions. He's doing a fantastic job, Matt.
Isn't he just? He's been an expert so far at finding that grip, and he's using it to his advantage. He's already got a solid gap on Eddie Bezic, who has been up to this point the quickest car by far, but he's not going to find that much speed that far out on turn 3. That's a very, very brave line to take. Turn 2, as a matter of fact, oh no, that's some pretty bad suspension damage, I think, by the looks on Santa Lucia. It's hard to tell from this angle, but that car looked to be listing, but that car, unfortunately, is done for the weekend. What a shame for Santa Lucia, who swept last time out at Winton. 3 wins from 3 races. It's not his weekend to be, unfortunately.
Very unfortunate indeed. Local yellows coming into Siberia as well. Eddie Bezic has that car crossed up going through that left-hander. Matt Holmes just behind him as well. Jack Bussey's recovering in P7 as well. Now, their cars are strewn all across the track at the moment. Now, is that a wheel pointing in the wrong direction on Matt Holmes? And he's actually steered off to the left-hand side. He's veered off the track, doing a great job to keep it off the wall, but that is a wheel pointing in the wrong direction. So we might have just missed that he might have made contact with Eddie Bezic coming through turns 4 and 5. And he's pulled off onto the left-hand side here. There's Cody Mains-Ruddy up the inside of Collins. Collins has got the outside line there. And just look at the grip difference between those 2 cars, Matt. Both Spectrums, different parts of the track. But Bailey Collins able to get that power down the squat of that car. He's applying the traction, doing a beautiful job getting the power down with through those Yokohama AO48 tyres. And he hangs on to the lead despite a spirited challenge from Cody Mains-Ruddy.
We've been talking about the go-karting line all day because it's been so wet. You don't want to be steering, don't want to be driving through those fast, hard corners where you're on the load for a long time. You don't want to be on the rubbered-in part of the track because when that gets wet, that gets really, really slick. You want to find some more grip around the outside, and especially with a few of these corners, such as turn 1 you're seeing here, quite a bit of banking on them. You really get that benefit of the banking to let it slingshot around the outside in those wet conditions. Cody Mains-Ruddy is storming ahead of the front here. 148.5176 is our fastest lap of the race so far.
And with those Yokohama control tyres, they are a semi-slick, all-weather AO48 tyre mandated across the entire field for the Formula Ford, especially if you're trying to compete for points in Victorian and Australian Championship challenges. Now these tyres, the drivers head out onto the track and try and fire them up as quickly as possible. They're trying to generate as much energy and heat into these tyres almost as soon as they hit the track. So given that it's a little bit wet, a little bit cold out there at the moment, they'll be struggling to get heat into those tyres, but they probably should be up to their optimal window right about now with 10 minutes remaining in this race. Now there's still local yellows in the second sector of this track. On screen right now, Harrison Sellers just behind the car of Jack Bussey. So this is the battle for position 6 and 7, and they've gone past the car there of Kyle Cotter, which is still stranded in the kitty litter there to the right-hand side Here's Zach Lobko as well on the back of Joe Fawcett. This is a great little battle for position 3. So this is for the final step of the podium, Matt. This is getting a little bit spicy with 10 minutes remaining.
Certainly is. It's a pretty decent battle pack forming there as we now look at the battle for third position. So Eddie Bezic leading Joey Fawcett, who was the championship leader coming into this round and has now been usurped by Eddie Bezic, and he's looking to get that lead back as quick as he can. They're going to be side by side as they cross the control line. It's going to be 3 wide. Zach Lobko saying, hello, let's have a go here. He's going to have the line. It looks like Eddie Bezic has tucked in behind there, so he's going to play it safe. Lobko's going to have a look, though, around the up the inside of Joey Fawcett. Nothing doing there. He's going to have to file back in. So Joey Fawcett wins that battle for now.
We should point out the fact that a lot of these drivers were in fact competing in the Australian Formula 4 Championship round at Simmons Plains just last weekend, so it's a very busy schedule for a lot of these drivers. Here is this battle between Bussy and Harrison Sellers. It's still raging on. They're getting extremely close as they're coming through the fast sweeping left-hander at turn 3. Deep under brakes coming into turn 4. Bussy covers off that line beautifully as he's got the inside line there on Eddie Bezic as well. So the number 30 coming under fire from the number 74. But here comes along Sellers, getting the power down beautifully, but he's going to have to be mindful of the local yellows. Keep an eye out on the current track conditions. So he's made his way through there and he's just behind Eddie Bezic now with Zach Lobko just ahead of them as well. Joe Fawcett's still doing a great job in position 3. And for the round, Bailey Collins is currently showing on top of the points tally with 84 points to his name, but it's a draw between Cody Mains-Ruddy and Joe Fawcett, 80 points apiece.
Oh no! That's not what we want there. I thought that was on top of a tyre wall. It looks to be not as bad as I originally thought, but that is car number 50. I think it was...
I think it was Nick Mendez.
I think it might have been the number 55 of Nick Mendez has spun and stopped just, I reckon that's just past Siberia. So he's gone to the other side of the gravel and he's parked up there. We've got local yellows there. So we're not sure what's going to happen there. We'll keep our eyes peeled, but for the time being, as we see Nicholas Mendez getting out of the car, he'll be beside himself after that. That's not what you want to see, a driver walking out of their car prematurely like that, Cal.
And that's unfortunate. He's a ripping young lad, is Nicholas Mendez. Very polite, and him and his father are a frequent feature here in the Victorian State Race Series paddock. And there's actually plenty throughout the track. No matter where you look, Matt, there's something for everyone. Plenty to enjoy now. We're being told this is the final lap of the race as well. Despite the fact we've got 7.5 minutes showing on this for the remainder of this race. Race control obviously have to be mindful of the categories coming out later for their third race of the weekend. That looked like Bailey Collins off the left-hand side as well, running wide, going through. And that's Cody Mains-Ruddy as well. It looks like he's looped it at turn 4, which is about to come into frame there. There he is on the left-hand side in the number 69 car. So he, unassisted, has looped it. Joe Fawcett as well, driving off track there as well. It's all happening at the moment, isn't it, Matt?
And there's a car stranded just on the inside of turn 5 there. We're not sure who that is, but this would probably be half the reason why we're ending this race early, because we're down for a little bit of time. It may be Carly Fleming, we're not really sure, but we're seeing now Bailey Collins leading the charge by quite a decent margin now. His main competition, Cody Mains-Ruddy, as we saw earlier, has fallen off this battle. So Bailey Collins is all on his own in the lead of the race.
A clinical, clean race from Bailey Collins, searching for the grip, and he's indeed found it. He has unlocked the pace in that 96 Spectrum, and he's making his way through the last corner for the last time, and we anticipate he should take the checkered flag, and he will take out race 3 of the Victorian Formula 4 Championship here. Fist firmly in the air. He is absolutely wrapped with that victory. So Bailey Collins, his father down there in pit lane as well, will be absolutely wrapped with that performance, taking out the race win. Zach Lobko home in position 2. And he's got Harrison Sellers joining him on the podium as well. So the Tasmanian, the high school student, up onto the podium with Jack Bussey just behind him in position 4. Meanwhile, this battle rages on between Peter Fitzgerald and Richard Davison. Fitzgerald in the number 17 red Spectrum, just ahead of the wins. Van Diemen, that is Davison in P2. So they've just got a handful of corners more to negotiate before they come onto the main straight map. But it looks like Peter Fitzgerald is going to have a hard battle here with Davison coming to the line.
Yeah, there's not many cars left in this Kent class this weekend, unfortunately, but the ones that are remaining are having a fantastic scrap. Let's see if Richard Davison can get some momentum off the final corner, tuck in behind and get a little bit of a tow. I don't know if he's able to do it. It will be Fitzgerald who takes out the honours in race 3 of the 1600 class with Richard Davison just behind him.
staunch Geelong supporter is Peter Fitzgerald. Great to have him at the top of the field for the 1600 category, and of course Paul Ziddy just behind them as well, keeping it nice and clean. We usually see him up here in the commentary box, but he's enjoying a nice clean weekend behind the wheel of the Gills Pretty Special Spectrum for round 3 of the VSRS.
He certainly is. What a great race we've had. Let's have a look at those final results for race 3. Bailey Collins taking out the honours in the third race ahead of Zach Lobko in the number 7. And Harrison Sellers, he went from, he had a great run. He went from 15th to 8th to 3rd across the 3 races. That's a brilliant bit of momentum he's carried and has resulted in a podium. Jack Bussey making his way up to 4th, speaking of brilliant recovery drives, ahead of Joey Fawcett, Eddie Bezic, Leo Scott, Damon Woods, Elliot Cleary, and Cody Mains-Ruddy recovering to a 10th position after that spin.
Peter Fitzgerald winner in his class, but 11th position overall, just ahead of Richard Davison, Paul Ziddy, Fraser High, Carly Fleming, Nick Mendez, Matthew Holmes, Cole Cotter, Harry Blanchard, and Jake Santa Lucia. A long list of names that didn't make it to the end of that final race, and the clean-up effort commences on track with those hard-working officials once again setting out to work on this track and getting it back to tip-top condition.
Next up, improved production, but we may have a slight delay here as we tidy up the track. There's a couple of stricken cars floating around the place here, so hopefully, as you said, these hard-working officials will not be too long before we can get this track back to a green state to see some more excellent improved production racing. But this has been the 3rd round of the Victorian Formula 4 Championship. Stay tuned for plenty more action. We're just taking a look now at that car that was buried on the inside of turn 5 there towards the end of the race that we couldn't figure out. It is indeed the number 3 of Harry Blanchard, who's now having to push his car back out onto the track to get it loaded up onto the tow truck. So never what you want to see. Obviously, it's great to see the car looks to be in relatively good nick, so maybe just a mechanical failure of some point there. It's hard to really say. But we've got plenty more racing action coming up. Of course, up next is improved productions, followed up by the BMW E30 Formula V's. If you want some more close open wheel action, Formula V's are definitely the place to see it this weekend. Porsche 944s, I'll be back in the box for those later on, before we have Saloon cars, race 3 of the Hyundai Excels, sports sedans, HQ Holdens, and the weekend will be rounded out by another cracking race with the Toyota 86 Scholarship Series. It is, of course, all live and free right here on Blendline TV as part of the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Race Series. We'll be back shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to round number 3 of the Victorian State Race Series for 2023. We've got a little bit of a delay here while the recovery crews go around the track and pick up a couple of stranded Formula Ford cars, but as you can see, we still have plenty left on the schedule to go. Another 9 categories still to complete their third and final races. Improved Production's up next with the E30s to follow. Formula V, Porsche 944s, Saloon cars, the XLs, Sport Sedans, HQ Holdens are the penultimate category, followed by the final race of the weekend for the Toyota 86 Scholarship Series. All races there you can see, roughly 19 minutes plus 1 lap with the exception of the 86 Scholarship Series. While we wait for a bit of on-track activities to start occurring, David Cox is opposite myself, Steve DeVries here in the Combox, Dave, and we've got a little bit of, things coming out of the improved production field, which we will get to, but there's still a few bits and pieces still to be sorted out as we look at the grid here, because just judging off how the points are sitting on our left-hand side here, the earlier race this morning was declared. So, in fact, Damien Milano will start off of pole.
He certainly will. Thanks, Steve. It's great to be here and great to be at Phillip Island where the weather has finally cleared. It looks like we have a bit of a dry line starting to form now. Yes, and as you mentioned, Damien, who managed to have a 4-lap race this morning, is now leading us off from pole position. Luke in second, followed by Matt Logan, who was a bit distant in third position, and then Ian McLean made a great charge through the field and came up to 4th.
He certainly did. He's having a good weekend, Macca, after coming back from having his recent honeymoon.
Yes, he missed
the
last round due to being away on his honeymoon, so happy wife, happy life.
Absolutely. Anthony Dahn has had a really nice weekend as well in the number 60 BMW M3 E36. He's been in the thick of it in race 1. Didn't really get much of a look in race number 2 because of the shortened conditions, but someone who took full advantage of that was Rick Hogan in the Reach Rock Art VS Commodore. He absolutely dove up the order at the beginning of that race, and to his advantage because it was cut short and he was up about a half a dozen or so spots.
Yeah, he said, I just drove it like my road car off the line and just went past everyone. He said it was fantastic.
That was probably the best way to do it, isn't it? Drive it like a road car, just bring the power on nice and gently away from the lights, and he'd minimise the wheel spin.
And he just drove past a lot of them. Same with Andrew Tickner, another one who doesn't have a high-powered V8 car. He's just got a 308 with a 4-speed behind it, and just drove it off the line and absolutely nailed it. And I think he went from up about 9 spots at one stage. So it just shows you don't need a lot of horsepower in the rain to make a really good fist of it.
No, that's right. We did say the rain is the great equaliser, and Peter McLean did exactly the same thing. He was outside the top 10 and he's the leader of the under 2 litre cars this weekend. He's probably the more fancied one. We know Steve Zorkis and Paul Javot's not here this weekend, so Pete's the one holding up the under 2 litre flag, and he's doing a fine job inside the top 10 on outright because of the tricky conditions.
And it also shows that the next under 2 litre car was a Hyundai XL.
That's right, there it is.
Its way from the back of the field all the way up to 12th position. That was just, it shows the category. In the rain, you don't have to have horsepower. You need to be able to drive what you have.
That's right.
He drove through the field and drove spectacularly well.
So the Jinwook Song, the Quiet Achiever out of 9th. Stephen Theologiou in the WRX. So that was another car we were expecting to make its way forward, and it did. Several spots on the only real half lap of racing that we had.
Yes.
With Marco Timperio in the XR8 Falcon, the BF Falcon in 11th, and then the XL that you just mentioned to Scott Appledorp. He had a very, very nice run as well. Over the page we go. Neil Crow went a little bit backwards at the start there, and I think that's probably just a few people just starting to get a little bit too cautious with the conditions too early on, and then wanting to settle into the groove. But unfortunately, it's the opposite end of the scale. Is yeah, you're right. It didn't happen because it was cut short.
Yep.
Stewie Dearden's actually got a replacement power steering hose that he needed to sort out between race 2 and race 3. It's the same one that let go on him at Sandown, and he had a replacement for that, and now it's just let go again. So he's just got to figure out the best way of mitigating that problem, but it should be okay to get back out there. Then we get into the Mazda Brigade. So Bruce Henley and Paul Clough starting out at 15th and 16th. He got an RX-8 in 15th. He got an RX-7 in 16th. And the other RX-8 that was off the road was Richard Opie. We go over the page there. He is in 18th. So he was off at turn number 2 and just struggled to get back on. But by the time he'd done that, he'd basically been freight trained by everybody.
Yeah, I was talking to him at lunch today, and he said, yeah, they just went out and they just had absolutely zero grip. and he said it didn't matter what he was going to do, he was going to fall off because it would not grip up at all. Isn't it great to see a new driver out there in Peter Bean in the Toyota Celica?
That's right.
It's first time Peter's joined our category, and it's fantastic to see another turbocharged Celica. There's another very fast, very successful Toyota Celica down in Tasmania, Lee Forrest, who's run every Nationals, I think, since about 1874. And again, I believe Lee has entered for the New South Wales round of the
Improved Production Nationals
in
3
which
weeks.
is in 3 weeks' time up at Eastern Creek. So I think that himself and might be one of the South Australian competitors, I think, is the only two competitors to run every single Nationals that we've ever had.
Wow, that's an achievement in itself. I'll tell you what will be a big achievement, how far Danny Timewell can get off the rear of the grid. We saw the incident that pretty much curtailed the running in the race this morning, just losing it all on his own, just being off the racing line that you needed to be on. You needed to be taking that wide line through turn 2. He was on the wrong side, he was on the inside, gassed it up a little bit too much, looped the car and ended up left-hand side out of Southern Loop. Thankfully for him, just a little bit of damage to the exhaust. It was actually broken underneath, so that's what we could see hanging down below that car, and then it was just get in there with the air guns and the high pressure cleaners and just get all the garbage out from underneath it. Well, let's have a look at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. 4.5 kilometres long, or just short of. And this place is an absolute thrill ride in a dry condition race. One of the best permanent motorsport facilities in the country, they call it, Dave.
Absolutely, it's the best. There's nothing that comes close. Bathurst is a pretty close second, and then there's Daylight to third, I believe. Turn 1, one of the most exciting turns you can have in any racetrack, probably anywhere in Australia. If you get it wrong, it becomes very nasty, and there's lots of things that will hurt you badly, and your car. So you don't want to get turn 1 wrong. Turn 2, you're looking out over the ocean. Beautiful. There's more than one way to go around turn 2, as everybody knows, depending on what your car is set up and depending on where you go. Then you get into Casey Corner, four-wheel drift for a lot of cars going through there at in excess of 200 kilometres an hour.
Yeah, absolutely. And then through the rest of the ride, you can see up the back there, traction very important out of Siberia, traction very important out of MG Corner. They're the two slow corners on the circuit. They set up the half of each lap. So your run out of turn 10 affects your run all the way back to turn 4, and your run out of turn 4, 5 and 6 affects your run all the way back up to turn 10. So you've got to get the traction zones right, and especially in these conditions. Traction, very, very important. Racing line, very, very important.
It's starting to look like we've just about got the track all clear now. The last remaining car is on the back of the tilt tray, and it's heading up towards Siberia. So we should have a clear track in a couple of minutes and allow us to not be too far behind in where we should be. And that shouldn't hold up the rest of the day for too much longer, because it's looking like it's starting to clear, and there's a very, very clear dry line now down the front straight.
Yeah, the longer this goes on, the more the dry line starts to emerge. As we have a look at what is still ahead of us after this round is over. So we've still got another trip to Sandown in the middle of August for round 4. That'll be put on by the Australian Sports Sedan Association of Victoria. Then back here to Phillip Island just before the end of September. The Victorian Mini Club will be putting that event on. And then still the question mark over Calder at the end of October, but all signs are looking very, very good that round is going to go ahead, and there's plenty of action going on in between those events as well. There's several categories that are doing rounds at an upcoming Phillip Island Super Sprint. There's several drivers that are in the field, I think especially in Formula V and some of the other feeder categories that are getting ready for the Northwest titles in about 2 weeks up at Mildura, the 50th anniversary.
It's going to be one of the biggest go-kart race meetings the state has seen. The amount of prizes and prize money is astronomical. The committee, the Mildura Go-Kart Committee, along with Rick Kelly, have put in an absolute monster amount of work, and they've managed to get some really good sponsorship, and they're hoping to get somewhere in excess of 200 karts up to that event, which is the 50th consecutive running of the event. It's the longest running event in Australia of its type, so it'll be, if there's any parents out there or anyone out there in the field that does race go-karts and they've got nothing to do on the June long weekend, head up to Mildura. There's plenty of accommodation, we believe, and the entries are open for another week, I believe. They close next Saturday night, I believe the entries close. So it'd be really good to see a few more people enter and make it a really spectacular event. They're going to have V8 supercars on display, drag cars. Apparently there's a couple of supercar drivers going to be there signing autographs and things like that. So it's going to be, and the biggest thing, it'll be night racing under lights.
Fantastic, and it's very, very important in the karting fraternity because that feeds into a lot of the grassroots motorsport we have here as well. So here come the improved production field after a short delay to pick up the Formula Ford cars from around the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. We're not too far away from getting the third race for IP underway and completed. So here comes Damien Milano, the 88 Motorsport Parts entry, former club champion, multiple-time club champion, and then followed by another multiple-time club champion looking for another title this year in Luke Gretsch-Cumbo in the number 25 GC Electrical Holden Senator. Mack Trucks entry of Matt Logan, the VE Commodore, leaving the lane third with the Pro Cut Tree Services Monaro of Ian McLennan fourth. You can't miss that car, the bright yellow Monaro, leaving the lane there. And then the rest of the field, we went through them a few moments ago. Anthony Dana, Rick Hogan, Andrew Tickner, Peter McLean is the BRZ, the blue and black BRZ disappearing out of shot there from Jin Wook Song and Stephen Theologiou. Now, the bit that I'm going to be interested in here, Dave, is just to see what happens on the outlap with some of these drivers. Are they going to go exploring, looking for where the grip happens to be? We saw Formula Ford taking what we traditionally call the go-kart line through turn number 2, which is that high sweeping line, then cutting in late, not getting into the apex. What do you think the IP drivers are going to do here? Because we've commented that it's starting to dry out, but it's not fully dry just yet. There's still quite a lot of damp spots.
The rain has started to come down, Steve.
Oh,
if you have
dear.
a look on the commentary window, there we have the mizzle has started again. So I would have said that the dry line that had appeared, the guys would be probably looking for the dry line. But now that the mizzle has started to come down, that's snuck up on us from behind.
Well, here's the answer. They're actually taking some varying lines into turn number 2. And you can see there, it looks like there is a little bit more of a dry line starting to emerge. It's sort of around the middle of the track. It's not right down at the apex, but several drivers are not, they're sort of staying about halfway between the painted white lines here. So I take it they're just out there having a look right now and just getting a sighter in. They're not actually going exploring like I thought they might.
It doesn't look like it's raining too much down at turn 4 as yet. There's only a couple of people that put their wipers on here and there. It does...
Yeah, we're getting word it's coming through. I can see, actually, from the combox window, the rain is actually coming from the direction of turn 12. So it's hitting the commentary box window at about a 45-degree angle, coming across the top of the pit complex and then hitting us. So it's starting to hit at turn 2 now, starting to hit at turn 12, but it's just starting to make its way across the circuit. So, yeah, you can see it from that shot there. It's definitely started to get very, very grey overhead. So, wow. Who's the riverboat gambler right now?
That's exactly right. I've got my money on the WRX and also the four-wheel drive of Wayne Decker that should be able to come through the crowd if it keeps getting wetter and wetter, as long as they don't beach it.
Yeah, well, I was about to say he did beach himself this morning, and he was another one of the reasons why the race was suspended and ultimately finished under yellow flags. He came a cropper on the inside of turn number 1, Timewell on the inside of 2, and Richard Opie on the outside of 2. Yeah, you could see it there from the shot at MG corner. It was definitely noticeable. Now, we don't know how long this is going to last. That's the important piece. We do not know how long it's going to last.
Shower.
But the dry line that we were looking at down the middle of the front straight is basically gone. It's the rain has hit just enough to get rid of it. It's almost indistinguishable now from the rest of the damp patches on either side of the starting grid. So right where your grid marshals are standing right there, about 2 minutes ago, we could see patches of dry. We cannot see anything of it now.
No, it's certainly made it a little bit more interesting. As the field starts to come around turn 12 now, we shouldn't be too far away. We've got Wayne and Danny just coming around the top of turn 12 now as Luke and Damien pull up to their starting positions.
So here we go. General's men on the front row, General's men on the second row, and then you've got two different types of, you've got the General's men on the third row and a BMW as well. So the Germans representing up the top of the grid this weekend, courtesy of Anthony Dana, with Robert Braun, a notable absentee. He's missed a couple of rounds this season already, Rob Braun, but he loves this place, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him up and running a bit later on in the year back here.
Yes, I certainly hope to see him back later in the year. He's having a few months off as everyone's just pulling up into their positions now, so we should be only a few moments away from getting this one underway.
Timewell into position, followed by Connor McLeod. They are the last couple of cars. We are missing a car next door to Neil Crow, which looks like it would be Stuart Dearden's Falcon, so he hasn't made it back out.
Power steering fault's got the problem, so now we've got the green flag about to be raised at the back of the field. Here we go. Green flag has been waved.
So here we go. There's about 12.5 minutes left on the clock here as the lights come on, and we get set for race 3 of improved production with thanks to Prestige Hino. And away we go, and Luke Rechcumbo walks it away from the line beautifully from the second spot on the grid, and he's going to have the whole shot down into turn 1, or is he? No, storming back through is Milano. Better second phase of the start. He's going to hold sway into turn 1 instead.
And gets it 3 or 4 lengths into turn 1. He got an absolute blinder there, Steve.
And there we go. McLennan's also managed to outmuscle and outpoint the number 43 Mack Trucks entry of Matt Logan into turn 1 as well, and he'll have the inside for turn 2. This is what happened to Danny Timewell. He was on the left-hand side going through here this morning and looped it. No such errors this time from McLennan and from Logan. A little bit of a wiggle from the Mack Trucks 43 coming
and
out of
sight. Trying to make his way up the side. Damien coming into turn 3, and then crisscross over to the outside going into turn 4. He's going to try and outbrake him, but no, he'll have to pull him behind him. He won't be able to get round there.
Trying to do the same trick that Milano did to him this morning. Go to the outside, then go to the inside, and then be on the right side for the position at turn number 6. Here comes Timewell. He has stormed through from the rear of the grid already, about halfway up the field, tucked in behind the WRX of Stephen Theologiou.
He boxed in at the start. At turn 1, he was still last. He couldn't make his way through because it was 4 wide and he just couldn't get through. So between turn 1 and turn 3, he's made up half the field.
Definitely coming down at turn number 6, Siberia at the moment. They call it Siberia for a reason because it's cold, and you could see there it was almost like icicles were forming on the camera lens as they exited, heading up the hill through turn 7, through turn 8.
But Danny looks like he's got the thing well sorted, and he's just blasted past Peter McLean, and off he goes off in chase to the rest of the field up ahead of him, which would be who's up ahead of him there? It looks like it's probably Stuart Tickner, is it?
Coming up over the top of the hill for Danny Timewell. The next ones are going to be probably Jinwook Song, if he's moved up, and Tickner and Hogan. So Hogan's actually trying to get a move done on McLennan here around the outside, and I think that's a pretty good move because McLennan's got much more power than Rick Hogan does in the VS, but Rick's just got a little bit better drive, just a bit more better suited. The top 3 really broken away here, and here comes that next battle for McLennan and Rick Hogan.
And should smoke him down the straight with the extra horsepower, but then we'll see how he goes into turn 1.
Yep, you're absolutely spot on the money there, Dave. There goes McLennan. Horsepower in a straight line is a wonderful thing if you're Ian McLennan, but for the rest of the lap, the big heavy Monaro is just a bit too big and a bit too heavy.
And doesn't seem, and to be honest, Macca's only driven here a couple of times, so he's not 100% confident in the car or his ability here at the moment. And so he's just a little bit tentative, and no problem with that.
Danny Timewell 7th on the road after the first lap has been completed. So the next man up for him is going to be Anthony D'Anna in the number 60 BMW M3 as Hogan continues to pursue McLennan's Monaro. A bit too far back to sneak it up the inside here at 4.
Anthony D'Anna is also just looming in the background, just waiting to pick up any scraps of anyone who makes a slight error. And then comes Danny Timewell. He's absolutely carved his way through. Wayne Decker's gone.
That's at turn 2. So Wayne Decker's Audi has gone around at turn 2. Thankfully, not this time he's not beached. He'll be able to get that one going again, but he is dead last of all the runners at the moment. I was just about to say, Anthony D'Anna doesn't need a rain light at the moment because the rear wing on that BMW is bright fluorescent yellow, so you can see that thing from a mile away.
And Wayne Twist has just snuck up the inside there of Peter McLean, and Wayne's got his indicator on, saying maybe he's saying, Peter, if you want to go around that side.
Well, Wayne Twist had a rear grid penalty applied to him after race 2 this morning because he was caught passing under yellow flags, which is extremely rare for Twisty. He's normally very much on the money with those things.
Yeah, he said his windows are a little bit fogged up and he didn't quite see it. He realised he made a mistake, so yep, take the penalty on the chin, move on, and doesn't look like it's too foggy today.
No, definitely not. So Wayne's up in 11th place at the moment. And behind him, Theologiou actually was in 10th, so they've swapped positions in the last couple of minutes. So Twist is actually now inside the top 10.
Up the front is still Damien Milano, with only about half a second to Luke Gretsch-Gumbo, but the big mover for this race is Matt Logan. He's staying right with those guys, and they're all doing 2:05. He actually had the quickest lap of the race.
Yeah, he was about half a second quicker than the leaders. He was half a second quicker than Luke Gretsch-Gumbo. He was a full second quicker than Milano last time around. So the number 43 is on the charge at the moment, and also on the charge is Danny Timewell. He's caught up to the back of Rick Hogan. He has dispatched Dana's BMW. And looking here at the Reach Rock Art Commodore of Rick Hogan. He won't find a way through here. He'll probably set it up for turn number 4.
And then he'll move on to Macca and try and give him a hurry up as well. Looks like Macca's run a little bit wide there, but he's got the power down, and off he goes. And Danny Timewell's just smashed it straight up the inside. The car looks like it's on rails today, doesn't it, Steve?
Absolutely looks like it's on rails in these conditions. This is getting very interesting. So Milano looks like he may have made a little bit of a boo-boo. And round the outside, Matt Logan. How close do you like your racing if you're a Holden man? Right around the outside at Siberia goes Matt Logan. That was one hell of a move.
That was absolutely beautiful move. Well done, guys. That's so close door handle to door handle as you'll ever see, Steve.
Absolutely. Matt Logan taking it up to the more fancied duo in the pair of former Victorian State Series champions in Milano and Luke Gretsch-Gumbo. They certainly would not have been expecting this.
No, they certainly would not have. And here comes Luke. He's going to go, I'm going to put it back up the inside and make Matt go right round the outside, but Matt's quite up to the challenge and he's kept the foot into it. And round he goes. Luke's got a little bit squirrely there, but he's got the inside line coming into turn 12.
Yeah.
And Matt will just have to back out of there.
Yeah, Matt Logan was looking for the drive out of turn 11 on the high line, which he actually got, but then the car just jumped sideways a little bit at the critical moment and he had to let Luke go back up the inside. He had to concede position, but this is a titanic scrap with 6 minutes left on the clock between 3 very, very quick men. And look, Logan was already faster that last lap around. He caught up a full second on the leaders. That's why he was there. He is absolutely on the money.
He certainly is. He's really got that car hooked up today. And there you go. Luke just had a look at his mirror to see a mirror full of Matt Logan as they head out of turn 2 and into Casey into turn 3, and Luke's on the outside of Damien, and that's not going to end well.
And off goes the GC Electrical Senator at high speed. He's going to try and surf this one out and avoid hitting the barrier. Full sideways, full Tokyo drift style. He's going to catch this thing coming back onto the circuit at turn 3, but that was a hair-raising moment. Through goes Matt Logan, and, well, Milano, I'm not sure if he realised that Luke had overlap.
I don't know. I didn't quite catch that little part of it, but that was a great catch by Luke. Geez, he likes doing the off-road stuff, doesn't he?
Oh,
Winton and now Phillip Island.
I don't think he wants us to go there. I don't think he wants us to go there again after what happened at Winton 5 weeks ago. But that was high speed. Check this out.
Check the red light. Around the outside, but had nowhere to go.
I don't think Milano was expecting it. I don't think he was expecting LGC to have the traction and the drive out of turn 12 that he did, and just moved over, not realising he was there. And then Luke just kept wheeling it, just kept the foot in it, kept the right hand down, and just surfed it out.
And we've got Neil Crow's off the road. I can't quite see where that is.
That looks like
turn 2,
yeah, that's turn 2. That's the outside of turn 2. So the Build Look VH Commodore has got to creep back on through the gravel trap there. Geez, that was exciting for a few laps and a half. Complete about face at the front of the field. Rick Hogan has been rounded up by Mac, is still trying to pursue Ian McLennan. The pair of them have been rounded up by Danny Timewell, who's moved through to 4th. Matt Logan has about a second lead over Damien Milano, and they've got half the front straightaway on Luke Gretsch-Gumbo at the moment. With 3.5 minutes to go, game on.
Game on. Your game on, or definitely. And we've also got another game on here with Rick trying to get past Ian McLennan.
For the round points in the Victorian State Series, this has flipped it on its head completely. Here we go. Here's the other angle of this incident. So you can see here, Luke Gretsch-Gumbo just has so much more drive out of turn number 2 that it doesn't look like Milano was completely aware that he was even there. He looked in his mirror and thought, oh, this is fine, I've got it covered. And then Luke actually just had so much more rear tyre purchase. So coming back to the point situation, this actually means Milano is currently on 92 points for the round, and it's a tie between Logan and Luke Gretsch-Gumbo on 90. So this has tightened up something chronic Matt Logan's in with a shot here of an overall round victory, let alone a race victory. Would it be his first race victory if he got it? It'd be very close.
We don't want to put the mocker on him, so we won't bring that up just at this stage. We'll just let it all slide.
He's pressing on with it. He's just done a 2:01.17, so he's just gone around quicker than Milano on the previous tour. Mind you, there was the contact situation as well, so we'll see how that normalises in this current lap as we're watching Wayne Twist pursuing Andrew Tickner. But Milano's found another gear here. He's caught back up to the rear of the 43. Looking down the inside, little lock break there from Matt Logan, but that's okay. He'll be able to tiptoe around the outside here. He'll force Damien to go the long way around though.
What a magnificent race we've had so far, Steve. As Damien starts to range up to the outside of Matt Logan as they're coming around, they're heading into turn 12, and it looks like Damien's got the wide line. He's more than likely to be able to hold that out as he gets onto the front straight. He has a nose to tail as they're coming down across the finish line. And
he's got that
stage, looks like Dave Milano's got a couple of car lengths over Matt Logan as they head down into turn 1.
Certainly does. So he drove away down the front straight here. The big horsepower advantage that Milano has over Matt Logan. Very, very evident down the front straight. But Matt Logan is definitely no slouch. He's found something in this last race. These conditions are what we call changeable. It's not raining anymore. It's not dry. It is damp. There's little standing patches of water out there. There's a dry line that they're trying to make work. He's somehow finding the grip and making it work as Milano's dipped into under the 2-minute barrier in these tricky conditions. We're about 20 seconds or so away from what the dry running condition is. There's some lap traffic about to factor into play here, which I think is the RX-8 that looks like of Richard Opie that's just up the road. There he is.
Yes, let's hope that the back markers don't get in the way and we can continue with this fantastic race over the last couple of laps. But then again, if they do, might help Danny Timewell and Ian McClellan and Luke Gretsch-Gumbo make a 4-way, 5-way last lap battle.
Very possible. Still anything is possible. There's the RX-8, the Bendigo Mazda entry of Richard Opie. Just going to be caught at a bit of an awkward time coming up the top through Lukey Heights.
Richard's a very experienced driver. I'm sure that it won't be too much of an issue.
And he'll know they're coming as well. Headlights ablaze for the 88 of Milano.
Slight lock up there from Matt. There must be a slightly drying line there. He's managed to get a little bit of a lock up happening as they head down into MG.
Here we go. So Opie's been caught just in between turns 11 and 12. This will be a little bit awkward, the high line for Milano. He's made it work well last time around, so he won't mind being out that wide this time around as he brings the motorsport parts machine onto the front straight. Here we go, a bit further down the field. The loss for Peter Bean in the Toyota Celica in pursuit of Paul Clough, and does a fairly good job there just to try and avoid Wayne Decker, who was coming down the mountain as well.
And it looks like Macca's got the wood over Rick Hogan at the moment. He's pulled out a couple of car lengths, but must have missed a gear there because all of a sudden I've been caught out again. Rick's caught right up to the back of him.
Yeah, just keeping an eye on the other side of the track for that one because Macca, I think, took a bit of a shallow line into MG corner. So for Milano, he's on the final tour now. Round turn 3 for the final time. And he's now got a comfortable margin. So Matt Logan has sort of buttoned it off here, I think, just picking his way through the traffic. Luke Gretsch-Gumbo's caught back up, but he's going to run out of time and run out of laps, unfortunately. He was quicker than Matty Logan last time around by a full 2 seconds, but needed a few more laps to erase that deficit. So for Milano, he had a good finish to the Winton round. He's had a fairly good outing here. This place has been quite a happy hunting ground for Damien over the years, and some of the other places we've visited haven't been sort of his friend. But Matt Logan's had some great results here as well. He's had some good qualifying performances in years gone past. I think at Island Magic was the last time I'd seen him. He was up, I think, second on the grid at one stage, just on pure merit in the dry conditions. So he likes this place as well, and he's put that to good use with some very good fit results this weekend. So he's had a 4th, he's had a 3rd, and he's now going to have a 2nd.
Absolutely, and have a look at a little bit further down the top 10. We've got Rick Hogan in 6th. We've got
Anthony Dana in 7th.
Anthony Dana's in 7th. Jin Sin Song is in 8th.
Yes, the Quiet Achiever continues to improve as we predicted at the beginning of the weekend. So take nothing away from this man, though. He's going to drive this one to the line, and that'll be talked about, that little incident at the halfway through the race. So Milano will salute the 88. Takes out race number 3 of the Prestige Hino Improved Production Cars with a great second place for Matt Logan. And Luke Gretsch-Cumbo, third at the end of the day, but was right in the thick of that fight all the way home up until that little incident. And here we go. Macca is still defending from Rick Hogan. Is Rick going to go the long way around the outside here? He's got purchase. He's got margin. Macca had to give him the space. That's well weeded out. That's very, very well thought out from Rick Hogan.
Danny Climewell crosses the line in 4th position. Now we've got Rick Hogan in 5th. Is he going to be able to hold out the fast finishing Ian McCullum with more horsepower coming down the straight, or has he got enough distance going through turn 12 to actually hold him out? This will be very close as they come down. And Anthony Diana has also loomed right on the back of Macca as well, as Macca pulls out. He's going to get the job done.
Going to be tight. Hogan's just got it by a car length. Just by a car length. The fast finishing Ian McLennan just ran out of meterage to make that one stick, to wrestle that one away.
And Anthony Diana in 6th, Song in 8th, Andrew Tickner in the VH Commodore comes home in 9th, Wayne Smith rounds out the top 10, Marco Timperio, which I was trying to cross to over at turn 4, had an absolute massive lose coming into turn 4, but somehow managed to keep it on the track, which was really good to see. Marco's making a bit of a habit of getting the car horribly sideways and catching it. It's been wonderful to watch over the last couple of rounds. So that's good on you, Marco. That's great to see. Then we've got Theoglu in the WRX, who's debuted this weekend, and he's come home in 12th position. He must be absolutely ecstatic with that, because I'm pretty sure he didn't think that was going to happen at the start of the day.
No, he probably didn't.
Peter McLean, 13th. Bruce Henley, 14th.
Connor McLeod, 15th, followed by Scott Appledore. So the 2 Hyundai XLs were in there. And then the last men home, Paul Clough, Wayne Decker, Richard Opie and Peter Bean. Neil Crow looks like he's going to finish, I think. I can't see where he is, or maybe he's coming at turn 4, but he's the last man that's on our standings. Maybe he's come in there at turn 4. So there's confirmation of your results there. Milano Logan and Luke Gretsch-Cumbo in a straight-up fist fight for a good half of that race. That was very, very entertaining. It's actually been quite an entertaining couple of races for Improved Production this weekend. Some very, very close finishes, some very, very excellent racing, and they all head back to the sheds. They can get themselves ready for Sandown in a couple of months' time. We're going to take a break up here, catch our breath, because that was absolutely scintillating stuff, and the BMW E30s will be up next.
I'd like to thank Prestige Hino for being our #1 sponsor for Improved Production for the last couple of years. We also have Reach Rock Hard, who've come on board this year. We'd like to thank those guys. DLL Photography and Design, Dave does all our website and media work. And we also have
Yokohama.
How can we go past Yokohama? Anyway, AO50s, we'll see you again at Sandown. Thanks very much. Cheers.
Welcome back trackside here. The excitement of Improved Production has entertained right back since the 80s and the Road Reg days. It progressed into club cars, and Improved Production will have their nationals at Sydney Motorsport Park in a couple of weeks' time. Looking forward to that big time. Also looking forward to the garagistic BMW E30s that share the same tyre that the improved production cars are on, the Yokohama outfit, and it is always good fun entertainment, close door handle to door handle, champagne to racing, to quote a couple of cliches, Dan McCarthy. As the cars make their way around, let's have a look at the grid.
So, with race victory in the second race earlier on today, Royce Lyon will start out of first position ahead of youngster Seth Burkhardt, who's put together a good weekend so far, second earlier on today. Veteran Brian Burke will come out of third ahead of Jesse Bryan, who is always in the thick of the action. He'll come out of position number 4 ahead of the Schiff. Simon Schiff in 5th alongside Paul Schiff in 6th. Rory Plant again will start out of 7th in car number 7 and Michael Whitford out of 8th. Behind that we have Tim Freeman in 9th. Ashley Rogers, our race 1 winner in the torrential wet conditions earlier today, plummeted down the field and finished a disappointing 10th. Peter Knight will start from 11th and Adam Trapsky in 12th position. Shannon Cooper, I don't think, is taken to the track once again, so we got just the dozen BMW E30s out there for this one. I'm interested to see what Rogers can do. Didn't like the very wet conditions earlier. It's not dry by any stretch of the imagination, but it's certainly not as wet as it was earlier.
It is warm though at 12.7. That's the highest temperature we've seen all day.
Yeah.
We're into the double figures and we're almost into 13s now, almost into the teens. Very, very close. I would say we are bathed in sunshine. There is a shadow, so the sun is out, but it's certainly still a little bit chilly here. It's still worthwhile getting to the racetrack here. It's 1:30 in the afternoon if you're somewhere in West Gippsland or between Melbourne and Cranbourne sort of way. You can certainly come to the track and see the last few races for the day. We'd love to see your smiley faces here at the track as we get set for the garagistic BMW E30s. If you're watching on the live streaming, brought to you by 888 Home Loans, pull the chair up to the screen and let's get underway. Green flag has waved at the back of the field. Will Royce Lyon bring it home today with a perfect scorecard? Gets away brilliantly off the start there, but have a look at Brian Burke. He looks to the inside, and Jesse Bryan off the second row. They look to go 4 wide. There is the front on shot. Can be a little bit deceiving, but Brian Burke looks to have pushed his way through into the lead of this race. Has he? No. Royce Lyon, yes, no, maybe something else, but it is Brian Burke in the 27, the first one to lead into turn number 1. Looks like around the outside, Jesse Bryan wanting to go with him there. Royce Lyon just showing the long way around in the top line concreting outfit. Jesse Bryan looks right around the outside there, and he has got great pace coming off turn 2. Royce Lyon goes down another spot, exiting turn 2, so from pole back to 3 after 2 corners. And have a look at driving away out in the front of this race. A guy who knows how to do it is Brian Burke, and he's out in front.
Yeah, front row bogged down, second row made blinding starts, both of them coming through to sit first and second. Line trying to hold on to third now because Burkhardt's sent in an attack down at Miller Corner but couldn't quite pull it off that time through. Oh, big moment there for Brian mid-corner. Had to save that, scooped it up, did so, but lost some time, certainly to the race leader, and it's left him vulnerable to Line, race 2 winner earlier on today. And look who's coming with them. It's Simon Schiff in the 55 machine, who's making it 5 cars up the pointy end of the field early on in this race. We've got to thank our volunteers and officials. They've been through a lot this weekend, particularly today, as you see a move up the inside line, taking second position off Brian. That was all because of the moment that Brian had midway through Siberia. He's trying to fight back around the outside at turn number 11. It's an awkward point to have 2 cars side by side, but Brian's fighting back. He's got to swing it around, got to have some room left from the line, and he has done. Really good racing between these two. Brian fights back up to P2.
That was a good bit of experience there shown by Jesse Bryan. He didn't get out onto the sawtooth painted curb there, and that's where Royce Lynn got it wrong. He lost a bit of impetus out of turn 9 there, and Jesse just managed to swoop around on the high line, and he's going to do the same thing to Brian Burke. Swoops around on the high line over the 27 as well, just like it was standing still there. So does the number 27 of Brian Burke have an issue at the moment? Doesn't look like he can go with Jesse Bryan here at the moment, but Line will have learned his lesson. Don't get out onto the painted surfaces when the conditions are like this. It just makes your journey less enjoyable. And Jesse Bryan has managed to keep that momentum. He's flowed the car beautifully all the way from turn 9, all the way down into turn 3, and now hard back down through the gearbox on the brakes. Have a look at Brian Burke, lights ablaze. And Royce Line just shown the long way around there, and the top line concreting yellow BMW. In behind now, behind Royce Line is Seth Boycott. So the first 2 rows of the grid were swapped by the time they got down to turn 2 on the opening lap of this race. Jesse Bryant has a really good ability to get in front of a race and then never be headed again. It's one of the features of how Jesse goes racing. He manages to either drive away, or if the car isn't quite in the window that he wants it in, he manages to make it nice and wide and difficult to get through here. We're just watching Brian Burke. You get the feeling Brian's got a faster car, as does Royce, but he is moving the number 4 all over the place, trying to check what both cars in front are doing to use to his advantage. There he goes now. He uses the wide line. This is what Jesse Bryan did to him on the previous lap. Keep it off. There it is. You don't want to get out there. All his momentum will now be lost coming onto the straight, and by the time we get to the bottom of the straight, the number 27 and the number 38 will have driven away from him, because they have managed to flow the cars better.
38 certainly is pulling away with these two fighting, scrapping for second. It's allowing our race leader Brian just to edge ahead. How much of a tow will they get though in these E30s? We're going to see side by side for second position. Line draws alongside, but it'll have the awkward outside for turn number 1. But look at that, a bit of a dry line emerging now. He's on the dry stuff, whereas Burke's got the wet inside line. Burke holds firm and holds second position. Down into Southern Loop, he's going to go defensive down there.
You get the feeling, Dan, that if Royce had have got out of turn 9 better than he has in the last 2 laps, he'd still be in the lead of this race. Jesse set him up. Brian let him run wide there and set himself up, basically. And that was where it all started to pay off down the bottom of the straight. This is a different part of the track now. He's managed to get good drive out of turn 2. He's onto the painted surface again. Boy, he's brave heading out over onto that painted surface down in the middle of turn 3 there, as we look through a blurry lens down into turn 4. The number 27 still on the back of Jesse Bryan. He knows not to let Jesse get any sort of clear air and start to establish a lead, so he's got to go with him. But at the moment, Royce is filling his mirrors and giving him a lot more concentration to do in the rear vision mirror rather than in front here. Bryan massively experienced. I wouldn't be surprised if the next couple of 100 metres he reaches up to that rear vision mirror in the middle of the windscreen, rips it off the window and throws it in the back and says, I'm looking at the front screen. That's all I want to know about.
Yeah, at this stage there, all 3 of them are gapping Burkhardt, who's had a great start to the round. 4th yesterday, 2nd earlier on today in the wet. And here comes Line around the outside of Burke. Now we'll have the inside for MG. Can he make it stick? Yeah, Burke on the outside just has to really concede the place. Or does he? It's deja vu from last lap, but roles reversed, and Burke holds on. I ruled him out there. I said he'd conceded. Absolutely not. Holds the position as they head towards turn number 12. Here comes Line now back around the outside, and Line finally makes his stick. Not where I thought at MG, but on the run to turn number 12.
Geez, I tell you what there, Brian Burke, I think he said, if you want it that much, young fella, away you go. I'm hanging on here to the steering wheel for grim life. If you want to go that wide and that fast out there, I'll watch your tail lights for the next lap or so and see if I can't set you up for somewhere else around the track there. But Royce Line showing all the bravery of a young racer. Jesse Bryan in front now. He's closed the gap, hasn't he, over the last 800 metres of racetrack. In fact, Jesse Bryan has got not only the rear vision mirror, but the side mirror on the driver's side. Look at this, the old switcheroo, the run down to turn 3. Royce Line sets Jesse Bryan up for a ripper. He's not even going to have to hold him out through turn 3. He's going to have the nose in front. He needs it further in front for turn 4, under brakes, and he does it. Wow, what a great bit of race driving there by Royce Line, finding a really happy home amongst the E30 racing field. That was a ripper move to take the lead of this race.
Somebody who's not happy is Rogers. Yesterday's race winner, 10th earlier today in the extreme wet conditions, and only 9th on the track at the moment. He's right behind Plant, but Certainly not the way he envisaged his Sunday going, that's for sure.
Yeah, fronting up for Sunday morning on pole position is the way you want to start your day, but disappearing backwards through the field is not the way you want the rest of the day to continue on, that is for sure.
So we see already he's ahead and he has gapped the second place man, Brian, already in just half a lap, and we see the battles a little bit further behind. So we've got Freeman in the Martini inspired livery, and then we've got Paul Schiff in the Benson and Hedges inspired livery. So two lovely looking, really nicely presented E30s. All of them are really nicely presented, but these two in particular with their retro looking liveries really do draw the eye of not just us in the commentary box, but I'm sure the fans around the circuit as well.
Oh, it puts a little bit of a tear in the eye, doesn't it? You get a little bit emotional about the different liveries that fulfill, the posters we had on our walls as young fellas. And as we got older, the posters that reappear in the shed.
Yes, that's right.
That's where they go to. They're relegated. And down they go. But certainly many of the E30 BMWs running in that super touring era were just magnificent racing cars. The scream out of that four-cylinder M3 engine, particularly here at Phillip Island, right where these cars are now, was just something to remember.
BMW's got rich history, of course, in Australian touring cars. Jim Richards winning the 87 Touring Car Championship, that great season finale at Oran Park. Really good history in motorsport in Australia. Of course, then the Sierras came in and dominated, and then beyond that, of course, the legendary GTRs. But it's on a bit further up the field. It's on between Brian, who's trying to hold back Burke. Brian really strong early on in this race, but he's fading late on. Very similar to what we saw yesterday.
Exactly the same as what happened yesterday, Dan. That's right. I'm not sure. Jesse certainly does enough racing to be race fit, but I wonder if the car just starts to move away from him as the race goes on.
Is it that he gets slower or the others around him get faster?
Well, it's a classic case of Brian Burke gets faster from lap one. You look at the race charts for Brian over the years of racing, he manages to get a faster car throughout the race, whether he gets more comfortable or used to the way the car is. So that's sort of a bit of an anomaly, but everyone else manages to sort of plateau at a point. But Brian always manages just to get a little bit faster throughout a race, and that may be where Jesse has reached that plateau and Brian is still gaining pace.
The Benson and Hedges car has moved through, so that's a change for position. That's Paul Schiff making the move on Freeman, although Freeman says, no, I'm going to fight back. Dives up the inside down into MG, but he's a bit too far back on this occasion and slots in behind. But these two both catching up to the 55 machine of Simon Schiff. Crikey, I'll get it out in a second. But yes, they're both catching up to him. He started very strongly at the start of this race, but has slowly drifted away from the leading quartet.
Simon Schiff's one of these guys that needs the carrot dangled in front of him. At the moment, there's no one, really on his radar out in front. He just generally sort of starts to relax a little bit. So these guys are actually using him as the dangled carrot in front of them, and they're gaining on him massively at the moment. The Southern BMW crew, big shout out to the guys at Southern BM. In that yellow tribute livery there, as we see Tim Freeman streaming on through there onto Simon Schiff, so he gains a spot. Now Simon's got that carrot dangled in front of him. Let's watch and see if he can regain his concentration. As we see Simon Schiff now line astern with Paul Schiff. The tribute livery and the urban camouflage in the red and gold. I don't hang around in those suburbs where there's urban landscape of gold, but
no. Here is race one winner. Finally, he's getting a move on. He makes the move up the inside of the number 54 of Paul Schiff. Can't quite make it stick. He's come on strong late on, but it's far too little too late with just less than a minute and a half on the clock. So he's made his way up to 8th position, but not, as we say, what he would have wanted today. Bit of overlap, that's always awkward. Saw a big incident there between Shane van Gisbergen and David Reynolds back in 2015. That was quite a controversial one at the time. Always awkward with overlap. We could go 3 wide here.
Wow. Ashley Rogers, 2 spots on Schiff side by side. One blocking out the other. That's a double shift.
Big move.
We need a bit of a double to clutch, let alone a double shift.
It's like a big slingshot from behind, and here comes the shifts.
How does this play out around the dinner table? I'm not sure about this. I think we need to cut to a different shot. This could be a bit of sibling rivalry unfolding here.
Oh, certainly, over the years in all motorsports, there's been a bit of sibling contact. Hopefully, we can get away with it in this one. So, Simon holding on at the moment from Paul, but it is on for young and old as they head onto the penultimate lap of the race. Here we go. Paul streams alongside, down towards turn number 1, and further ahead, we can see Freeman trying to hold on from Rogers. Rogers looking to the inside, but I don't think he's going to make a stick. Oh, in fact, he's got a couple of wheels off the road there, Freeman.
Tim Freeman trying to go with Ash Rogers, who was our pole sitter. I like in the timing tower, the shifts. One's sh, one's psh. Yes. Goes past psh. It's like a turbo. Sh, psh.
It certainly
Wastegate.
is. Certainly is.
No turbos in this race. Straight inline 6, normally aspirated BMWs. No sh, psh here. Although they've sorted themselves out. But Ash Rogers now in the number 50 is driving away.
Absolutely. Line fastest lap of the race last time through. First person to get under the 2-minute barrier in this series today. We were well into the 2-minute 10s earlier on, so we're 10 seconds faster than what we were earlier, but we're still 7 seconds away from what they were doing in qualifying. So it's sort of those intermediate conditions, isn't it?
These are the really annoying conditions there. The track gets horribly greasy. The car starts to move around when you don't think it's going to, because you think you've got a dry line underneath the car. This certainly is a dry line coming out at 12 now, but you know, if you're going to have a run to the flag, you're going to have to get out onto the greasy stuff there. But for all intents and purposes, there's blue sky above the top end of the track now. The sun has been out for the best part of 3/4 of an hour. And we're sorry, I thought we was changing for a lead there, but that was a lap car.
Knight.
Peter Knight dropping down a spot here. This is the number 27 of Brian Burke, currently in P3. And Brian is slowly but gaining pace. In fact, he's done the fastest lap of the race on the last lap around. See what I said? He gets faster as the race goes on. Yeah. Jesse Bryan, his best... Sorry, that was Jesse Bryan, not Brian Burke, but Jesse Bryan, a 1:59.98.
Setting up a move. Brian's going to have to go defensive down into the hairpin.
That's Jesse Bryan, not Brian Burke.
Yeah, it is quite confusing, isn't it? So I think we'll stick to surnames for the rest of this lap, the final lap of the race. And Burke's going to look to the outside, is he? He's going to take a wider line, a sweeping line, to try and get a good exit out of this corner and down towards the hayshed. And he's achieved just that. But does he have enough momentum to draw alongside? I don't think he will for this right-hander, but he'll be certainly close enough to threaten at Lukey Heights and then down into MG. That's really the big overtaking opportunity still available to him. But we've seen overtakes at almost every single corner in this class this weekend. They've really put on a show for us. Here we go, MG. Brian knows what's coming. He's gone defensive, holds the inside line. Burke trying the switchback, but fair bit of understeer there mid-corner. He's got a reasonable exit though, nevertheless, but really quite a bit of understeer when he turned that car into the apex. Here is our race leader. It's going to be 2 out of 3 for the weekend.
What a great weekend for Royce Lyon here. The Garagistic BMW E30s. Race number 3 for the weekend goes to the young racer, Royce Lyon. A beautiful run to the flag there for him. Then it's Jesse Bryan and the number 27, the Trans Rock Garden Supplies entry of Brian Burke gets to the line. And it's quite a long way back to the 901 of Seth Boycart's, but gaining in experience. You get the feeling, Dan McCarthy, that Seth Boycart's come the next round at Sandown is going to have something a little bit more to offer to the front 3.
I think he'll be really pleased, nevertheless, with the weekend. We'll finish 3rd for the round, edging out Burke by just 1 point at the end. So, yeah, line with the round win. Brian 2nd for the round and Burkhart's 3rd for the round. It's not over yet, though. There's still a little bit of action further down the field in the retro liveries battle. It's Freeman that holds on from Schiff, Paul Schiff, and then it will be Simon Schiff, fast starter, coming home in 8th position, just ahead of Rory Plant. And yeah, just a couple more drivers to come, but yeah, really good show this weekend from the E30s. Thoroughly enjoyed every single one of their races for different reasons. Each race, yeah, it really was good to watch. Yesterday, great battle for the lead. Earlier on, just really good to see these drivers challenged by the conditions, all of them up to the task. And then some more great racing in this one, as we see Whitford cross the line. 2:07.6 on the final lap for him, and then that just leaves Trapsky out there to complete the 12 driver field in what was a very exciting E30s race. Here are the results from this one. Royce Lyon taking the win by 2.7 seconds ahead of Jesse Bryan. He held off the hard-charging Brian Burke late on. Seth Burkhart's great round for him, finishing 4th overall ahead of Ashley Rogers, our race 1 winner, recovered to finish 5th in the end. Then we had Tim Freeman, the 2 shifts, Paul and Simon, Rory Plant in 9th, and Michael Whitford rounding out the top 10.
Terrific racing, and got to agree with you, Dan, right across the board here today in these tricky conditions. Everyone's raced pretty well. Yes, we've seen a couple of safety cars, and that's going to happen, but certainly everyone's driven within their skill level. And I'm going to say everyone's managed to do it at quite a high level right throughout today. We've got Formula V's coming up next. Thank goodness they get to have a drive in the dry, because it would be like a very, very cold Icelandic type of drive if they got another race in the wet this afternoon. Let's see what Lee Partridge can do for this one coming up. Heath Collinson, Reith McCarthy, Nick Jones, Jake Rowe, etc., and the whole field come out. We'll be back more with Formula V's on the track in just a moment.
Formula V about to head on to the racetrack. Quick turnaround, which is good news. That means we didn't have an incident in that last race. E30's off and Formula V's straight out there onto the racetrack. Well, certainly wet earlier on today. It's drying. We can see a little bit of a dry line. It's not quite the dry weather pace of yesterday, but we're getting there. Fingers crossed it remains this way for the rest of the day. Joining me, as always, for Formula V, Steve DeFries. What are you looking for in this one? What do you expect?
Well, I don't know what to expect, because it's changeable conditions at the moment. We still don't know if the rain is fully cleared. The sun's trying to poke its head out from behind the clouds. The track is still damp. There's a dry line starting to emerge, and we had some sensational racing this morning with several of the rookies, or the second year drivers, by the way, up in the upper echelons of the pack, fringes of the top 10, inside the top 10. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they can acquit themselves in a very, very unusual sort of track condition.
So what you're saying is expect the unexpected.
Yeah, let's go with that. We'll roll with that one. I guess the expected thing that we're expecting to see here is Reith McCarthy, who's been the dominant force this year, out in front. So we're not really expecting too much of a change there unless something goes drastically wrong. Heath Collinson is out of second place, and he tried to hold a candle to Reith as long as he could in the wet conditions this morning, and ultimately fell a couple of seconds in arrears. Almost slipped into the battle between Jake Rowe, Nick Jones and Lee Partridge. Jake Rowe having driven from the rear of the grid up to third, so that's an incredible 18 spots in the course of about a 6 or 7 lap race, which was an absolutely stellar drive from the GR Motorsport Electric Sabre 02. So he's on row 2 in third ahead of Nick Jones. Then we go over the page and we've got Lee Partridge, who was in that battle with Nick Jones for most of the first race this morning. Andre Kieran out of 6th. Brandon Taylor just managed to get back past Ayrton Filippi in the closing stages of race number 2 this morning, after Filippi had rounded him up rather superbly on the outside at turn 12 in the early going. Spinello and Ash Clifford will start 9th and 10th. Charlie Richardson pulled the same manoeuvre not once but twice in the final corner around the outside of both Samuk Rudrapatna and Zach Barton to propel her way up to 11th place. So she'll be out of 11th, Samuk out of 12th, 13th will be Barton, and then Mick Fisher lost all 3 of those spots on the last lap by dropping it at the exit of turn 10. So he's 14th. John Casamati, he was another victim of Lukey Heights and MG Corner. He had a spin early on in the going, so he starts 15th ahead of Kelly Egan. And then you've got rounding out the field Lucas Kawam and Lucy Sidwell. There'll be a gap there because Malachi Windsor's not taking any further part in the race. Of course, we mentioned earlier that there's been a death in the family, so we send our condolences to him and his family. Claudia Lennox will not be starting out of 20th, and 21st was Rob Vile having his damaged car, so he hasn't seen any running this weekend since qualifying. And Cameron Bell, unfortunately he's been given a rear of grid, and he was actually disqualified from race number 2, so I'm not quite sure what that was about. Haven't been able to catch up with Cam, but I imagine there's some sort of infringement that the stewards have pinged him for and said, nope, that's a no-go in our book, and they've sent him to rear of grid.
That's a shame, but nevertheless, good to be out there in what was yesterday glorious Phillip Island. We're getting there, look, it's glistening. You can see the sun is poking its little face out, trying to show itself, which is really good. And at this rate, we could have a dry track by the end of the day, but not going to jinx it.
No, we're not going to jinx it just yet. But the bit that I'm looking at right now is the glare. The glare is terrible. Like, you're coming round the last couple of corners, and the sunlight hitting the damp patches of the track. You can see it there on the right-hand side of the grid where Reef McCarthy is on the left-hand side of your shot. It is very, very shiny, so it gets your attention. You get blinded by it if you're not paying attention to where the road goes. So set for a start, waiting on the green flag at the back of the field. It'll be waved in about 2 or 3 seconds. There it is. And this is the feature race for Formula V here in round 3 of the Victorian State Race Series. We're set and we are away. And a better start for McCarthy from the pole. Despite being on the side of the grid that was rather damp, Collinson had a bit more of a dry patch in his box than McCarthy did, and they both jumped away well. McCarthy with a better phase through the gear change from first to second, and he's gone. He's already bolting as quickly as he can, leaving the number 31 Collinson Black Angus Sabre 02 of Heath Collinson in the white helmet there on the right-hand side to defend from Nick Jones in the white helmet as well, aboard car 21 in the Silver Fox Racing Sabre 02.
This is exactly what McCarthy did yesterday, bolted early, and he was never seen. He'd gone. Nobody could catch him. They've got to be careful they don't fight too much, or else the same thing is going to happen today. And to the inside from 4th on the grid, Jones, good start. He makes his way up to 2nd. And is he going to be followed by Rowe? No. Rowe decides to slot into 4th position ahead of the consistent Andre Kurin.
And you've mentioned consistent. That's exactly what he's been throughout the whole entire series so far this year. Car 29, Brandon Taylor, 5-second penalty for jump start infringement. So he was starting out of 7th place. So he needs to get a wriggle on very, very quickly to put some insurance policy between him and the cars behind. Just looking to see where he is on the road. Looks like he's maybe either 7th still on the road. Lee Partridge is in 6th. There he is there through shot. There's Ash Clifford, who's actually 7th. And then Brandon Taylor looks like he slipped a little bit at the beginning of the race here. There's Zach Barton right around the outside of John Casamati heading up the hill into Lukey Heights and MG Corner. And it looks like he wasn't able to quite make that move stick. Now, the wet conditions seem to have separated a few people earlier on in the race this morning. So Ed Felipe, who started up in 8th place, he's unfortunately fallen a bit further down the order. He's sort of back around his normal dry running position at the moment. So he's going to be seeing if he can grab 1 or 2 spots before the end of this. But McCarthy, he is checking out at the head of this field.
Partridge has been left a little bit behind by the top 5. He's been really, really solid this season, but the group of 4 from 2nd down to 5th have broken away from him, so he'll be hoping to catch up. You can see that black car just at the back of the shot. You see Collinson trying to hold on into 2nd position, so Jones now being shuffled back, so a bit of a reshuffle. So now it's Collinson, then you've got Rowe, then you have Jones, and then you have Kurin. As we see Rowe now sweep to the inside at Stoner Corner, and he's got the move done because there's no overlap there. Holds on to the position, and in fact Jones is going to sweep around the outside of Collinson as well, and he might be followed by Kurin in 1 corner or 2 corners. Geez, Collinson has been shuffled back 3 positions.
Yeah, he's lost 3 there. Kieran will have the inside running here for turn 6. You can see some more traditional racing lines being taken now across most of the circuit. There's the evidence there, the dry line. You can see the patches on the left-hand side exiting Siberia, so there is more of a natural dry line starting to form where the cars would normally run in dry conditions. So that suggests to me that a lot of drivers have gone back to their traditional dry setup. They haven't been running the... McCarthy! Big spin, big lose, 360, 720 going the wrong way, down into... And Kieran smack! Straight into McCarthy, right-hand front wheel departs the Beecham 61, nose cone departs the 32 Sabre 02 out of the JRD stable. There will be a safety car to clean that up at MG Corner. What were we saying at the start of this? It was going to take a miracle for any of the drivers to catch McCarthy. If he checked out in front, they just got it.
Unfortunately,
they just got it.
He's checked himself out. Went wide over the top of Lukey Heights, lost the rear on the wet grass.
Yep, safety car called.
In front of the field. Now, McCarthy, 7 race wins on the trot. That's come to a dramatic stop.
Yeah, we're not 100% sure if Reith is okay after the hit. It doesn't look like he's gotten out of the car just yet. Same with Kieran. I'm not sure if Kieran's gotten out of the car or not either. Safety car scrambled very, very quickly to pick up Nick Jones and Jake Rowe and the rest of the field. But that was a hard lick. That was quite a hard lick coming down the hill.
I can see Kieran's
out of the car. That's the important thing. So he's gotten out of the car, and I think he was caught in the wrong spot there. McCarthy had looped it. He'd come back across the field, and he ended up, unfortunately, I think, in a bit of a bad position. So we'll wait to see how all that unfolds. But Kieran is definitely out. That's one driver. We'll wait to see how McCarthy is. So.
Bit of a reset then. Let's have a look at the order, because that has shaken things up dramatically. So it's now Jones that leads the race ahead of Jake Rowe. Reigning champion Heath Collinson finds himself in third. He was shuffled back a little bit on that last lap. Partridge given a bit of a lifeline in that sense. He's moved up a couple of positions because he lost touch with the leading group, so he's now there in fourth. He's back with the pack that he should be with. Spinello in fifth. Race has been red flagged.
Yeah, red flagged. So it looks like the cleanup is going to be a little bit more serious than first thought. So with the way the points are sitting at the moment, or the way the positions are sitting at the moment, Charlie Richardson's moved her way into the top 10 by virtue of those 2 other cars exiting the proceedings. So Jones from Rowe and Collinson's the top 3. Were there any other movers that we were looking at? Zach Barton had made a couple of spots in that race as well, so he was the car that was 10th. Samuk Rudrapatna had made a couple of spots too. He's been piloting a new car this weekend, the car formerly piloted by Adam Nicholson, the FV Stinger. So he's been coming to grips with that. So he'd actually moved up a couple of spots into 8th place, so he was doing quite nicely. Brandon Taylor was still stuck in 7th with that 5-second penalty still hanging over his head. So with this race neutralised, we don't know if this is going to be declared as a race or if they're going to class it a no contest. We're not quite sure just yet. There's 6 minutes and we're still counting. Of course, we are time certain here as well. And I've just seen the ambulance dispatched as well. So there's Reef. He's out of the car. Thank goodness. That's the most important piece of the puzzle, because people cannot be replaced, but race cars certainly can. And this goes hand in hand with something that Mark Bateman, who's the chaplain here at Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit, was saying to the officials in the briefing this morning about our attitudes and people's attitudes becoming more of a gratitude mentality rather than an entitlement mentality. We've got to be grateful for a lot of things in life. We've got to be grateful for our own family, first importantly. We've got to be grateful for whenever we gather as a motorsport family at places like this, and we've got to be grateful for when we see people get out of the car unscathed. So it's a very, very important message, I think, that was conveyed to everybody this morning, not only to look after yourselves but to look after each other as well.
Absolutely. Great to see Reef McCarthy moving around and chatting to officials. Of course, a great driver, not just in open wheelers but in tin tops as well, racing in Super 3 and for Image Racing, and then also made his debut in Super 2 at Bathurst last year. So he can steer anything, McCarthy, not just a Formula V, but supercars as well.
He certainly can. Now, I've just seen the course car leave the pit lane as well, the Payart course car heading out, so I wouldn't be surprised that this race is going to be officially finished at this point in time. Porsche 944s I can see being marshalled into the dummy grid area. They've just a couple have just left the lane, but there are some men waiting at the top of the queue here in pit lane just to see what happens. And as it stands right now, it'd be Nick Jones, the winner of the meeting, on points from Heath Collinson and Lee Partridge. So it'd be 92 to Jones, 84 to Collinson, and 71 to Lee Partridge if it finishes where it is. And yep, they are marshalling them around the back. So that is race over for Formula V. Rarity, we don't see too many of these red flags in Formula V.
No, it's always such clean racing, isn't it? And it it wasn't like it was a real racing incident in the sense of two cars fighting and taking each other out. It was just a simple racing incident. McCarthy lost it by himself and then was collected by Curran. Nobody particularly at fault for an incident, shall we say, in that sense. The question is, you read out the points there, but will they give points out for that race? With only 2 laps completed, I find it unlikely, so we may...
Well, they did this morning in improved production with the race that finished under yellow flag as well, so that was what, from a Vic State Series points perspective, I dare say they are probably going to award the points if the precedent has already been set, but we, as you said, we'll wait to see how that all pans out. The bit that still is in my mind is how on earth was Reef so wide at the top of Lukey Heights all on his own? He had nothing to gain by pushing the way that he did. He had a healthy margin. It was just really strange to see him so wide at the top there. He was in the grass before the almost before the peak of the hill.
Must have had a big moment, a big twitch over the top of the hill. Such a tricky corner, that one over the crest. Very easy to lose, but as you say, it's almost as if it happened before then even. So very early on he's lost control and slid back in front of the pack, and that's where the danger was with Curran as well.
So let's have a look. It looks like we might have a bit of a different look from here. So he was well off the groove. So there you go, full 360. Then he goes again and just tries to get it out of the way. And then look at this, just Curran, nowhere to go. Absolutely nowhere to go. He was looking to avoid running into the back of Heath Collinson there, and he was just unfortunately caught out on the wrong side of the incident.
Brilliant evasive action from Jones and Collinson, but then Curran was completely unsighted. Those two quickly jinxed to the right. He couldn't do anything there, unfortunately. Innocent victim in that.
Yeah, so the replay from the other angle I think we've got ready to go as well. So the original angle that we potentially had for it, no. So we looked at, we saw it from when it was live, and that was when we had the head-on shot coming down the hill into MG corner, but we'll have a look at that one again, just from that angle that we had. Coming from turn 12. That's actually the camera from turn 12 that we just saw a few moments ago when we were looking right across the circuit. That's actually the camera that picks them up coming through turn 11 and through turn 12 and then down the main straight. So that was actually a bit of a better angle because when we picked it up originally, so here we go. Yeah, he was well wide. That's well off the line. So you're right, he must have had either been pushing too hard or the car's had a little bit of a moment over the top of the hill and has sent him wide. And look, actually I just noticed too, the wheel rim actually completely shattered. The whole inner of that wheel just completely departed from the outside of the rim and the tyre as well. But testament to safety right there.
It was Rowe that made evasive action in there as well. So brilliant evasive action from several of our competitors in that one. But unfortunately, ending under red flag. We'll get those cars recovered and off the circuit in the next few minutes, and then we will continue with the program. But I can see the Curran car is already on the back of the recovery vehicle, and now they're attending to the McCarthy machine. But great to see that both drivers got out of their cars and were able to walk around and have a chat to the officials. Clearly, okay, maybe a couple of broken bones potentially, but pretty much anyway, healthy. Getting out of the car.
Yeah, they definitely are. So the medical crews are on the scene as they always are. They'll take good care of the drivers. So while they clean up the two Formula Vs of Andre Curran and Arif McCarthy, we're going to take a short break up here in commentary for round 3 of the Vic State Series. And coming up on the other side of this will be the Porsche 944 Challenge.
Jamie Westway making a cameo for this year's 944s. How's it feel out there?
It's been slippery so far in the wet weather. It's not very easy out there. Just trying to tune up Jimmy's car for this weekend and see how we go. Yeah, we'll see what improvements we can make before qualifying, but otherwise it has just been a little bit tricky in the wet. It's not quite representative of our dry pace just yet. So hoping for some dry weather, I think, for me.
So are you a fan of wet racing, or is there something that you're a little less comfortable with?
Typically I am. In my car that I was racing the last few seasons, I would have said bring it on, but not so much for this weekend. Getting thrown a different car is a little bit trickier, so we'll see how we go. But regardless, I think I still will have some good pace. It's just figuring out how the car behaves in this sort of conditions.
Are there any teething issues getting back into the car after a bit of a break?
A little bit, just sort of getting used to the field of view. I mean, this car is a left-hand drive, mine's a right-hand drive, so other than that, just getting used to where the new gear shifter is. It's been pretty good so far.
Good luck for the weekend. Is there anyone you want to thank?
Let's thank Osfield Race Oils for all their help and support, because we know that Porsche 944s, they do need their oil.
We're down here in the Porsche 944 Challenge Garage, and I've got the driver of the number 7, Carter Fox, here with me. Carter, this machine wasn't always the number 7. It was the 99 of John Kennedy. How's it been treating you since you took it off John's hands?
Pretty good. It's got its quirks, and it's a technical car to work on. But when she's going pretty hot, so it's a good car to run, yeah.
And what's it been like in the 944 Challenge? Because you're relatively new to this category, only having been around for a couple of seasons so far.
Yeah, it's awesome. Some of the best racing you can find, I reckon, anywhere in the world. It's such a great group of guys. We've all got really good respect for each other. Close, fast racing on track, and it's amazing. It's really good.
Go well this weekend, mate. Thanks so much.
Cheers. Awesome.
Great to hear from number 7 there, Carter Fox in the 944s. Be careful how you see that young man's name. Definitely Carter Fox there. This is the schedule for the rest of the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Race Series, racing for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Porsche 944s. Just a little delay while we clean up some Formula V wreckage out on track at the moment. Then the Saloon cars, which have provided awesome action right across the weekend. Hyundai Excels, well, Cadell Ambrose run of wins goes tops at 4, and let's see if he can start another run this afternoon. Very, very impressed with the way young Cadell Ambrose is going about his racing, and we'll see what happens before the end of today. Sports sedans, let's hope they get a dry track. They are very, very much better to watch in the dry than they are in the wet. HQs will be out on track. They've been seriously entertaining across this weekend, and what a welcome to the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships brought to us by 888 Home Loans is the Toyota 86 Scholarship Series. Over 8 laps will round out our day, all being live and free on the Blendline TV networks and across the PA here at the track locally at the Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit. It hasn't been a great day to getting people through the gate here. Here is the calendar. Obviously this weekend, round 4 at the Sandown International Motor Raceway, the home of horsepower, 11, 12, 13 of August. Really easy track to get to. It is smack bang in the middle to outer southeast, wedged between Springvale and Dandenong. There's even a train line, an urban train station right next to the track there. Phillip Island here. This is my anti-football race weekend, 22, 23, 24 of September. It's deep into the AFL and NRL finals. Get down to Phillip Island, shake all that dust off and go with a bit of racing. Of course, we're looking forward to getting the finalisation out of Calder Park as well to see if we have the final racing race for the season there. Matty Dunlop, great to have you back on board for the last 2 rounds that we've had you. Hope we can keep you on board for the next 35 as they transpire over the next few years. Been great having you back here, and well, this is where you cut your teeth with the 944 Challenge going back a number of seasons ago, and we've got another bloke that cuts teeth for a living. In fact, he's a toe cutter. Just don't stand in the way of Jack Atlee. I've got to hand over the headsets now. We go 944 Racing for none other than 1-800 Lasagna. I'll be back for racing later on. It's over to Matty D and Jack Atlee.
Thank you so much, Darren. Cutting my teeth in the 944s, you make it sound like I've actually turned a wheel in anger. To be completely honest, I've never driven a race car at all, so I've only been up here in the box commentating like I know what I'm talking about. But luckily for me, I've got a bloke next to me who knows exactly what he's talking about when it comes to driving these 944s. Jack Atlee, welcome back.
Thanks very much, Matty. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to Phillip Island. I've definitely done a couple of laps in these magnificent Porsche 944 cars. They are beautiful cars to race and to drive at the best of times. Beautifully balanced cars, and they'll need all of that good balance this afternoon because we've got a track that is what you call in between conditions, I guess. Drying track. We had very, very much torrential rain this morning, so it was a real full wet situation. Yesterday was beautiful, glorious sunshine. So today it's middle of the road. You really want to get the balance correct in these cars, but a lot of those guys are pretty experienced campaigners, so they'll be knowing what they're doing.
Yeah, like you mentioned, with the changing conditions here at Phillip Island, you need to be able to put full faith in your vehicle to be able to do exactly what you want it to do. And these cars, if you have them set up right, they're perfectly balanced. I think the left-hand drive ones are 50-50, front to back and left to right. So it's a real good challenge, and let's have a look at the drivers who are taking the challenge today. James Westaway, the reigning champion, coming back to say good day, stepping into the 46 car and sticking it on pole for race 3 with a win in race 2. He'll line up next to the current championship leader, Chris Lewis-Williams, with Cameron Bella second place in the standings with 5 wins so far this season. In third, Andy Jackman, after that sensational pass in the grass through Lukey Heights at MG last time out earlier today, will start from 4th ahead of Mark Verdeno, the bloke he pipped with a few corners to go there in position 5. Ryan Woods doing double duty across the 944s and the Holden HQs in a brand new 944 here today. Has got it up to 6th position from a back of the grid start in race 2. Fantastic result for him. Joey Kellett, the 1-800 lasagna man himself, number 77, starting 7th, next to Adam Brewer, who's dropped back to 8th after unfortunately losing a lot of positions off the start of race 2. Tony Westaway, father of Jamie, of course, will be starting out of 9th in car number 50, next to Tim Wolf, all the way from WA in that bright yellow Pipercraft machine, number 66. Carter Fox, who we heard from earlier just before, in the number 7, will be starting 11th next to the green machine. Josh Brisbane in number 56. Keith Mariner flying in from the UK on Friday. Apparently jet lag not affecting him at all. He'll be starting from 13th position, having a solid weekend next to Andy Tudor in the number 15, starting out of 14th position. El Presidente Mark Torbitz will be starting this race from 15th position, and I'm not sure if we saw Richard Howell roll out to start this race because he did DNF last time out, unfortunately. But if he does take its part, we'll have a 16-car grid. I don't know if John Van Orks is out there either. Dickie House certainly is, though. It will be a 16-car grid here today, Jack.
Yeah, exactly. And look, there's definitely stories up and down the grid. You've got effectively the stars, if you like, up the front of the pack, which is the Jamie Westerways, who is the reigning champion. Chris Lewis-Williams will start on the front row as well. He is a 3-time champion as well. And then, if that's not enough, you got Cam Bella starting in position 3, who's a 4-time champion. One of the guys I'm definitely keen to see what he can do is Adam Brewer, who's coming out of mid-pack now. Ads, unfortunately, had a stall on the grid in race 1 this morning, but he qualified well and he races really, really well, and he's having a great season. So he's coming out of mid-pack. Look out for the pretty wet and wild Joey Culloch, who could be pretty keen to get moving from mid-pack as well. Tony Westaway actually secured pole on for race 1, and he's coming out of that pack as well. Timmy Wolf has coming out of the Michelin GT3 challenge last week in Tasmania, another fast driver as well. So that mid-pack's going to be definitely interesting on a track that is pretty mixed conditions.
Certainly is mixed conditions. There's a tiny little bit of standing water here and there, but there's a definite dry line that's appeared throughout today's racing. So there's grip to be found in certain places, but it's going to be in interesting places where you wouldn't normally anticipate it for a fully dry race. The field is fully gridded up, and we're just getting set for a race start now for race 3 in the 944s. The 5-second board is up. The revs are rising. The tension is building. The red lights are on. And we're underway. It's a great start from Chris Lewis-Williams. Jamie Westaway is holding pretty firmly next to him, and Andrew Jackman is trying to make a run for 3rd. We've got some yellow flags waving with Ryan Woods very, very slow off a start in the number 17 machine. But apart from that, the rest of the field is getting through cleanly. Jamie Westaway trying to have a look up the inside of Chris Lewis-Williams, who's made his way around the outside, and he'll get the whole shot through turn 1. Cameron Bella, look at him. He's all over the back of this pack at the front here.
Look at these 3 guys fighting up the front. They really want to try and build some form of a lead if they can. In the early stages, you've got Andrew Jackman sitting just back there in 4th, but the top 3 guys, there is not an inch between them, and these 3 guys are probably arguably the pick of the field, and they're all racing inches apart, literally. Now you've got Chris Lewis-Williams has gone a little bit wide. He went out a little bit on the wet stuff out there at turn 3s. They're hard under brakes into Honda hairpin, drive it out of the corner here. They want to get drive down to Siberia, Jamie Westaway loves to lead races. Cam Bella doesn't mind sitting behind because Cam is very, very good on his tyres, and he knows that this is quite a long race, so he really wants to build up a tyre temp, just settle in, settle the nerves, get things all looking nice and calm, but he's settling in behind, I should say, Jamie Westaway and between Chris Lewis-Williams.
It looks like when you're side by side between turns 4 and 5 there, around the outside is still the quickest way around. There's still a bit more grip to be had there as we watch the cars dance across the top of the track around the top of Lukey Heights. Joey Kellick getting a challenge there from Adam Brewer, but back at the front, it is Jamie Westaway still leading the charge with Cameron Bella right behind him. Cameron Bella looking to get a few more points ahead of Chris Lewis-Williams to make a late lunge for the points lead at the end of this race. We'll obviously see how it all balances out once we get to that point, but in the meantime, we've got just over 10 minutes of cracking racing coming up for you.
Yeah, and these two guys at the front of the race have just had an epic battle for a number of years. And you see Cam Bella really trying to take advantage, and does take advantage, of the long slipstream down the long straight here at Phillip Island. He will move to the left, but he's on the outside for turn 1. Jamie's holding his line. But the good thing about that is when you get to turn 2, Cam Bella has the inside line. So he's a little bit wide, but that's not too bad. He will get Jamie there under brakes as they head into turn 2. And then he'll turn it left and drive it really hard out of this double apex corner. You want to get the long drive here down the straight where you're heading up to around about 180 kilometres an hour in this corner. Through turn 3, you are flat to the boards through that corner and then hard on the brakes. You want to be braking in a straight line. Make sure the car's nice and settled, tip it into the right and get it through the corner. Behind that, look at this mid-pack really bunching up. Joey Keller just in front of Andrew Jackman. Mark Verdino wants to stay in the action as well. And of course, Adam Brewer, really experienced campaigner now. And of course, let alone speaking of experienced campaigners, Dickie Howe is coming up into this bunch. And I can tell you, look out for Dickie Howe because there'll be a few drivers sweating on that one, that's for sure. They'll be sweating like a gypsy with a mortgage to try to get out of the way for that one.
If it's got 4 wheels on it, you can best believe that Dickie Howe has raced it at some point in his life. He's been campaigning cars since about the 60s or 70s, and he's been all over the traps, so he knows how to steer a car, and he's all over the back of this pack. We've got a 5-second penalty just coming up for a start infringement. I'm guessing there's a fair chance that might be a jump start for 56. That's Josh Brisbane.
Yep.
So he hasn't been having the most sensational weekend, unfortunately. He's down in 15th, and he might lose a bit of time there, but that'll be added to his race time at the end once he crosses the line to finish the last lap. Still got a long way to go before we're there. Mark Verdino still holding off Adam Brewer at the moment, but like you said, this will be a great test of how well Adam Brewer can push up because he's normally a pretty strong qualifier and he consistently stays at the front of the field, so this will be a bit more of a challenge for him, Jack.
Exactly, and you can see Jamie Westaway's now got back the lead as well. In fact, it's crisscrossing between Westaway and Bella. Now, if we head down the straight, that is really tight racing. Brewer trying to take full advantage of this slipstream, and he wanted to duck in. You've got Verdino out on the slippery slope on the far left there. You really potentially want to stay off that ripple strip at the moment because it is definitely still damp anywhere off the racing line. Andy Jackman still takes advantage there and he ducks into just behind Joey Keller into turn 2 and 3, but it's definitely on for the minors there with Verdino, Richard Howe, who's all over the back of Mark Verdino there, and Adam Brewer trying to stay with this bunch.
I think it was Mark Verdino in race 2 earlier today who got really sideways on the exit of turn 1 there, so he'll want to be careful getting near the painted ripple strips on the exit of turn 1. It's a very dicey place to jump on the brakes as we see Dickie Howe up the inside of Mark Verdino. If Mark can hold position, he might have the line into Siberia as we see the fastest lap now with Ryan Woods, who lost a lot of time there, and there is Mark Verdino holding that line and getting that pass redone. You really have to plan a lot of your passing 2 or 3 corners in advance at this Phillip Island track, don't you, Jack?
Oh, without a doubt. And you need to flow the car and get into a rhythm, and you've got quite a long race here, so you can get into a rhythm with the race itself. You can settle in, but that's how you get the best out of these Porsche 944 race cars. You need to flow them. You can't be too hard and tough on the brakes because you're just going to lose too much time coming out of the corners. You really want to flow the car, and of course this is one of the most beautiful flowing racetracks in the world as Dickie Howe again tries to cut under Mark Verdino. That's one of the best passing spots on the track, which is the bottom of Lukey Heights. And Dickie Howe's very confident under brakes. And I know Mark Verdino's probably not as confident under brakes. I literally spoke to him a couple of hours ago and he was saying he wasn't quite as confident under brakes into Lukey Heights, and adds Brewer there. Now he's getting the drive out of that fast turn 12 corner, sitting right in behind Mark Verdino. So he will pick up definitely a kilometre or 2 down this long Gardner straight, pick up the slipstream, and try and nab him into turn 1.
It's so important to nail your run through turns 11 and 12 there, and to get as much momentum as you possibly can, because all those kilometres an hour that you can tack on are so crucial. And it's the difference between Adam Brewer being able to have a look up the inside of Mark Verdino there and having to slot in behind, which unfortunately he's had to do for now. But every little bit counts in these Porsche 944 cars here at Phillip Island.
Without a doubt, it's such a tight field. I mean, it's a one-make category, so all the cars are the same, all the tyres are the same, and so it really comes down to driver ability. But it also comes down to effectively a game of chess, high-speed chess, where you really want to try and outthink what the guy in front of you is going to do and what the guy beside you is going to do, and you really want to plan a race. And this is getting really tight, and there's Verdino, he's gone off. Wow, yeah, he may have got a nudge there, I'm not sure, but you're definitely hard on the brakes. You're coming off a corner there around about 180 k's an hour. You definitely want to brake in a straight line, but if you get the rear of the car a bit light, and that's your heel and toe situation there, you want to definitely make sure you've got your heel and toe sorted there, because as you're down changing, the rear wheels can lock up, and if you lock them up and get on the grass or the slightest edge of this racetrack this afternoon, you're going to be off, and you're not coming back from that.
No, I think he's actually beached in the mud, as a matter of fact. That car is not moving. So we've got local yellows at turn 4, and I dare say, that's Andrew Jackman across the top of Lukey Heights.
Yep.
Has gone for yet another excursion there, except on the inside of the track. So he's lost a couple of spots, has dropped back behind, I believe that's Tony Westaway. So that would put him down into 9th position, which is not where he wants to be. But this is a replay of what happened just before. It's really hard to say what's happened there. We'd have to see another angle. It looks... Maybe been a little bit of contact, but it's really hard to say, and that's put Verdino into the gravel. Tried to make a move out, but just got beached into the mud. So local yellows at turn 4 removes one of the best passing opportunities this circuit has, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame. He may have got a slight nudge there from Adam Brewer coming under brakes. He might have given him a tap, because the car is slightly unloaded. You're both braking, but you're also looking to turn and hit the apex of Honda Corner. So, and as well, you're down changing and you're heel and towing as well. So you do not want to stuff that up, because that'll lock the rear tyres of the car. And if that gets away from you, then you're in all sorts of trouble. But it was such close racing that he may have got a tap. It was a bit hard to tell from that angle. But looking back at the front, again, you've got the class of the field, effectively. You've got multiple champions all racing in very close proximity, with Bella, Westaway and Lewis Williams.
Followed by Daylight. How's the gap between Lewis Williams and Joey Kellogg between 3rd and 4th? So that's a very solid battle pack happening for the lead here. But it's just a stronger battle for 4th position, with Joey Kellogg holding off Adam Brewer, who's made a lot of ground up in the last few laps. Granted, he's probably been the beneficiary of a couple of incidents here and there. As we see, the stripe red and yellow flag meaning there's a little bit of gunk on the track here somewhere, and that may be the reason why Andrew Jackman came unstuck along the top of the hill. Not sure exactly what it is, but these two drivers here, Cameron Bella and Jamie Westaway, don't seem to be having too many issues navigating that part of the circuit.
Yeah, there may be some stuff. I'm just looking at the front of Jamie's car there as well. Now, he's either been in the grass or he's picked up something on the front right splitter there of the car by the looks of it. Here we go. This will give us a bit better of an angle. It's very hard to tell, it's so close, but he may have got a slight tap there from Adam Brewer. That's Mark Verdino going off. And once you get in those gravel traps, they're amazing at stopping cars, so it's very hard to get out of it as well. I mean, they're designed for safety, that's why they're there, but once you beach the car in those gravel traps, you're just not going to get out. I did notice, as I said, on Jamie's car, as we look at the front 3 now, you can see it pretty clearly there on camera that under the front right of Jamie's car, there is something flapping around. Now, whether
you're
that's
right.
part
That
of his
looks like
floor or
a part of the splitter that may have disconnected there. That's going to be making a lot of sound in the car. You can see it's actually buffeting a bit of air up into the engine cavity, because it's making the fiberglass front and the bonnet bulge just a little bit. So that's going to be upsetting the balance of the front of the car and really dragging it down the straights. But obviously, he's still all over the back of Cameron Bella, so it can't be affecting his pace too much, but it'll be one to look out for, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's driving it very, very hard. It will definitely affect your aero a bit, your feel and your balance. That's for sure as well. And he's a bit squirmy under brakes there. And Chris Lewis Williams is a very experienced campaigner. He'll be looking at that, and he's just biding his time, knowing that he can potentially nab a place with a couple of laps to go. Very impressed, as you mentioned there, though, about Adam Brewer. Brewer is having a good season. He won the race last year here at this circuit, so he loves this place, and he's certainly moving up in the race today. Just still sitting behind Joey Kellogg, but out in front, it's the 3 champions who are going toe-to-toe.
You love to see it, don't you? All these drivers who have had so much success in the 944 Challenge getting stuck into it once again and having a really, really cracking battle. We've got just under 2.5 minutes left on the clock, so not a huge amount of laps to go in this third race of the 944 Challenge. So I reckon a few of these drivers are going to be sizing up some potential passing manoeuvres, and like I said earlier, chaining them through a couple of corners, rehearsing a bit of stuff mentally, seeing what works, seeing what doesn't, especially with the conditions and how much water you've got on the track and how much toe they have to play with. Not sure which way the wind's blowing at the moment or how hard it is blowing, but in these cars at this track, if you can get a head or a tailwind down this main straight that we're on now, it really can make a big dent in your lap time.
Without a doubt, and the lap times are definitely coming down, and if you look at the slipstream there of Chris Lewis-Williams, he knows and he's been waiting for that. He's really taking full advantage of that slipstream going down this Long Gardner Straight. He'll nab Jamie Westaway going into turn one, but you can see as well that the track is now effectively a dry track, and that's what these guys will be relishing because they can really start pushing the car, and that is reflecting in their lap times. They're down to around about the 150 mark, so the lap times are substantially faster than what we had this morning. And again, this is why the cream is rising to the top. You've got the top three, multiple champions, all racing nose to tail, right out in front. But yeah, Chris Lewis-Williams, he's already just getting a bit of a comfortable position there in front of Jamie. I do believe probably that front right is maybe affecting Jamie's car a little bit. Jamie's still the champion driver, so he's staying with them. But Cambella just biding his time, cool, calm and collected. Very, very cool campaigner. Cambella won multiple championships, knows the car, knows the track, and just sort of sizing up the conditions. And we've got about a lap and a half to go as they head up the back straight.
It's not very often in the history of the 944 Challenge we've seen that cyan number 55 car with the number 55 on its door as opposed to the number 1. He had such a great run, did Cameron Bella of championships, only interrupted recently in the past few seasons by Jamie Westaway, the driver currently sitting in third position behind Chris Lewis-Williams, as we see now the battle for sixth position even, between Tony Westaway, who's made a pass on Richard Howe since they've crossed the start-finish line, but Richard Howe will be looking up the inside now as they go over Lukey, trying to get that place back. It's not the line that he wants there. He's had to scrub off a little bit of speed to tuck back in behind the number 50, but there may be another chance here. Tony Westaway takes the wide line, and Richard Howe's going to try and look up the inside. Gets the job done. That's a solid move from Dickie Howe.
Yeah, that's one of the best passing opportunities on this circuit as well. Tony Westaway, though, is no slouch, and he knows that he can sit behind Dickie Howe going into this fast sweeping turn 12, and he's going to get the slipstream all the way down the straight. But Dickie Howe definitely on a mission today, and he did it really, really well there coming into the bottom of Lukey Heights, and he'll try and drive that all the way down this track. Now you can see there, he's trying to break the toe of Tony Westaway, and as they head down towards turn 1, Tony may, he's very good on the inside, Tony Westaway I should say, so he may just nab him there. We've got Timmy Wolf on here on the screen in the yellow Pipecraft car coming over from Western Australia. Now he's just nabbed a position there. It looks like he's over
Ryan Woods, the car right behind him,
really
and he's ducking and weaving, trying to find a space behind him. Tim Wolf taking a defensive line, but he doesn't have the speed. Ryan Woods has that slipstream and has charged past him around the outside of turn 1. There's such a discrepancy of speed there. I'd want to hope there's not an issue with Tim Wolf's car, but I hope that isn't the case.
Possibly. Yeah, I mean, Ryan's had a really amazing run. He's come here at a horrible start, and he's really bounced back all the way up through the field. Won't be quite troubling the leaders on this occasion, but we do have the checkered flag out on this lap, so Timmy Wolfer, we're looking on screen there just ahead of Mark Torbitz as they sweep through turn 3 at the beautiful Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit.
Oh, it's such a picturesque circuit, and now that the sun's come out, we can just see it in all its glory. There's the beautiful bash straight behind there. But we're just seeing out of our window, the battle for the lead here has gotten very, very close at the front with just a couple of corners to go here. This could be anyone's race, depending on who gets the best run out of the corner. We'll keep an eye on that while we're watching what's on the screen, but here we go. Chris Lewis-Williams is all over the back of Cameron Bella as they come through 11. They're a little bit shaky. He's going to try and get up the inside through turn 12. He's got a great run of speed, does Chris Lewis-Williams, and he's going to sweep along the inside. Cameron Bella is trying his darndest to keep the momentum going though, and he's going to be swarming all over the back of his bumper. Can he pull out and make a late lunge? No, he cannot. It is Chris Lewis-Williams who takes out race 3 and round 3 of the 944 Challenge, with Cameron Bella just behind him. Jamie Westaway in the number 46 Martini liveried machine brings it home in 3rd to round out the podium. What a close finish for the top 3, but we're not done yet. Great recovery drive from Adam Brewer to bring it home in 4th, ahead of the 1-800 lasagna man Joey Kellick. Behind them for 6th and 7th, it is Tony Westaway who just holds on ahead of Richard Howe. What a close finish that was, and it's another one coming up here now. This is Andrew Jackman just holding off Carter Fox. Grab your partner, around we go. We're square dancing here. This is unbelievable. Ryan Woods brings it home behind them in 10th position with Timmy Wolf, Mark Torbitz and Keith Mariner crossing the line behind them.
It's not quite over yet.
It's not over yet. What is this? We've got another one with Andy Tudor and Joshua Brisbane locked in like very, very close together. Unfortunately, this is not going to mean a whole lot because Josh Brisbane has a 5-second penalty to his name, so he's going to stay behind there as Andy Tudor crosses the line ahead of him. The last runner on track is unfortunately not running in the form of Mark Rodino. He's still buried in the mud. Let's go over those results once again.
Yeah,
Chris Lewis Williams, our winner. Jack?
I was just going to say, beautiful, emphatic move by a very, very experienced campaigner, Chris Lewis Williams, who just managed to grab Cameron Bella coming into turn 12, the final corner of the race. So a beautiful victory there by Chris Lewis Williams, 0.16 of a second. Jamie Westaway home in third. Ads Brewer came home for fourth, which is a great result for Adam. Joey Keller, the 1-800 lasagna man himself. Good result for Joey. He's home in fifth. Tony Westaway bounced back for sixth. Richard Howe, the veteran, coming home in seven. Andy Jackman, the pool master, he had a bit of a troubled run, but he managed home at 8. Carter Fox, well done to Carter. He's in the top 9 there. And Ryan Woods, really sensational fighting race to make up the top 10.
And the fastest lap to boot for Ryan Woods as well. What a great run he's had in a brand new car that he is super unfamiliar with. So keep your eyes on Ryan Woods, normally an HQ competitor, but taking on both this round, and he's doing a fantastic job of it. That was a great round of 944 challenge racing that has now wrapped up here at Phillip Island. But if you like bang for your buck motorsport like you've just seen, you are in for a treat. Race 3 of the Victorian Saloon Car Series is up next. We're live on Blendline TV for the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Race Series. Don't go anywhere.
Brett Tate, second year in the series. Bit of an interesting practice session. How's the car feeling out there in the wet?
Traction is one thing that is definitely hard to find out there, and it's there, and then it's not, and you find out when your ass is spinning in front of your face. So that's traction for you out there.
Well, I suppose with cars like this, where it's all rear-wheel drive, everything to the rear, and then it's the rear that kicks out. Is that something that's taken a bit to get used to?
Well, I'm getting out of a road car that has got full traction control, electronic stability, ABS, into a lock diff with semi-slick tyres in the rain. No, so yes, it's taken a lot of getting used to. But it's fun when you realise that, to track like this, the runoff areas are enormous and you've got to do something really, really wrong to hit something. It's fine as long as you don't mind washing the mud off the car every once in a while.
How's the category? How do you enjoy the category?
Phenomenal category. First time racing, and these guys are just so welcoming, helpful. We have a ball. It's good fun, but that doesn't mean we pull any punches out there.
Good luck for the weekend. Is there anyone you want to thank?
Oh, look, I want to thank Tate Lawyers, mate, Drive Events, and my co-team sponsor. I don't know who's sponsoring this round, but look, the guys in the Saloon Car Series generally, Blendline does a great job. I love flicking out the link to everyone watching that. They don't want to brave the weather. Anyway, that's enough of a thank you, I guess. I haven't won anything. Thanks for coming out. Thanks for putting this out there.
Welcome back trackside here to the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Race Series. Saloon cars are the next item on the menu. Really looking forward to watching this one because this grid sheet, I guess, is probably factually correct. Dan McCarthy right alongside me, Darren Smith here, because the fastest cars are at the front now and they're not charging from the rear. Actually, hang on a minute, let me have a look at the back. Maybe Andrew McSwain. We'll catch up with what Andrew's while he's down the rear of the grid as well after not having such a great race. And there we are, Dan McCarthy, Darren Smith, 111 Victorian State Race Series race starts. Factual or not, we'll leave that right where it is.
I think we need another stat as well. How many of you commentated? That'd be in the thousands for sure.
Yeah, but I was always a lot better race car driver. If anyone's got a spare seat, I've still got a helmet. So that's the way we need to step through that one. That's for sure. That is for sure. Maybe I could get a gig in the Project Race Car at some point down there, yes. Director. Here we go. Here is the grid. Let's get the last few races of the 888 Home Loans Round 3 Victorian State Series underway. Saloon cars, XLs, Sports Sedans, HQs and Toyota 86s still to come. Here is your Saloon cars grid.
So starting from pole position, we have Adam Lowndes, who won the race earlier on today. Alongside him, Jacob Prestopino, who marched from the rear of the grid in the last one in wet conditions, sliding around and made his way up to second in what was a remarkable performance from him. Series leader Kevin Stoopman will come out of third, best of the Ford drivers, ahead of race 1 winner Karen Pridmore, who will start out of position number 4. Next we have Blake Harris in 5th. Trevin Lindorf crashed at turn 2 in race number 1 on the opening lap, but the former champ marched through the field in the wet conditions early today to finish in 6th. Tony Ordino suffered a puncture in race 1, another recovery drive. He was in 7th, just ahead of the ever-consistent Daniel Johnson. Behind that, we have Jackson Griffith in the number 7 machine. Alongside him will be Andrew Williams. Luke Callahan will come out of position number 11, ahead of Nash Harris, who won his class for the slightly older spec machines. Dane Liccardo was in the thick of the action early in the race. At the start of the race earlier today. He'll start ahead of Peter Tonks. Jeffrey Thomas will come out of 15, ahead of Justin Shembry, who also had a few knocks there. McLeod had a big spin at turn number 1 earlier on in the wet and spun in front of Andrew McSwain. McSwain couldn't avoid. They made quite considerable contact, and at the end of that race, McSwain was disqualified for being underweight, so not been a good day for him. Panel damage and a disqualification. He'll be looking to rectify that today. Brett Tate had a clutch line issue earlier on and missed the race by a matter of seconds, and couldn't quite make it to the grid, just missing out from making it out there earlier on. Christopher Jackson unfortunately has gone home with a clutch drama, and so has Mark Granger from Newcastle, made his way home earlier this morning, and what a track that is.
He's probably about halfway home now. We saw him at 7:30 leaving the island this morning, didn't we? So a long drive back to Newcastle when your weekend doesn't work out so well. Some patches on some cars there as well, Dan. There was a little bit of coming together early on in the racing earlier today, and we look forward to seeing these cars line up on the grid. Great mix of drivers, great mix of experience, great mix of enthusiasm as well for the racetrack. We do love a race driver that jumps out of his skin with enthusiasm to go racing, don't we? Service vehicles right down there. We thank all of our volunteer officials and that last Land Cruiser on board there. Got a couple of new doctors on the scene here this weekend, and Hank Duncan has been their taxi driver all the way around today. So great to see some new doctors coming into motorsport, a real integral part of racing. If you're about to head off with 20 of your good mates on a racetrack, you want the best of medical attention, and that's what the State Series aims to offer every single time. So there is a chase vehicle, that white Land Cruiser out there has a doctor on board. We've also got a couple of civil ambulances at the track. And I touch on that because the Formula Vee race, there was a couple of extrications. One of those drivers is currently under observation in the medical centre. One has also been taken to hospital, all just for observation. There is no particular reason or extenuating situation or concerns, just that the doctor at the track said, yep, let's just get this guy off to hospital. Haven't got a name or a number of the car yet, but we will fill you in. But yes, those two drivers are okay. One has been taken to, we're not sure whether Wonthaggi or Dandenong, but they're one of the nearby hospitals for further observation. So that's great. That's what you want to hear. You want, like I said, that Land Cruiser down the back of the field there on an opening lap can land at an incident with about 10 seconds after that may have happened, and you've got an emergency doctor right by your side there. So the Victorian Fire and Rescue Squad will provide all the rest of the support there, and that is that Ford Territory, which we've got there as well. And then there is further paramedic medical assistance.
Of course, that was introduced around 1978 in F1, all to do with the Ronnie Peterson accident, fatally at Monza, I believe it was. So, yeah. Moving on.
Certainly here in Australia, the Women for Wheels organisation in the 70s, they bought that first HQ ute that the Victorian Fire and Rescue Squad had for many, many years. But we are about to put all that behind us and get underway with the final race for the weekend for the Saloon cars. Darren Smith and Dan McCarthy with you. Looking forward to what the next 15 minutes or so will bring us, and away we go. Adam Lowndes gets a beautiful jump. Pridmore goes with him, as does Travis Lindorff for the first time this weekend, getting away very, very smartly. Peter Tonks does as well. Jeffrey Thomas gets gazumped in the through bolt. The Excalibur Throughbolt Pensioners Cup down the back of the field there at the moment. But Lowndes, Prestipino, Pridmore. Geez, I tell you what, Dan, the cream has risen to the top. Talking about the cream, Daniel Johnson gets easily past the inside there on Travis Lindorff.
Yeah, good to see that Johnson, after a difficult race in the rain earlier on today, making his way forwards already. For Prestipino at the start, just a bit too much wheel spin, allowed Johnson to get that good initial launch, and Lowndes that good initial launch, and Lowndes held that into turn number one. Oh, big lock up for Prestipino. Gets it turned in nevertheless, but really awkward that one because it was the outside left front that locked up.
Yeah, I tell you what, they're definitely taking advantage of being no moisture underfoot now. Once we've got rid of that moist track surface, these guys are really starting to push on very, very hard. They're glad to put that behind them. It was a tough old morning for all the categories, and when you put your gumboots on, you do not want to feel that moisture underfoot. And we've moved on from that. Nice, dry, perfect race conditions, cold air conditions, and these guys are throwing everything out.
Seen a few of these today, and there is another, the number 21 machine of Blake Harris, who's been having a great weekend. A 5-second penalty for a start infringement. We've seen a few people not in their grid box, so fingers crossed, or hopefully it wasn't that, but nevertheless, start infringement, 5-second penalty, slap on the wrist. That'll be added to his race time come the end of this one. Prestipino is going with Lowndes early. Prestipino won a race here last year. He loves this circuit, the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, and he's looking to take a race victory again here this weekend. He's had a bit of bad luck in recent rounds, but this is a strong showing from him early on in this final race. But Pridmore's going with them, so it's Holdens 1, 2 and 3 at the top, and then you have the championship leaders in 4th and 5th just behind.
The 99 goes wide into turn 2. They're going to go side by side. Two Commodores, they're getting a little bit of contact there, ever so slightly. Is he deterred? No way. He's going to draw right alongside the number 16 and go wide into 3. Puts him on the inside running into turn 4. Is Pridmore going to weigh in on this? Are we going to go 3 wide? They're just buffing the air between each other. A little bit of a tap. Wasn't really a love tap either. There was a bit of wobble there as well. So there may be just a little bit of moisture still underfoot there.
And here comes championship leader Stoopman around the outside of Pridmore. It's not where you want to be. You can be hung out to dry out there, and Johnson's looking on the tail of his title rival. This is great racing between the 5 of them. Early on, here comes Johnson coming alongside as they head towards Hayshed, and now it's Stoopman having a look at Pridmore. So not sure if Pridmore missed a gear or something. Oh, Stoopman, big correction there, big tank slapper as he turned into the corner and cost him a bit of momentum.
That's the Kevin Stoopman we know and love right there, just leaving no rock unturned. He's certainly exploring the grip levels at the moment, wiggling left and right, doing a tremendous job of it. Always been an entertaining racer, Kevy Stoopman, and I think this is the kind of racing that Kev likes to get his teeth into and really, really enjoy. The Ford has not been the weapon of choice here this weekend. He's gone sideways again, just in case you were wondering whether he was trying there. Daniel Johnson again, he can smell the blood in the water. He's like a shark just circling outside the top 4 at the moment, and it's one of his favourites, one of the FOMO-cos in front of him in Kevy Stoopman. Let's have a look at this. Down at turn 2, there's Preston Pino. The 99 and the 19 go side by side there. Something in common. Little bit of a slide there by Adam Lowndes. Cranks it out. Preston Pino not deterred not one little bit, either is Pridmore. In fact, if you tip either one of these cars upside down, they've got exactly the same number.
Absolutely they do. I don't think they'll be wanting to do that though.
I'm not saying it's going to happen, I just noticed that if you tip one upside down,
they'll be wanting to fight for second position, which is what they are doing at the moment. Here comes Pridmore up the inside. He's been good under brakes there all weekend, and this is no exception. Gets it stopped nice and easily and takes second position. Really good under brakes in that machine.
Certainly is. Wow. Kevin Stoopman and Daniel Johnson appear to be working with each other here at the moment, just trying to find the strength of the Falcons underneath them, because it is the IRS, the independent rear suspension, that gives the Commodores the drive in the wet conditions. But the Falcons, when it dries out and we need to start getting some good directional steering with these things, the Falcons really do come into their own, and those straight sixes with all that torque, they do tend to come to the forefront. Many years ago in the Dial Before You Dig series here at Phillip Island, you had to bring a Falcon, and normally you had to bring a Falcon from Western Australia too. They were so strong here. And of course we've got the Nationals coming up for the Saloon cars in in August as well.
Absolutely, yes. Saloon Car Nationals, we're expecting a good half dozen or more South Australians to come over. The same from Western Australia, and with the field we've got already, we've got a few people that couldn't make it this weekend, so we're expecting 25 this weekend. Add the 12 from interstate, and we're looking at grids of 37. They reckon we may even get potentially up to 40 cars at Sandown for the Saloon Nationals. That's going to be an incredible event.
Well, I'll throw the challenge out to those watching around the country in the Saloon car ranks to come and join us at Sandown. We'd love to see the biggest field possible we could gather for the Saloon cars. A big shout out to the crew from the Excalibur Throughbolt Company. They're currently watching live in London, Taiwan, Queensland, watching on the State Series live streaming, and they're really loving the international coverage of Saloon cars. So a big shout out to all of the viewers watching the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Race Series live. This is the kcaccidentrepairs.com.au Saloon cars, and if you're from somewhere else in the world you probably wouldn't know, but this is the representation of the local automotive manufacturing industry, albeit shut now. This is some of the finest stuff we produced in Australian automotive.
Yeah, certainly is. Holden versus Ford, as it has been in supercars for the last few decades. Of course, this year Holden's changing to Camaros, and of course we've got Mustangs in there as well. But this is a bit of a hark back to the glory years of Australian motoring manufacturing. As we can see, the battle between two AU Falcons. It's Ordino in the number 4 machine and McSwain just behind as well, and they're both caught up to the tail of Lindorf, who had a good start but has lost momentum and lost ground to the guys ahead. Here comes McSwain up the inside. Brilliant recovery from him, remember, coming from towards the rear of the field after the last race, and makes the move. Great pass, and that moves him up to position number 8. He was fighting in the top 5 yesterday, and he's set to make his way towards that come the end of this race.
Well, he was given a scrutineering or an eligibility penalty. Obviously, he's rectified that to be getting in the field here this afternoon, and it hasn't really slowed him down at all. So McSwain now into 8th position, fastest lap of 1:51.47, which is no surprise faster than this morning, because we've got a full dry track out there at the moment, albeit that the Saloon cars will run exactly the same treaded tyre in wet or dry conditions. Here's the Shembry car number 10.
A bit of tape, as we can see on the back right corner as we're looking on the screen. That was in the first lap incident earlier on today. a rookie here at Phillip Island. Shembry never raced here before, and he's loving life in the saloon cars. There's a bit of fluid coming out the corner of that, though. Not sure if it's fuel. We're hearing it is. So yeah, that's not good to see, but nevertheless, great for him to be getting laps, and there is the meatball flag, so he has to come in and get that rectified. Meanwhile, battle is on for third position as the ever-aggressive Prestipino comes under pressure from not one, but two. Falcon Stoopman again loose on turn-in. That's the second time we've seen that this race.
It's almost like we're watching some rally footage. It's like they're sort of getting the weave up to build the gravel in front of the tyres as they apply the brake, isn't it? Just starting to... He's feeling the car out. Great stuff there by Kevy Stoopman, hugely experienced race car driver, and he'll be doing it for a reason. He'll have noticed that someone in front's doing the wrong thing. Certainly Daniel Johnson from behind has got the headlights on, letting him know he wants to go on with it. As we look back out the front here, and these two Commodores operating beautifully together, the 19 and the 66. I have a feeling, Dan, this is about to get willing. The CaseyAccidentRepairs.com.au race, we've got 3 minutes and 30 seconds left. Fastest lap by Pridmore. He's the guy that's now gone over to the right of your screen, or to driver's left down the straight here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, which, by the way, looks absolutely picture perfect at the moment. Green grass, blue sky. Sounds like a song. And here at Phillip Island, but the property just looks magnificent. Let's go racing here at this property for the next 100 years. What a great place. I'm not sure that we'll be running with internal combustion engines in 100 years' time. Maybe we will. Who knows? But certainly we want to see this track have racing on it forevermore.
Lowndes has to defend down into Miller Hairpin, and Pridmore is all over the tail lights of the Commodore in front. As you say, it's Commodores 1, 2 and 3 at the moment, and these two very much line astern. They have a race win apiece this weekend. Pridmore won race 1, and Pridmore won race 1, and Lowndes won the race earlier on today. Lowndes leads the points with a second and a first, Pridmore fourth earlier on. But it's very tight between these two machines, and Prestipino continues to have the pressure applied from behind. Stoopman looking, is he going to go to the inside? Not quite. Pridmore is having a look though at Lowndes, just ahead, just at the bottom of the camera shot, and here comes Johnson looking to the inside of Stoopman. Oh, there's not quite enough room there, but this is really good racing from these two Falcon drivers.
Yeah, two guys that know each other well. They've raced each other from time to time, but certainly I would suggest at the moment that Kevy Stoopman's asking a lot of the Falcon underneath him, and I would suggest that Daniel Johnson's sizing up a move to be done in the next 1 minute and 38 seconds or thereabouts, because that's what's left on the clock for this one. Pridmore, though, has to make it now, has to make it in the next 600 or 700 metres, maybe under brakes down into turn 4. But Adam Lowndes, this number 19 Commodore, is absolutely planted. Once we've been able to get onto the dry surface, he's certainly stepped up and doing a fantastic job here at the moment. The 66 is absolutely in hot pursuit, and here it is. Let's see if he feigns to the... tries to, but Lowndes crowds the corner, which he can do. There's absolutely nothing against it. The guy behind has to get past. Talk about has to get past. Harris gets in there, gives Kevy Stoopman a bit of a tap. That passes on to the other Falcon there. So 3 Falcons foiling each other. Come on, the FOMO team. Work together, boys.
I don't think Johnson had any idea Harris was there. He just got a big knock from Stoopman, and he's probably going, what's Stoopman doing? Well, he had another car up his inside, Daniel. So, yeah, DJ coming out the worst of that, losing not one, but, losing a position there to Harris. Here comes Harris now. He's on the tail of Stoopman. Remember, Harris still has a 5-second penalty hanging over his head, but he's not thinking about that. He wants the position. 4th position on the road, best of the Falcons, that's what they're fighting for. It's been a bit of a Commodore domination this weekend, and these guys have been fighting best of the rest in the Falcon.
I'll just hark back, Dan, if we flip one of these two cars around, they're the same number as well.
Yeah, but
the 12 and the 21.
It doesn't read the right way, does it?
No, I'm just having a bit of fun late in the day. Let's see what we can do here. I think DJ's day just turned not so fun with these two storming through, but Blake Harris looks like he's got the wood on Stoopman as well down the bottom of the straight here. Stoopy won't get out of this. He'll stay right with him here. He's going to push him out wide. It puts him the inside running up at turn 2, but Stoopman will certainly try and crowd over. There he goes. And just takes the corner back. Just says, righto, Blake, we're going to actually go for this. And DJ weighs in on the back, and yes, this is quality racing.
As we see them exit Southern Loop, great exit from Harris. He's looking up the inside into Stoner Corner. Stoopman's going to go defensive. He's been forced the long way around that corner, adding extra metres to the circuit. And here comes Johnson. He's going to make a position where he lost out to Harris last time around. But if Harris can stay there, which he can't, with a big sideways moment, good save, but he has lost position. Crikey, that really was sideways, but he's gathered it back up. But
I tell you what, that just proved to me that there is someone up there playing a giant chess game there, isn't it? Right? The last time round you came through, this time round we'll switch that back around again. So someone switches the switches, don't they?
Pridmore gaining, closing back to the tail of Lowndes, and Prestopino's faster than both of them at the moment, but it's too little, too late. He's having a big send around the outside. Pridmore, what can he do? Can he swing it back to the other way? No, he's going to stick there. He's going to try the inside at turn number 11. Not quite able to do so. Lowndes holds on around there. It's going to be a drag race to the line between the two Commodores. Lowndes turning in to the final corner. He's looking for the round win, but Pridmore's got a great run, a really good run coming around the final corner. It's going to be Lowndes. He's going to hold on, but not by much. He takes the race win and the round. Lowndes with victory by less than a tenth and a half.
For KCAccidentRepairs.com.au, Adam Lowndes takes the victory over Pridmore and Prestopino. You cannot take anything away from those three competitors. They were racing hard. They've shown us all of their skill and their ability. Some fantastic competition. And then the next three, Stoopman, Johnson, Harris, just gave us a display of how to race a car at close quarters and keep it as clean as you possibly can. And we can actually punctuate this entire field. Yes, there was a little bit of contact, but there was nothing that had any malice about it. It was a harmless on-track racing incident. I don't want to quote that, but hardly anything's ever a racing incident. But that was certainly nothing. No one came in with vindictive intent. No, they all went out there to race hard and do a terrific job. Jacob Prespino, what a drive all weekend long. A terrific job there. But Adam Lowndes, what a terrific job there in the KCAccidentRepairs.com.au Saloon cars.
In terms of the round, yes, Lowndes wins that. Pridmore second for the round. Prestopino, the DNF race number 1, costing him dear. So it's Stoopman that'll finish third for the round. He extends the lead in the championship, but Adam Lowndes overtakes Johnson for second position. So here are the results from that one. Adam Lowndes, the race victor by just a tenth and a half. From Karen Pridmore, Jacob Prestopino came home in third with a late charge, but ran out of laps in the end. Kevin Stoopman finished in fourth ahead of Daniel Johnson, and Blake Harris, despite the 5-second penalty, still finished in position number 6 when that's applied. Luke O'Callaghan came home in 7th ahead of Jackson Griffiths. Tony Ordino finished in 9th ahead of former champ Travis Lindorff.
Andrew Williams in 11th place there as well. Andrew McSwain battled all the way back up to 12th. Then it is McLeod, Nash Harris, Brett Tate. Jeffrey Thomas home there in 16th place. Dan Liccardo, Peter Tonks in 18th. Justin Shembry rounding out our competitors in that one. I tell you what, for Casey Accident Repairs, what a fantastic weekend of racing from the Saloon cars. Can't wait to see the Saloon cars nationals in that middle weekend in August in the next round of the State Series. So those watching on around the place, if you have got your Saloon car and it's 50% completed, well, you've got a few weeks to get it 100% completed. Travel to Melbourne to the fantastic home of horsepower at Sandown International Motor Raceway. That is the Saloon cars, Dan, for round number 3.
Certainly is, yeah. Expecting around 40 cars for that next round. Very, very much looking forward to that. But there's plenty more action to come here today. Up next, the Hyundai XLs.
Dan, you don't even get to take a break, mate. I'm going to take a break. You can wipe the sweat off your brow and replace it with the XLs. Let's see how Cadell Ambrose can go in this next race. We'll be back with more from Phillip Island in just a moment.
Welcome back to Phillip Island. We can see the houses. We couldn't see them earlier on today with the conditions we had earlier on, but the rain appears to have dispersed for now anyway, and it's a dry track for the first time today. Up next we have the Hyundai XLs for their final feature race. Earlier on today, for the first time in, 4 races, Ambrose was beaten. Harry Tompkins taking the victory.
Yeah, he's certainly right there. Harry Tompkins timed his run to perfection. He managed to get a good run out of the last corner, got down the inside on the last lap at turn number 1, and then drove away to, I guess, what was a flattering margin in the end, a 1.8 second victory. Sort of really doesn't show how close that race was between Tompkins and Ambrose all race long. Even though it was only a 5-lap affair, very, very short by XL standards, it was a very, very close run thing between the top two for most of that race. And I think once Cadell realised that he wasn't going to get back to the rear bumper of Tompkins, he just sort of put the cue in the rack and then just brought it home safely, which is the smart thing to do in conditions like that. So when we look at the grid here, Harry Tompkins in the 33 battery stop entry will be off position number 1 with Ambrose right alongside him. James Lodge, who drove from the rear of the field. We've seen a couple of those this weekend. We've seen Timewell do it in improved production. We've seen Jake Rowe do it in Formula V, and we had James Lodge do it this morning in Hyundai XL. So seems to be a bit of a challenge that I think everybody wants in on at this rate. Antonio Maluso, he was sitting pretty in third place until he got overhauled by Lodge in the closing stages. So he's had a very, very good weekend. So too has Blake Tracy, has been consistently in the top 5 or 6 spots throughout most of the weekend. And Charlie Nash, since he drove from the rear of the grid up to the top 10 in race number 1 yesterday, he's been a constant feature in the top 6 or 7 spots as well. Alongside him is Blake Tracy in 5th, Cisco Morales and William Sala on the 4th row of the grid, 7th and 8th, and Peter Faulkner and Lachlan Harvey. George Wood, he went a little bit quiet in that second race. Maybe the wet weather sort of not suited to him. Maybe something that they don't have a lot of in Queensland, because that's where he is from, of course. So he'd be looking forward to, I think, more of these dry conditions, more akin to what we saw yesterday when he was performing very strongly at the front of the grid. So keep an eye out for the number 12 machine coming through the field. Bradley Packham out of 12th place alongside George Wood. Over the page we go, Connor McLeod, who's on double duty this weekend alongside Scott Appledore, doing improved production and Hyundai XL. So McLeod out of 13th, Fleming out of 14th, Appledore out of 15th, and South Australia's Matthew Tatani out of 16th. And the remainder of the field, Robert Zanetti from South Australia, Aidan Norville, Richard Outram, who was a bit of a late finisher in that the second race this morning, and Stuart Bruckner, who was quite slow in the second race as well. He got lapped by the 2 front runners. And we've got rear grids on our sheet here for Jason Kay, who didn't finish race number 2. He unfortunately had that incident where he was crabbing down the front straight after contact at turn 12. So he was a non-finisher. So it remains to be seen if he's back out there for this. And Michael Nowicki in position number 22. He's from South Australia. He's scheduled to be on the rear of the grid. Not sure if he's going to take any further part in the day's proceedings. So let's have a look as all the XLs roll out of the grid. Let's see if anybody happens to be missing. The 2 that we'll be interested in will be the ones down the back of the grid, Dan McCarthy.
Yeah, there's plenty to watch out for, as you say. There's a few at the front, a few at the back, and a few in the middle, that is for certain. Kay is out there. There was a lot of damage. That car was crabbing more than a crab, to be honest. It was that bad, the steering damage on that machine. Great to see the bright orange number 99 head out onto the racetrack. Unfortunately, though, we are missing Nowicki from the grid. But nevertheless, good field of Hyundai XLs. If you've enjoyed what you've seen today and you want to know a bit more about this series, make sure you go and visit the series website at vsrs.com.au to find out more about the Victorian State Race Series.
It's also available on Facebook as well. Look for a Victorian State Race Series on Facebook. Please like and follow the page. There's a lot of social media updates that go on throughout the course of the weekend. The various categories that are participating in all of the events, they'll put their own social posts up. The Victorian State Race Series tends to share those posts, as well as put a few little snippets up in between rounds to just keep building interest towards our next round, which of course comes to you from Sandown. It's a fair way away. Considering how fast the year feels like it's gone, Dan McCarthy, the next round is in August. You can see it there, the 11th and the 13th of August. We've got one hell of a wait, but I bet you we'll get to tomorrow and it'll feel like, the race is only like a few days away and we'll all be pumped.
Absolutely, yeah. It will fly by, but of course we're sort of skipping really the winter months and coming out the other side towards the end of winter. That's set to be spectacular. So many categories down there. We've even got prototypes down there at Sandown, and as we said just before, the Saloon Nationals, expecting around 40 cars there for that. So it's going to be really good Sandown, and then we conclude the season at this stage anyway. We expect to conclude it hopefully at Calder Park. So round 5, Phillip Island back here, and then the potential asterisk still over Calder Park, but things are sounding positive.
Yeah, very, very positive. A lot of work going on down there. Seen them extending things like the gravel traps and getting rid of some of the close walls that were nearby, especially down towards the latter stages of the circuit, so like turn 6 and 7 as they're affectionately known. They've had to take out a whole bunch of earth and move it back, put some safety barriers in, so some of the pictures emerging over the last sort of week or two have looked extremely encouraging. The bit for me is going to be, what's the pit paddock going to be like from our point of view? Where's the commentary box going to be? Right, because none of us have been there in some time.
I know that Darren certainly has. I'm sure he'll talk us through it all. Yeah. He'll give us the...
We'll just play follow the leader going up to the commentary box. We're not going to find our way.
No, hopefully, fingers crossed that can happen, and if it does, it's going to be spectacular, because it's going to be new for, I reckon, 95% or more of the drivers in every single category. It's going to be really good.
I reckon it's going to bring a few people out of the sheds, especially in the likes of improved production that haven't raced there since the days of club cars. They're going to want to get them out of the shed and probably get a good turnout from a number of drivers, just from a nostalgic point of view. I think I wouldn't be surprised to see a bunch of historic Formula Vs and that there as well, because of course they would have raced back in the day, many times over. So it's a quick form-up, actually very, very good form-up for the XLs here, not wasting too much time, getting into position, just the last couple of cars on the grid. So Bruckner and Kay, the last few into position. We wait for our marshalling team to jump through the gaps in the fence. There they go. Once they're all safely into pit lane, the green flag will wave. There it is right there. And we'll be set for about another 13 or so minutes. So hopefully a good chunk of racing ahead of us as we get underway for the final race of Hyundai XLs for round 3 here at Phillip Island. Ambrose with the handy jump. He heads off the advances of Tompkins down towards turn 1 as the field looks up, sees Ocean, then looks down and sees turn 1 and the apex that they need to hit.
Yeah, Ambrose just enough of a start to be able to pull across in front of Tompkins, close the door down there, and Lodge holds on to third ahead of Melusso. Had a big look to try and take that position. It's on a bit further back. Morales, who had a big spin earlier on today in the wet, he's up the inside of Packham, and it's 2x2 further back as well, but the conditions are a lot different to what they were earlier on today. I reckon the XLs pretty much had the worst of it this morning.
Yeah, I think so. They had the worst of it for sure. We can see there a few lock brakes heading up as Faulkner defends. George Wood diving and ducking around behind the number 46 machine. And a few drivers picking their way through the field. Here comes Jason Kay. He's picked up a couple of spots from the rear of grid. He's picked up at least 4, and he's looking for a 5th around the outside here. I think it was this car that was the one that he actually had the coming together with, the number 72 of Norville. This is the same car that he had a bit of a side-to-side moment with. Nothing that Kay did wrong. It was the 72 machine of Norville that lost it all on his own. The back slid around at turn 12. Unfortunately, collected Kay, took them both off the road. So might want to be treading very, very carefully here. So they're tucked in behind the South Australian Tatani, up through Lukey Heights.
Kay made the move at Lukey, and Nash looking at Melusso, so good move there, Nash. It's been another round where he's been there or thereabouts. He wants to finish on the podium in the top 3 in this final race, and he's hounding the back of the really nicely presented Burson Auto Parts car of Melusso just ahead. And that is for 4th position on the road. The top 3 breaking away early here.
Yeah, what's top 4 breaking away? Yeah. So what's Lodge got in store? That'll be the next question, because he was a really hard charger in the wet. Really enjoyed the tricky conditions, but it's the complete opposite to what it was this morning. And in the dry conditions yesterday, he was a figure. He was there or thereabouts. Just a mechanical failure is what let him down. So he's got a bit of a point to prove that he can drive not only in the wet conditions like he did this morning, but he's still got something for them in the dry. Now, I just noticed as well that Maluso had actually lost position to Blake Tracy on that lap as well, and Tracy's the 4th car in the queue, the black car in behind Lodge, going with the leading group at the moment. So this is a good start for Blake Tracy. If he can hang with Lodge and he can hang with Tompkins, maybe they might have something in store for Ambrose, but he's just starting to edge away now, edging away very, very slowly, as now the big send from Charlie Nash up the inside at Miller Corner.
Been a real breakout round for Tracy. Only one top 20 finish prior to this round and 2 top 5 finishes in the first 2 races of this weekend, and going with the front 3. So a big tick for Tracy.
Absolutely. Pass consolidated by Nash at turn 6. That's now over and done with. He can set his sights on the back of the black machine of Blake Tracy. Now, George Wood hasn't made too much progress through the field. He's made 3 spots from where he started, so that's not a bad effort so far. But now he's got a rolling roadblock effectively in front of him. He's got William Sala in the pink and white number 36 roadworthy machine, and then the stop and seal machine of Peter Faulkner in the number 46, and they're running side by side. So Wood's got to pick a side here, and he picks one down the inside of William Sala at turn number 10, and he'll now take the karting one around to that side as they're all checking up. I think Faulkner might have missed a gear, and George Wood capitalises right around the outside. That is what you call situational driving.
46 lost it going into the corner and slid it all the way around, but the momentum was completely gone by the time he got to the exit. Then he tried to jink to the right-hand side, but cars were already there. They were already all over him. And a position lost to Wood. So that's 2 positions going there for Wood. Now he'll have his head down trying to look ahead. But at this point he can't, because he has Faulkner who's going to try and swing around the outside, but decides better of it. Faulkner slots back in line.
Yeah, despite the fact that he did have that little moment, Faulkner, he managed to gather it up and use the slipstream to insulate himself from the chasing group behind, which contains Sala, Packham, Morales, and who's that number 25 there in the queue? Lachlan Harvey.
As we see Harvey, good exit. He'll have Morales before they even get to Stoner. That was a really good run.
Great slingshot.
Out of Southern Loop.
Great slingshot out of turn 2. That's what you've got to do. It's what you call the over and under treatment, or you feign one way and then you go another, and he used that to perfection. There's a little indicator light hanging off the front of the SCTR entry of Packham there as well, so not sure if that's come ajar of its own accord or if there's been a little bit of contact.
There's contact there.
There's contact there. So there's more contact. There goes Sala. He's going to be in the gravel and have to get back onto the circuit. I was just about to say, I thought there was Jason Kay was in the back of shot, and that he might have had a bit of a moment at turn 4 because there was a bit of smoke going on. That's where my attention was. It wasn't at the cars in front.
No, on the approach to the corner, Sala and Faulkner simply interlock wheels, and they both sent themselves going the wrong direction when they should have been turning into the apex of the corner. Sala coming off a lot worse there than Faulkner did, as we see a replay.
So you're right, and it looks like Faulkner, looks like he might have moved over a little bit on Will Sala there just to try and open up the corner a bit, and they were already too close for comfort.
And somebody stopped down at MG. I can't quite see who that is. They've got it going again now.
Zanetti. So Zanetti gets that going, so he's looped the car, gets that car going again. Nobody running into him, and no damage there. And it's on for second place coming down the line. You can see Lodge just going over the crest. He's challenging Harry Tompkins heading down into turn 1. So this is music to the ears of Cadell Ambrose. He's got a nice healthy margin of around 1.6 seconds, and the 2 behind him starting to argue the point.
Lodge made the move, so he is flying at the moment, Lodge, and he will be trying to keep up now with Ambrose Morales wide. It's been a difficult race for him. He's had a couple of moments, and there was another. Faulkner, though, is having to fight with Harvey at this point in
He's
time.
tried the same trick twice over, going the long way around for the slingshot. It doesn't look like it's worked that time.
No, in fact, he's going to lose the place potentially to Morales this time.
Yeah, Morales has got the high ground now on the inside, so he has to be given a bit of space by Harvey, and he does, so that's good driving. That means Harvey can still take a defensive approach here, try and hold out the 87, but no, Morales a bit deeper under brakes, takes the gap between Faulkner and Harvey and takes it there. You can see plenty of smoke coming out the back of K's number 99, but he's still pressing on. He's got some speed at the moment.
Yeah, up to 12th position from the back of the field, so really good considering how battered and bruised that car. As you can see, it's still got a few war wounds, the panels damaged from earlier on, but I really did not think we'd see that car out. So any points in this race are more than what I thought he'd get. Here we go, Faulkner and Packham. He's really having to fight at the moment, is Faulkner, and Packham's out really wide in the dirty stuff. He's going to lose 1, 2, 3, 4 positions in one. In fact, does he even have an issue? I think it was just because he was out so wide in the grey marbles.
Yeah, he was out well wide there, and 2 cars slipped through in a heartbeat. Harvey and Kay both go through as they were 3-wheeling it going over the top of Lukey Heights. We had a great shot there. You could just see the rear left wheel just starting to cock up as the attitude of the car, it starts to body roll, and it just takes the weight off that rear left tyre, which of course has been a bit of a talking point in the last couple of rounds. There's been the Federal RSR tyre, the production of that has stopped, and they've now got the temporary control tyre with the Dunlop tyre for the balance of the season, with the tyre tender going out for the XLs in the next couple of days, and that'll be for I guess a 3-year tender for the control tyre for the category across the country moving forward. So I'm not sure if there's any differences between the two tyres. As Kay's wide, loops it across the track, and he gets the back of Packham, and Kay goes heavily into the barriers on the approach to Southern Loop. He was well wide, well out of control, too much speed, and just grazes the back of the 124 of Packham just enough to send him off track as well.
But Kay in the tyre barrier. I don't think Kay's going to get it out of the turn 2 wall. Packham.
That car will be black flagged if he doesn't come in this time around. The bumper's going to probably come off in the next few moments.
What I will say, though, is that could have been a lot worse for Packham. I think he's very lucky to get away with just a bit of bumper damage. Yeah, right, you won't get many points from this race, but it could have been... Oh, there we go. So, quick, get back on the power. You can keep your positions here. He's back fighting. There is that bumper, but there is a car in the barrier at turn number 2. Here we go, Nash and Harvey. This is the...
Nash and Tracy.
Yeah, sorry, Tracy. Yeah. Fight for 4th position. Tracy swings it around the outside, trying to hold on to the position. Nash is going to have to go the long way. Oh, Tracy in deep, locked up, but holds the position. But for how long?
This could be vitally important if they go yellow flag, because I'm sure there'll be yellow flags on display at turn 1. I can see it from the commentary box window. They are doing that at the moment. Local yellow flags. So takes away a mooted passing opportunity into turn number 1. So when they get to the top of the straight here, they'll crest the rise. They'll be able to spot the yellow flags as they get over the top of the crest in the hill. Just as they go into the Melbourne side, they start to head down. They'll see them waving right now. Nash and Tracy are side by side across the line, and they've got to sort this out. Who comes out with it? Oh, I don't want to call this because the yellow flags are on display here, and Tracy backs out of it just a little bit. Then they'll get to the other side, but they're going to argue the points. Local yellows at the moment, you can still see them here, and they're still fighting and arguing. This is not going to go down well with race control.
No, there's still yellow flags waving the approach turn number 2, wasn't there? So I don't think turn 2's an overtaking opportunity either. So this may be sorted out in the stewards' room, unfortunately, but we'll call it as we see it at the moment. It's Tracy who's got back ahead of Nash as they head down into the Miller hairpin. Tracy on the defensive with 2 minutes to go. The fight for 4th position. Nash attempted to turn in, turned out, and then had to turn back in again because the black Hyundai XL was right there on the apex of the corner. Here is a replay of the accident we saw. So Kay, too deep, lost the rear end, touches the back of Packham, and then hard in the tyre wall on the outside of turn number 2, really, by the time he comes to rest. Luckily, Packham able to continue, and that bumper came off the rear end of the car. Here we go, Nash back up the inside at Lukey Heights. Oh, thought better of it. There was going to be contact if he kept that move up the inside there, and he's going to go the long way around at MG. Deja vu, identical to last time.
Absolutely identical to last time. As they head down through MG, we probably would get another 2 more laps here. Just got a minute left on the clock. The last lap board still currently put away. That'll be 2 more remaining to go this time around. Lodge is starting to close the margin down to Ambrose. He closed it down by a half a second last time around, half a second quicker. Let's see what it is this time. Ambrose still leads. The margin was 1.4. It is now 1.1. So Lodge closes down again another 0.3 of a second. So he could be set up for a grandstand finish here if Lodge can hone in on the back of the 194 of Ambrose. This battle for 4th place still not resolved.
Rages on, doesn't it? And again, Nash tried to turn in, but Tracy's there and again had to turn out of it. Tracy cocking up a wheel slightly sideways.
Wording from Waste Control is that it is the last lap. The last lap board hasn't gone out, but it is being declared the last lap from what we are being told right now. So this is crucial. Now there's no more yellow flags from this point onwards. Nash can get the move done, but we still don't know what will happen after this race. Taking the wide line, karting line through turn number 3 at high speed. Tracy on the defence, Nash on the offence. How does it resolve at 4? Nash has to pull back into line, looking for the crisscross, looking for the over and under, but to potentially go the long way around at Siberia. Will Tracy hold it? Will he move over and defend? Moves over to defend the line. Looks now for the late apex to get the power down and head up the hill towards Lukey Heights.
Tracy's placement has been superb, forcing Nash to go the long way at every single corner, but not illegally blocking. It's been clean, fair racing between the two of them. Yes, Nash briefly got through. Tracy fought back and has done well to hold off the onslaught. And just a couple of corners ago, Tracy slightly sideways, and it's going to leave him vulnerable here down into MG. Nash to the inside, he's on the grass, he's facing backwards. Oh, dearie me. Fortunately, no contact with the Tracy machine, but Nash will lose places. Here comes
watch
George
the
Wood.
rejoin. George Wood sneaks down the inside. That looked like it was a little bit closer probably than it actually was. But Cadell Ambrose, the last lap has come early for him because Lodge was gaining. So this for him is another win. So 2 wins for the round and the round honours for Cadell Ambrose. Take nothing away from Lodge. He charged as hard as he could. The final margin just under 1.4 seconds at the end of the day. With Harry Tompkins 3rd, Blake Tracy's going to hold on for 4th. And where does that leave Nash? That's going to drop him down to 7th place. I think, yes, 7th place for Charlie Nash is his final finishing position.
It was just that wet grass, wasn't it, that caught him out. Lost it on the wet stuff, couldn't get it back under control. But fortunately, no contact with Tracy down into MG.
So in between Blake Tracy and Charlie Nash, you had Maluso finishing in 5th, Wood finishing in 6th. This is the bit for me. I'm not 100% sure about that move because I know Tracy was a little bit wide through Lukey Heights, but I'm not sure if he just chased Nash across the road there just a little bit, just to open the defence, but that'll be argued downstairs, I'm sure. But it's last lap of the race, they were definitely both leaving nothing on the table.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a bit of discussion after the race because, of course, there was the potential overtake under yellows as well. So I think there's plenty to talk about between those two after this race. Here are the results of that one. Cadell Ambrose taking his 5th race victory of the season, and with it the round, 2 race victories this weekend. James Lodge finishing in 2nd position. What a recovery earlier on today, and then took it to Ambrose in that one. Harry Tompkins coming home in 3rd position ahead of Blake Tracy. Antonio Maluso making his first appearance this weekend, and what a job he did, finishing 5th in that one ahead of George Wood. Charlie Nash finished in 7th ahead of Peter Faulkner and Cisco Morales, with Lachlan Harvey rounding out the top 10.
Over the page, Scott Appledore, that's a really good result from him, taking advantage of others' misfortunes. He's moved up to 11th place, probably be one of his best results so far in XL racing, ahead of William Sala, who was off the road early with that contact we saw down at Siberia. So that is the Hyundai XLs finished for today's action here at Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. There is only 3 more categories left to go. We've got the 86s will close us out. Before that'll be HQs. On the other side of this, we'll go one more time with the sports sedans here at round 3 of the Victorian State Race Series, presented to you by 888 Home Loans.
I tell you what, the industrial laser ram recovery vehicle down there has got the world's longest snatch-em strap. He is going to be parked down in turn 4 by the time they get that car back into some sort of racing surface as it goes backwards. And we have the recovery underway. Sports sedans are poised in the marshalling area for the Groove Train Eastland final race for their weekend. Yes, and the different postcode indeed is where the industrial laser ram truck is going to be parked. And now the tricky bit, trying to get it onto the flatbed and back into the pit and paddock area. Great shot, locked out on pit lane there. Not a lot actually happening in pit lane, but certainly the Groove Train Eastland, owned by Vince Stenter, one of our sports sedan competitors. He is actually working as a driver standards officer in race control here this weekend. So big shout out to Vin and the crew down there at the Groove Train Eastland. And this is what it looks like in the commentary booth. Steve DeVries working hard over in the corner there, writing press releases. This is Callum Brannigan with the beard. This is me. Thanks, Matty Dunlop, the woodchuck there, and Dan McCarthy over there, just the hand waved in the air. There he is. He's wishing he was halfway back to Adelaide as well. God's country lays before him during the week. He's still at Phillip Island. We've got plenty of racing still to come your way. We've got the sports sedans, the big bangers of Australian motorsport, HQs, and the Toyota 86 Scholarship Series will round out our day. As I was saying, the Groove Train Eastland is the full-service restaurant, cafe and bar offering a wide range of catering to many tastes in a relaxed atmosphere, providing all the flavour and authenticity that comes with wood-fired cuisine. Shop 24, third floor, next to the Hoyt Cinemas in the Eastland Shopping Centre in the heart of Ringwood. QP Lubes has been supporting the Victorian Sports Sedans for a long time now. Big shout out to Vanessa and Peter down there. QP Lubes provide professional lube service for passenger cars, all the motor oils, heavy duty diesel oils, transmission fluid, farm oils, and many, many more. Blending oils since 1999 in Maddington, Bacchus Marsh, and of course the National Blind Supplies. Our man on pole position, Francois Habib, down at National Blind Supplies for all of the wholesale manufacture of window furnishings, including blinds, shutters and awnings on the South Gippsland Highway in Dandenong South. Plenty of fast cars in the sports sedans coming out on track. Mark Tracy has journeyed south to from New South Wales to join the Victorian Sports Sedans. Has been for some time running some New South Wales races and indeed Super TT and the likes around the place as well. Great to see him jumping on board with the Sports Sedan Championship here in Victoria and taking a race win this morning. Let's see how the BMW E36 goes over the 18 minutes plus 1 lap journey here this afternoon in the Tracy Motorsport BMW E36. Francois Habib right alongside in position number 2 in the Tasman Motorsport Holden VZ Commodore. Cam McKee and the truckride.com.au Ausfleet Phoenix Lubricants Ford Falcon AU XR6, and in every way it's an XR6 turbocharged 6-cylinder underneath the bonnet, powering the number 44, and when it gets up, boy does it hippie shake and give us a boogie dance out there. Cam McKee likes a bit of that as well himself, so that's why his race car does it. Greg Lynch in the Ravage Raceworks HSV GTS VT2 in that tribute livery to the Holden racing team back in the day. Terry Hamilton in the number 59 Dandy Engines Holden Commodore VE2 entered under the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club. Great to have Terry at the track, and let me tell you, you're in Victorian Sports Sedans when you see T. Hamilton on the grid sheet. An evergreen competitor in the category, and always good to see the Commodore out there on track. Gordon Lovegrove has journeyed south out of New South Wales, joining us in the no-equipped Datsun 260Z. Really cool silhouette, something we haven't seen at any sort of state series racing for quite some time, since the days of Mark Sports Cars, and certainly a happy home found in Sports Sedans here this weekend. Mark Durbin in the big green Falcon. Not sure what the postcode is, but it occupies its own postcode out there on track. So car number 20, looking forward to seeing the King George Tavern Falcon out there on track. David Shaw in the truck right outfit as well. DPF Constructions in the Ford Falcon AU, number 94. Next on the grid, Andrew Parker, who didn't finish the last race, parked it up just beyond the start-finish line in the MotoGP pit exit lane there, and we haven't actually chased down what happened with Andrew, but I think I can see him making his way down the pit lane. Nathan Baines gave the wall a good talking to last time out in the 180SX, and I don't think we'll take any further part. In fact, I've seen the Chevy, I think that's his tender vehicle, the Chevrolet Racing Silverado down there, and he's certainly not making his way down pit lane. Ben McLeod, also, he will be joining us, and Daniel Blizzard has already trailered the car. So, a bit of attrition, as is the will of Sports Sedans just about every time they're on the bill. But McLeod joins the race, rolls out onto the track in the number 72. I might just leave him alone. I don't want to give him the commentator's curse, but looking forward to seeing how that magnificently presented red Commodore can come up trumps towards the end of this race. But Mark Tracy, lights ablaze there. Callum Brannigan right alongside me. Callum, these cars making their way around the bottom end of the Phillip Island Grand Prix track. Your thoughts leading into this last race for the Groove Train Eastland Sports Sedans?
Hi Darren, hello everybody tuning in at home and around the circuit. Very excited for the third and final Groove Train Eastland Sports Sedans Victorian Championship Race 3 here at round 3 of the VSRS. Wonderful Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. And you can see quite a lot of changes to the track there on the left-hand side coming into turn 2. For example, the tarmac apron's been extended just a little bit there, and it's giving the drivers just a little bit more room and a little bit more freedom when they do depart the track. We sincerely hope they don't depart the track at any point around the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, Darren. But very excited for this race nonetheless. So I haven't actually caught up with a lot of the drivers this weekend, so a little bit short on the news, but we can see the car of Andrew Parker has made his way out. There's the Sentinel Commodore there going through turn 4. So there was a bit of a mechanical glitch with that car. They've taken it back into the garage, hit Control Alt Delete, and got it back out there for the third and final race. I'm very excited that Andrew Parker's back out there, circulating once again, Darren. So I don't know, Tracy down from New South Wales. I don't know how I feel about a New South Wales from coming down and dominating Victorian Sports Sedans, but it'll be up to the Victorians, I guess, to take the challenge up to him. Francois Habib has been obviously the established sort of series leader so far in season 2023 in that Dodo Commodore. Cam McKee up there in position 3 as well. He had a bit of a tricky Winton Motor Raceway, I guess you'd say. He had brake issues with that car where basically the brake pedal was going straight to the floor, which never fills a driver with confidence. Yeah, it's precisely the thing you don't want with a brake pedal in a race car when you're hurtling towards a turn. So it's good that he's been able to get that sorted out, especially around the fast-flowing Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. And you'll notice that the time's actually started ticking down. So the 20 minutes, or I think the time's been shortened for the schedule this weekend for today with a couple of delays, but the time actually starts ticking as soon as the drivers make their way out of the dummy grid. So it's up to them to try and circulate as quickly as possible on this siding lap.
Which it doesn't appear as they're doing, Callum. They're all sort of, I'm going to say, sort of mulling around a little bit here. Mark Tracy just ever so slowly making his way down into the grid, very, very slowly indeed, coming down there. So the whole field really taking their time on this outlap. This will affect their overall race time allocated to the category. As we see the big bangers of Australian motorsport. Trebs Auto Body, you don't get a bigger sign across the back of a race car and you've got a Falcon like that, do you?
No, it's a bit of a barn at
big
that point,
advertising,
isn't it? Yeah.
Big advertising hoarding there. And rightfully so. Brilliant to see that Green Falcon on the track. Really enjoy when that car comes to the track there. Cars take up their spots. Francois Habib, very nervous about getting pinged off the start. He just brings it in a little bit more and he stops it now. Brings up the halt and the crew member gets back away from the wall. Mark Tracy, big air dam hanging out the front of the number 19 Twin City Roller Doors entry. Who will get away here? We've got a yellow flag being waved on the second row of the grid and I can't see any drivers gesticulating as to not getting away.
Lynch has got a box of neutrals by the looks of it, so he's struggling with the gear lever. He's working furiously to try and get something sorted out on that Commodore. There it lurches forward just a little bit there, so he might have engaged a gear, but the yellow flags are yet to be withdrawn. So keeping an eye on that one. This might be a delayed
Yellow flags withdrawn now, so let's see if we get away here. The 22 appears to be composed now. Let's watch the 19 and the 23. Cam McKee just about jumped away, checked it in the 44. Have a look at Gordon Lovegrove go. It splits the two V8s, one V8 and one 6-cylinder turbocharged in the Datto. Unfortunately, the torque just gets him left behind there. Lynch gets away, as does Mark Tracy, but it's from the second row of the grid as we go charging down into turn one. Second spot on the grid, with Francois Habib. The BMW goes backwards and the Datsun also goes backwards, but Gordon Lovegrove got away so beautifully. Ben McLeod, no way. 2 seasons of magnificent racing from Ben, and he's had a shocker here at Phillip Island this weekend, but he gathers it all up. Let's hope he can point the 72 in the right direction. Cam McKee now just ever so slowly trying, and I tell you what, with slicks and underfoot at the moment, he is in a world of pain. I hate seeing that. That's so sad for Cam McKee to just end up like that. That is not how you want Cam McKee's weekend to go, but boy oh boy, he does it right for truck ride, that's for sure. As we look back up to the front of the field now, it is Greg Lynch, but they have said goodbye to Francois Habib in the Ravage Raceworks prepared Tasman Motorsport car here. Mark Tracy in this evil-looking BMW E36 for Twin City Roller Doors. Climbs the hill, massive rear wing out over the back of that BMW. But Greg Lynch tipping it in the number 22. Gloves up. You can just see all the lock he's putting on there. Big steering wheel, lots of leverage. And there is again stopped Andrew Parker in the Sentinel Fire Services 89.9 Light FM Commodore. That is a real shame. That puts yellow flags out at turn one. So if Mark Tracy gets a good run onto the straight, and he has, he's going to have to check up before he does any passing manoeuvres down into turn one. Great shots at the front of Greg Lynch's car. Great shots of Mark Tracy. Both cars lights ablaze as we start to head into the later afternoon. We start to feel a little bit like dusk here at about, 10 to 4 in the afternoon. Tracy in the number 19 won a race this morning and would dearly like to head this Watson Field again this weekend.
And with these clear conditions, Darren, it's only just under 14 degrees out there at the moment.
Francois Habib slowing.
Now,
safety car, and Mark Tracy locking it all up to try and not get past on Greg Lynch. He certainly tried very hard to check it up there, but that certainly brought my eyes wide open. So Mark Tracy will certainly have his heart in his mouth after that one. So we have got, I dare say, Andrew Parker stopped down at turn one, and after Sandown, where we saw Andrew Parker parked up on the back straight. He's parked up, I think it was down at turn one on that runoff road down there as well in the Sentinel Fire Services car. So that will be why we're bringing the field under control, because that's not an ideal spot to leave a car stranded. Car's just under control behind the safety car. Here we go, a replay. End of lap one. Ben McLeod going right over onto the driver's left and safety car. All the signs coming out just behind him there, so well timed.
Yeah, it was a bit of a moment there for the person holding the safety car sign, just bringing it in briefly before putting it back out there. We can see some officials on screen now. Once again, you can see how rugged up they are, and right on screen there, thanks to our officials and volunteers here this weekend. If you do want to find out more information, you can visit motorsport.org.au/officials, and you'll find out more information about how you can sign up to a club or an affiliated club with Australian Motorsport. It's always a starting point to get your start as an official or a volunteer, whatever role sort of floats your boat. And there's a very philosophical looking Cam McKee,
forlorn,
arms crossed, and helmet on the ground. And look, the car's, there's no damage on it, thankfully, but it's absolutely stuck. It's an ice skating ring out there off the track on the grass, and there's been a lot of rain in the last 48 hours, especially down here in the Phillip Island region. And yeah, he looks pretty disappointed, doesn't he, Darren? I probably wouldn't be going straight up to him with a microphone after this race to get to have a chat about the issues or what led to him being off the track, along with Ben McLeod. Both the Red Commodore and the Red Falcon spearing off at turn 2. And there he is.
He's going to jump back on board because he'll be recovered now. So Cam is perfect choice of words, Callum. Cam will be philosophical about it. He's not a guy that gets exceptionally hot under the collar. He is certainly philosophical about it, but he'll have chilled out rightly so down there at about 8 degrees. He's got the onesie on. That'll be just keeping him just warm enough. But certainly he'll know he'll have cooled right off down there as well. But
he could crack the boot open on that AU Falcon, that glorious AU Falcon, and pull out a banana lounge and just sort of chill and take in the sights down there, the southern end of Phillip Island.
I tell you what, wouldn't it be the
sunny, but you know, it's still
the weapon of
nice.
choice late at night up the Monash too. If you had to do something like that, it'd be really cool. Cam is a fantastic sports sedan competitor and a great bloke. Really, let it cool off about whatever happened out there on track. And Ben McLeod got mixed up in the same thing. I don't think there was any coming together. Neither car are wearing too many scars. But we think it was probably two separate occurrences there. Ben McLeod is motoring on. And here we go. This is at turn 2. There's Cam McKee in the 44. We watch him understeer. There's Hamilton. And Cam's off. And Ben McLeod, completely separate incidences because they've headed off there. But Ben managed to keep in the gravel, which enabled the slicks to, I guess, keep moving. But poor old Cam, that is less than ideal. And I dare say he won't be watching this one back, but he's got the opposite lock on there and just goes, damn, give it up.
Arms up in the air too.
Hit the kill switch. I'm out of here. There's no point cooking it.
And that's unfortunate. So the Barra-powered turbocharged AU Falcon parked up on the right-hand side at turn 2.
Real shame. The 44 truck ride car had some great turn of speed here this weekend, and that shot there is quite a sad shot. We've fitted all the entire field in one landscape shot at the top of Lukey Heights as the truck ride car down the back of the field there in David Shaw. Francois Habib leading them around, and there's only 3.5 minutes left on the clock for this race. Lights are still on in the safety car. They're leaving it very, very late to get the lights back off on the car. So we're going to go around again, I would suggest. Here we go. Let's have a look at the next round at Sandown. 11, 12, 13 of August for the 888 Home Loans at the Sandown International Motor Raceway, the home of horsepower. As we just watched the Shaw Fix Engineering truck right car of David Shaw coming through turn 9. The penultimate round or the last round at the moment. We're still to have that asterisk on the final round, 22, 23, 24 of September. Certainly, absolutely welcome everyone here to the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Put away the finals time for aerial ping pong and come and join us down here for the motorsport. Certainly, Melbourne will be consumed by aerial ping pong at that time of the year, but get down to Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit for 22, 23, 24 of September. Great time to be at Phillip Island, coming out into spring. It's always a beautiful place to be. Potentially 27, 28, 29 of October at Calder, but keep an eye on that asterisk as we tick down to getting all of those safety concerns and getting the Calder Raceway back up to specification. And let's hope that we can possibly have that track back on the agenda, if not later this year, but definitely for season 2024.
There's a big appetite from the public and VSRS community members alike for Calder Park to come back. Anytime there's a mention of Calder Park on any of the social pages, it usually gets a huge reaction from people and a massive amount of positivity. So there's a big appetite for Calder Park returning. Obviously, as Darren alluded to before, there's a lot of safety concerns, but you described the situation of that track returning as developing. There is discussions and things taking place in the background, but there's still more confirmation to come in the coming months.
And it's a work in progress too. Like the place has sat idle for a couple of decades. And it does need to have more than just a coat of paint put onto it. So circuit safety has certainly moved on. We can see that here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Every time we come back here, there's another new aspect of safety that's been brought into it, and rightfully so. No one wants to go to the racetrack and not come away from it. So let's keep focused on that safety aspect.
And it really does. Well, Phillip Island, for example, remains a world-class facility for that reason. They keep pumping money into the areas where it needs to be. Obviously, the facilities, everything here, and you can see the continuing developments that they're bringing to the circuit in the name of safety, as well as to make it just a little bit more functional and safe for the drivers. And what a picturesque location it is. You can see out there looking out towards the eastern end of Phillip Island. Up
Smith's
the beach,
Sunset Strip over there.
I wouldn't want to be on that beach this afternoon, but during the summer it is an absolutely cracking location to be. So Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, very happy to be here this weekend. So 49 seconds or 45 seconds or thereabouts remaining in this race, and the cars are getting ready to go back to green racing this time around. So the lights have gone out on the Cool Drive safety car, the Commodore, and Francois Habib in the Dodo Commodore becomes the effective safety car controlling the field, and he's got Greg Lynch just behind him. That car's got quite an aggressive blanking set up on the front of that Mobil 1 Commodore. You can see there's a lot of tape, race tape around the brake ducts as well as the air intake, where he's just trying to maximise the downforce in that Commodore as he's chasing the Hollywood numbers in that car.
Certainly is, but Mark Tracy poised behind him. Let's hope that the tyres have managed to come back to him after that massive stop, trying to haul it up to not run into the back of the cars in front under the safety car. Francois Habib has just picked up the pace now. In fact, he has gone. He's put the pedal to the metal. They're going to go with him very, very early out there as well. So Francois is off onto the straight. Green flag waved, yellow flags withdrawn, and let's have a look at it. Are we getting a last lap board? No, we're not. We're going to go for at least another 2 here this afternoon. The time has elapsed, but Sports Sedans are going to get a couple of racing, and we're being told now via race channels that it is the last lap. So a 1-lap sprint. If you haven't got heat in your Kumos now, you never will have, and get on with this last lap. If you've come from a club sprint background, which most of these guys have, turn it on now, boys. Flick that switch. There is no more opportunities here this weekend. Passing opportunities down at turn 4, as into turn 5, or cross 5 and 6, and then into MG. Then a drag race to the checkered flag is how this will play out.
Greg Lynch is doing a fantastic job. He's staying within reach of the Francois Habib Commodore, just ahead of him. He's also doing well to defend from Mark Tracy in position 3, with Terry Hamilton now jumping up into P4 in that VE Commodore. And he's got Ben McLeod, who, despite that off-track excursion, he is still out there and circulating and making steady ground in what you would call that Commodore as effectively a homebrewed V8 supercar. It's a beautiful looking car there, the number 72. Red Commodore, Ben McLeod coming through up towards Lukey Heights for the last time. He's having a good look up the inside of Terry Hamilton as well, so Hamilton will have to adopt a bit of a defensive line here. Here comes McLeod searching up the inside, going through turn 10. Very clean manoeuvre there. Fantastic effort there from Ben McLeod, but it's still Francois Habib at the head of the field in the Dodo Commodore. Here he is, the number 23 entry, doing a fantastic job so far in season 2023. The number 23 coming down the main straight now, Darren, to take the checkered flag.
For the Groove Train Eastland, it'll be Francois Habib out of National Blind Supplies taking the win over Greg Lynch, and then we go back to Mark Tracy. His first visit here to the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit in his BMW Sport Sedan. Back to Ben McLeod, who was for the first time sporting damage on the passenger side door of the number 72. Terry Hamilton home into P5. Mark Durbin welcome into 6th place in the Falcon there. Then it is Gordon Lovegrove. Cav McKee is not taking any further part in this, and Shaw has also made it to the finish line there as well. 5 laps was the distance ultimately at the end of that one. And, we wave au revoir until next time here at Phillip Island, because the Sports Sedans do not take part at the round in August, being that they run the event. Here is the confirmation of results. Francois Habib, pretty happy in victory there. So we've shared the victories across the board this weekend. Greg Lynch, Mark Tracy, Ben McLeod, Terry Hamilton, Mark Durbin, Gordon Lovegrove, David Shaw, and non-finishers. Unfortunately, Cam McKee and Andrew Parker not making it to the checkered flag. Good race, albeit over only 1 or 2 laps at the beginning and then 1 at the end. Great to see that Datsun 260Z. It's a bit of a weapon, isn't it?
Oh, it's a crazy looking car, isn't it? It's a fantastic looking entry, and it just adds to the spice and the variety of sports sedans in Australia. So, ladies and gentlemen, coming up next, HQ Holdens for their third and final race of the weekend. We are very much looking forward to that event coming up to you very shortly.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. There is the seascape off the bottom of the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit property here in West Gippsland. I guess it is the region that we find ourselves in. It's been a pretty tricky day weather-wise here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, but we have soldiered on and we have had some fantastic racing right across the weekend and really enjoying. We've got 2 to go, HQs and then the Toyota 86s. Unfortunately, the national treasure of David Amor is not here to bring us all of the action, ladies and gentlemen, but Darren Smith and Matty Dunlop right next to me. We will give you the very best we possibly can as the freighters are taking all of the good stuff down to, well, actually it's Matty Kender. Wow, I tell you what, he's had some Dunlops, he's had Yokohamas. Now he is on the control tyre for HQs. Matty Dunlop, fantastic to have you on board. About to jump down the microphone with HQs.
That's right, folks. My last name is for sale. Highest bidder. I'll be taking any opportunity. But it is great to be back in the box once again for the third and final race of the Holden HQs. It was pretty treacherous watching them trying to carefully dance around this circuit when the rain was falling. But we've got a dry track now for race 3. Let's run through the grid. Gavin Woods winning his first race of the season will start from pole position alongside Ryan Woods in the number 25 out of second. Rod Ratch is the current championship leader out of third, with Steve Banks next to him rounding out the second row of the grid in fourth. Graham Crawford and Andy Lawton will be behind them in 5th and 6th respectively, with Warren Truant and James Kenner in 7th and 8th position on the Holden HQ grid.
I'll tell you what, there's been a bit of front row of the grid changes around throughout this weekend. Race 2 was Rod Rogers and Stephen Banks. Earlier on this weekend, it was Gavin Ross who qualified fastest to Stephen Banks, and that now we've got Gavin Ross with Ryan Woods. And Ryan Woods was ultimately at the rear of the grid at race 1, so didn't log a time in qualifying in the HQs, but now at the front row of the grid. And you've got to suggest that that is some sort of massive gain over the race meeting, isn't it? Fantastic to see that when you put your head to it and you put your hands and feet and you dance on the pedals appropriately, that you can force your way through. I'm not going to say force your way through, in fact drive the car beautifully and find yourself on the front row of the grid for the last race of the weekend.
That's exactly right. He's had a few woes with both of his cars that he's running this weekend, his 944 and his Holden HQ, but he's been able to navigate both of them very, very well to leading positions here. And he has got this number 25, after an engine change yesterday afternoon, he's got that back to second on the grid. So great driving from him so far, and I cannot wait to see what he can do in race 3. He's got 20 minutes to play with, Daz.
I tell you what, the other interesting thing is that just on our screens at the moment, we're looking at the accumulated points for this weekend. Gavin Ross on 56, Rod Rogers on 56, two out-and-out legends of this category. Well, you know, equal on points, so the decider will see who takes the round away from this weekend. Very poignant message to get out there. A very, very big thank you to all of our officials, whether it be in race control, where all the hard decisions and the heavy work and the heavy lifting is done, right out to all of the track points, our pit and paddock marshals, pit lane grid marshals, our fire and rescue crews around the track, flag marshals around the track marshals, scrutineers, the medical crew that man the medical centre. I'm sure I've forgotten someone, but gee, a really big thank you after a tough day. Yesterday was beautiful. Great day to be at the racetrack. Today, cold, wet, hypothermic type of conditions. Tough gig. Thank you so much. As we see the competitors streaming out of the track, our officials are still standing tall out there on the points so that we can go racing safely. And check it all out. I know Piarc, the promoting club here this weekend, have a very, very strong training program for bringing motorsport officials. Check it all out at www.piarc.com.au or check out the Motorsport Australia website, where they have all the important links to becoming a motorsport official. There is no better seat in the house than being trackside at a race meeting as we see the HQs roll out. I want to know what would make a race driver choose a Prem over a Belmont, a Kingswood over a Premier. I think the luxury drive in a Prem that Gavin Ross and Rod Rogers, let's face it, they're the winningest drivers here this weekend, they've chosen. So for me, let's look for that all-expensive twin headlight front, isn't it?
It certainly is. It's just so great seeing these, I guess old is one word for them because they certainly are, but they're just classic Australian icons, these cars. They're more than just cars. They're more than just Holdens. These are icons of motoring and of Australian culture. And to see them being prepared and flogged around these racetracks at full pelt with these drivers having the most fun they possibly can, it's just awesome to see, isn't it, Daz?
One of the things I like about these cars is when you pull the front and rear bumpers off them, they're heavy. They're made of steel. They are actually heavy. Some of them are painted, some of them are chromed. But when you pull one off, you know you're holding a bumper bar. That is for sure. And all of them have got to run. You can't run sans bumper bars. You've got to actually have them there. But let me tell you, they're quite heavy. It's quite the deal. So there as they were. And there it is. There it is on the Premier or Kingswood on the YouTube channel for the Blendline TV crews on the Victorian State Race Series for 2023. A Prem or a Kingswood or a Belmont. I think the Belmont is the full vinyl floor and on the column. So, well, we might just keep it simple and have a yes/no vote or a 1 or 2 vote. So there it is. Have a bit of a look on the Blendline YouTube page and vote a Prem or a Kingswood. Yeah, I reckon it would be 50-50 because the winning drivers, but there might be something in it, Matt. It might be that the twin headlight front's a heavier rig over the front axle. You don't want all that weight hanging out the front of the car.
No, that's exactly it. But these cars, I don't imagine there'd be too much discrepancy between the Premiers and the Kingswoods in that sense. So there may be some drivers out there who are so refined in their taste that they're able to tell the difference. I was certainly, from my regular gig in 912.4s, I remember John Kennedy, who was running a little while ago in the now Carter Fox machine, had his car converted from right-hand drive to left just so he could get the minute differences. So some of these drivers who are coming out here are really pushing for every last millisecond that they possibly can. But at the same time, a lot of these drivers are just out here having a great time racing a car around a track. And the beautiful thing about Vic State Series is it really caters for both of those sorts of drivers and for everyone in between, Daz.
Well, this is troubling for me, starting to see the wipers come on these cars. The track has gone fully dry, and even in the commentary booth now we're starting to see some precipitation appear on the windows from our vantage position as well. So not what we wanted to see. There's the back of the AWS car of Crawford. There's the back of the Warren Truan car. They're hard to tell apart with their blue and white GDS stripes, and then we've got the reverse effect there as well. And they come down to the line. The Mick Magilton is the reverse, white with blue GTS stripes. So set to go. There is the medical car, the Victorian Fire and Rescue car, the doctor car out on track there, as well as all of the cars line up. 12 cars to face the startup, or 11 cars actually to face the startup. And we are set for the race start. Green flag, the gate to the track is locked off. HQs They've got 13 minutes on the clock now. Let's get racing with the Kiwis. And away we go. They walk them off the line. Some cars are choosing to run the wipers early now. Headlights on. The cars down the field there. That Glenn McDonald down there in the 87, he's already gone for the wipers here. Gav Ross leads the field down there into turn number 1. And Ryan Woods just logs in behind the very, very experienced, the very skilled racer of Gavin Ross. Rod Rogers, also skilled, also experienced. And looking up the inside, Steve Banks, 6 years of racing in HQs and loved every single lap of every single metre of every single race. A really, really big convert to HQ racing. Rod Rogers dips in behind him and will ride down to turn 4. Let's see what happens as we go through the very fast, long and sweeping left-hander turn 3.
It was a pretty even start between Gavin Ross and Ryan Woods off the line there, but Gavin just had a little bit of the edge there and he was able to pull away, and now it looks like Ryan might have to concede a spot if Banks can find some grip around the outside and get position into Siberia, which he may very well be able to do. Side by side between Banks and Woods as they head into turn 5, and Banks is indeed going to get the job done, so he's going to move into second position, albeit just for now. Still got quite a bit of racing to go, and we know Ryan Woods is a serious competitor, as are all the rest of these drivers, including the bloke directly behind him, Rod Rogers.
Rod Rogers looks to the inside. This is going to be the long way around, but puts him on the inside of Lukey. The 33 sticks fat with it right around. That's a long, long way around, and Ryan Woods sliding through there. Lost some momentum there with the slide as we watch them lurch their way across the top. Rod Rogers, a little bit of understeer on turn in there, and that has allowed Ryan Woods to draw back up on side there. They'll plunge down. Rogers tries to close the door on Woods, but Woods has nothing of it. He'll close the door on Rod Rogers. In fact, he just about tagged onto the back of Ryan Woods there. And what it's doing is this is allowing Gavin Ross to get the pedal to the metal. Rogers round the outside. It's getting slippery out there. Ryan Woods gives us a little bit of a look at the opposite lock of his Kingswood as we come around turn 12 and plunge down to the start-finish line to complete lap number 1 for the final race for the weekend of HQs. We've still got another race to go. The Toyota 86s in the Scholarship Series coming up next.
That number 25 was looking real loose around turn 11, and that is not where you want your car to be loose, because you've got to get as much grip and momentum through there as you possibly can. And as they cross the line for the first time, let's have a look. It is Gavin Ross who leads the way ahead of Steve Banks, Rob Rogers and Ryan Woods currently in 4th position. We've got Graham Crawford and Andy Lawton behind there in 5th and 6th, with who do we got there behind them? Glenn McDonald, who's returning for the first time this season so far. He's having a pretty good run in 7th, ahead of Warren Truan in the 77. Mick Magilton, Kenner, and then Ling rounding out the field currently in 11th position. We're looking at Rogers now, having a look around up the inside of Steve Banks as they come into turn 3. That's a real dicey place to get a move done, but I reckon he'll have the position before they even get there. So that's great driving there by Rob Rogers.
Certainly is. He's put the gap on them now, but he's got Banksy charging down the inside. Banks in the 76. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a brave move there by Banks. A big look up the inside now. Ryan Woods goes out over the back of the ripple strip there. Still sticking with it. Rod Rogers now, he's flicked it all away now. He has got eyes only for Gavin Ross. Ryan Woods just trying to keep it on the island at the moment. It's very greasy conditions out there at the moment. But there is Stephen Banks. Behind him is Graham Crawford. Behind him is Andrew Lawton. Then we've got Warren Truan, Mick Magilton, James Kenner. And rounding out the back of the field is Michael Ling.
Looks like a bit of the 76. That's Steve Banks. He's slowing a lot. He's plummeting through the field like a stone. That is really not what you want to see. I'm not sure what issue he may be having there, unless he's made an excursion. It's hard to say because we haven't caught it there. But that is that's terrible luck there for the number 76 of Steve Banks.
Yeah, he's just slowed down there. There was no off-track excursion. Here comes the 87, the Ready Roast catering car, Glenn McDonald. Started out of position number 11. He's made his way up to P7. Warren Truan wants to weigh in on the battle with him. He's not going to let him drive away. In fact, Warren Truan looks like he wants to go high and wide, Thunderdome style through turn 12. They both keep it out wide, trying to find where the grip is, trying not to let the slip slide away. Yellow front wheels, red rear wheels. That's the choice of Glenn McDonald in the afternoon. And Woods has done the fastest lap of a 2:11.430. They qualified at a 2:04.47 for Gavin Ross on pole. And Ryan Woods, didn't qualify actually, didn't do qualifying after the Porsche 944. So Ryan Woods out there to chase the glory. Rod Rogers and Gavin Ross in front. And Ryan Woods just hanging on the back of them there.
Ryan Woods finished with the fastest lap in the last 944 race that we saw earlier today, and he may well do so again here in the HQs if he can keep this pace up, especially if he's got these two at the lead of the race, Gavin Ross and Rob Raj, just battling it out. He might be licking his lips going, hello, I might be on for a couple of positions here, but either way, this is going to be a great scrap. Look at this train of HQs going through turn 4. Not much passing there because they're all driving super defensively, trying to make sure that neither one of these people can get past each other, and this is awesome racing that we're seeing here in the Holden HQs.
Gavin Ross is not concerned that it's getting moist under the tyres now. He's bringing it on. He certainly wants to see what can be turned on from behind him here at the moment. Gav's enjoying this. Little fist pump as he came out of turn 5 that time around, gathered it all up, and the 38 points it up into Lukey Heights. Rod Rogers goes with him as well. He's also saying, don't worry about it. That moisture underneath my feet is not an issue. And at the moment, it is Ryan Woods that's just getting a little gap put on him by these two exceptionally experienced campaigners.
Those neon yellow wipers on the windscreen of Rob Rogers are not in action just yet, so it's only just a little bit of a shower. Gavin Ross has got those wipers ready to go, and I'm trying to have a look at the clouds around here. It's really hard to tell if this track's going to change much between now and the end of this race in about 7 minutes' time.
The interesting thing is we can still see 10 kilometres out to sea out over Bass Strait, but when we look back over to Cowes, it's quite grey and quite misty out over there. But out over Bass Strait at the moment, you can see as far as the horizon. It looks absolutely magnificent. So that's why we can start to see, you can see it on that shot there. You can see the rollers coming in out there. Magnificent views out over Bass Strait from the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit.
Top 3 getting egged on by the patrons standing on top of the pit garage, waving their arms saying, go, 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 keep up the good stuff, because this is great racing that we're seeing here. Gavin Ross still leading the way, but Rob Rogers is not letting him go.
Take a big deep breath. We've got 5.5 minutes left in this race. I don't think Gavin Ross is taking a big deep breath. I think Ryan Woods is the one taking the big deep breath, going, righto Ryan, giving that little inner voice inside his head going, go deep under brakes at turn 4. You can have these two, you can have the 38, you can have the 33, and they can both be looking at the tail end of the 25 as we come out of turn 4. Just gets gapped a little bit as the guys in front get the power down. They move down through turn 3. Here it is. Rogers looks to the inside here. Gavin Ross not exactly crowding the corner. In fact, he's taken a middle run through the track there under brakes, but Ryan Woods does get well under brakes up onto the back of them. I wouldn't be surprised if Ryan Woods is down maybe 1 or 2 kilowatts on these two guys in front, because each time there's power down or the drive off the corner, these two in front of him just seem to have him. It's only 1/4 of a second. That's all it really is.
Yeah, it looks like Ross can afford to just keep. Looks like Ross can just afford to keep it as a pretty consistent line here, because he's not copping too much of a challenge from the cars behind him, so he doesn't have to go full defensive. He can still stick halfway to his racing line and keep a bit of pace up, but I'd hazard a guess and say that's exactly what the two cars behind him are doing right now. Raj is trying to have a look around the outside down Lukey Heights. He's not going to get the job done. Gavin Ross shuts the door and says, no thank you, not this time, bye.
I've got to correct myself. I've been reminded that kilowatts weren't invented. In fact, these cars still run with 5/8 and ½ inches and 3/8 and 1/4 inch bolts on them. So yes, it would have been horsepowers, not even brake horsepower, just normal horsepower, measuring off the back of these 202s when they were spat out of the Holden factory. So let's put the new fandangled kilowatts behind and just run with horsepowers. And down the straight they come. 4 minutes left on the clock for these guys. 3 laps completed.
Rod Rogers trying his best to get a slipstream down the main straight. Not a huge amount of it present at this Phillip Island circuit, but that hasn't affected his pace. 2:08.701 the fastest lap so far, and he's using that to try and get up the inside through turn 1. He's got the pace, but I don't think he's going to have the line, and he certainly doesn't have the position to get it done through turn 2. Gavin Ross is going to hold on to it, and now Ryan Woods is going, hello, I might be on for a shot here. Going to have to slot in behind, so it stays line astern.
Gavin Ross using the line he wants to use. don't get the feeling he's crowding the corner. He certainly was running down the middle of the road, which is fine. That means that the cars behind can go left or right or choose where they want to go. But have a look at Rajas. He is certainly running a better grip car at the moment as Ross gets hung out to dry a little bit. Puts him to the inside here, but Rajas chooses to go right across and takes the overtake. Underbrakes the 33, gets by the 38 on lap 4 of this journey, the last race for the weekend for the HQs. Stay tuned for the Toyota 86 Scholarship Series. They're on track next, but Rod Rajas takes over the lead of the race here from Gavin Ross, and then it is Ryan Wood. Graham Crawford back down the field a bit. Glenn McDonald has found his way up into P5, Lawton into 6, Mick Majilton 7, James Kenner 8, and Ling rounding out the cars on track as Warren Truan is in the pit lane in the 77.
Brilliant move there from Rod Rajas to get that move done convincingly through turns 4 and 5. Really laid down the challenge, saying, come on, fellas, see if you can get me. Ryan Woods going very wide through Lukey Heights, trying to find a gap, but he's just a little bit too far back, so he's going to have to stay on the back bumper of Gavin Ross here. He's trying to look every which way to see if there's any way to sneak past him, seeing if there's any grip around either side of this surface, now that there is a tiny little bit more moisture sitting on that racing surface once again.
Bit of a handful out there as the precipitation has stopped in the main straight. It looks to be still coming down a little bit. Very much a misty situation now rather than rain, but certainly early on in this race the track was proving to be a bit greasy. Rajas now has Gavin Ross and the GMG Automotive Premier draw alongside as Gavin Ross draws alongside the 38 and the 33. Have got 2 laps to duke it out, and Gavin Ross just tries to crowd over a bit, get the better line into turn 2. He does. Holds on tight. Ryan Woods comes through uninvited. Definitely uninvited, but the bouncers at the door have said, all right, mate, in those shoes tonight you can get in. Slots in behind.
Just had to be relegated back to 3rd for now, but he's got really visible intent through this final stages of this race. This is great stuff, side by side, barely millimetres in it. I don't even know if millimetres are invented where these cars were built either.
Oh no, we're talking in thous.
Inches between these cars, as we see Rod Rajas still holding on to 2nd place at the moment. Gavin Ross is pretty feeling a little bit comfortable at the front there now, but he knows that this challenge is far from over. There's 2 laps to go, and these drivers will both have been sizing up opportunities throughout the rest of this race. The lights are ablaze further back in the field as we look at the battle for 4th position. This is McDonald holding off the number 68 of Crawford.
We've had to switch to this shop because I think Ryan Woods has ducked out to the panel man to grab another pair of shoes that he can get into this race with. The bouncers let him into the race as we go down through Siberia now. There he is, he's back into it as Rod Rajas goes right round Gavin Ross, and Ryan Woods looks to go the inside as well. Gavin Ross could go down 2 spots here. He doesn't give up. He is not giving up the real estate, that is for sure. He'll stay on the inside run around turn 12 and force Rajas to take the high line. In fact, that could be the ultimate run into the top of the straight here. Still a couple of laps remaining. In fact, last lap board out now for these guys. Side by side around Belinda's Terrace they go. Turn 12 onto the straight. Side by side, Ryan Woods with his brand new dancing shoes on joins the party. They're going to go 3 wide down to the bottom of the straight here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, and it's going to be Gavin Ross that gets left out of the dance.
Ross down to P3 across the control line with 1 lap to go. Ryan Woods is going to have the inside, and he slots into 2nd right behind Rod Rajas. This is a fantastic finish, and he's gone well wide. Get ready for some rallycross action. Can he keep it pointing in a straight line? He gets it back on the track without any issue, but he's going to lose a hell of a lot of time.
He lost a lot of time there. He slipped on the Julius Marlows, and he slipped off the bottom of the straight there for Ryan Woods, and he gets back onto the racetrack and joins these 2 back in front. This is the last lap. It just got very, very lively. All 3 of them have got their best dancing boots on now as we plummet down into turn 4. Has Gavin Ross got anything for Rocket Rod in the Knox Panel Services red car with the bright yellow wheels? I reckon he has. I reckon there's something in the GMG magic bag of HQ racing tricks left to go.
But seeing Ryan Woods drop off the back of this pack is going to take a little bit of that pressure off Rod Rajas, I'd hazard a guess that. We've barely seen any mistakes from him bar that one today at 12:07 p.m. Don't you worry, we noted the time because you don't see them very often at all. And he's currently still leading the charge with Gavin Ross all over his rear bumper. This is going to be a fantastic finish. If you're not in front of a screen or if you're not at the barrier of this track, get yourself there now. They're coming over Lukey Heights now.
Flames out the side of Gavin Ross's car. That has winning form. If you've got flames, you're about to set the checkered flag alight. As we come down, plunge down for the last time this weekend. The HQs have really brought it to round number 3 here this weekend. Great to see the HQs back at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. It's been a compact field, but boy, it's been a classy race this last one. These 3 protagonists at the front of this field have threatened all weekend long. No, they haven't even threatened. They've brought it to the track all weekend long. Rod Rogers is in an unassailable lead as they come to the top of the straight. The checkered flag is out by the PIARC officials, and the run to the line. Rocket Rod Rogers takes the last race for the weekend. Gav Ross left scratching his head, and Ryan Woods put on his dancing shoes to join these two in the last part of this race and brings it home for the last spot on the podium. And get a good look now at Graham Crawford and the number 35 of Andrew Lawton. But there's the Ready Roasts mobile of Glenn McDonald. Started out at position 11. Will finish this race in P4 without doubt. Although it looks like it's going to go right down to the wire. Pulls it out, Lawton in behind there, but it will all be Crawford by .055 that will come home in 5th position. So Glenn McDonald, we thought he had it coming out of the last corner. Here's the last couple of Kiwis on the track, the 66 and the 70. Kenner and Ling bringing it in around turn 12 now for the last time. The 66 and the 7. Kenner Transport ranging up around out of turn 12. Fantastic looking bunch of race cars as we see Mick Magilton getting it across the line. We've got one race to go. It's the Toyota 86 Scholarship Series as that misty rain starts to come down again here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Matty Dunlop, this is how they finished.
Rod Rogers takes the win and round honours here in the HQ Holdens with race 3 plus fastest lap to boot with a 2-minute 4.535. Gavin Ross comes home in 2nd position ahead of Ryan Woods in 3rd. What a fantastic scrap for the podium that was. Glenn McDonald and Graham Crawford round out the top 5 with Andy Lawton, Mick Magilton, James Kenner and Michael Ling, the last of the runners, in 9th. Warren Truant unfortunately not finishing this race, ending up in the pit lane.
Well, there we have it. That is the HQs for this round. That is the HQs for this final round. Matt Dunlop, thank you very much for all of your input right across here. There we go. The YouTube HQ poll. Premier's 32%, Kingswood 68%. That's just the kids down the other end of the street didn't have twin headlights to light up the street to play street cricket back in the early 70s there, right there. Well, fantastic. Thanks for the HQs for all of the entertainment. We're going to take a quick break because we are going to light it up for the final race of the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Race Series, the Toyota Gazoo Racing Scholarship Series over 8 laps. Will see us out. Back in a moment. Cars on track, in fact, not on track, in the pit lane, ready to go here. This is the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Turn 1 can be treacherous. It can also be beautiful and magnificent here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. You get it right and you set yourself up for a fast run into turn 2. Control the car. Get the power down hard out of turn 2. Run down to turn 3 without lifting. Get all the way down into Miller Corner. Turn 4, and you have to have everything on the anchors, turning it in there. Turn 6, Siberia, aptly named on a cold day like today. Lukey Heights, all the action happens up there. Look at those XLs, 4 wide. Turn 10, big brakes, big runoff area there these days as well. But get it wrong and you're in the wall. Turn 12, all the new barriers right round the outside with a nice runoff strip between you and the wall. Pretty safe racetrack, the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, 4.45 kilometres, outright lap record of 124.061. Tim Slade in the Brabham BT 62 set at this race meeting in 2022. A magnificent facility, as indeed the local landscape right around Phillip Island. That was the bridge onto the island at San Remo we just saw. Darren Smith with Dan McCarthy with you for the final race here at the Toyota Gazoo Racing Scholarship Series for round 3 of the 888 Homelands Victorian State Race Series for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships.
Since that last race, the rain has come down quite significantly, and you can see there's a bit of greasy look to the race circuit. It is going to be slippery out there. It's rained heavy enough for it to affect the tyres gripping to the road, so expect it to be very treacherous, particularly on the first lap. Look at that, Gagan sliding it out. It really is quite slippery out there. This is going to be really something.
Ben Gomersall there just also trying to find the grip where it was. There he is. Matthew Hillier will be off pole, and Matty Hillier started off pole for the weekend in race. No, they actually didn't start off pole. Started a couple of rows back, then race 2 started off pole. Ryland Gray right alongside. Let's see if Ryland Gray can keep it all together. Started off the front row of the grid for the first race, come off the second row of the grid in the second race, but let's see if he can keep it all together. Brock Stinson improving right through the race weekend. In fact, very impressive run by Brock Stinson. Then it's Oscar Target in the Grove Hire outfit in the academy there down at Grove Racing. Lachlan Bloxham, Team Navy. Other weekends races Porsches, this weekend in the Toyota. Max Gagan, Tumby Tyres, just Bathroom Racing. Yes, Australian Motorsport royalty being represented in the 53 there. Benjamin Gomersall in the unit racing number 35 out of position 7. Jack Westbury has been so exciting right throughout this weekend in the white, fluorescent yellow and black outfit. Keep an eye on him. Marcus Liddell, 99 Motorsport. We've seen here years ago on a supercar, also in a Formula 3, taken 10 years off racing, comes back. Great to see him back at the track out of position 9. Cody Bircher in the 36 car for Sedans Racing. James Wilkins for Kaizen Racing. Then also Mason Harvey for Direct Industries. Position 13 is Thomas Davies to Ryan Thomason in the number 27. Interesting choice of number. A weight of responsibility comes with that number. Mitchell McGarry, the 99 Motorsport Professional Oldinger in the position 15. Out of 16 is Brady Owen. You look back to Ryan Haddon in the Alien Tech Zeus outfit, being some exciting racing out of the 57, as has been the 55, the Nova Air and Electrical. Cooper Barnes, Designer Living Kitchens, and Alice Buckley in the 50 will start out of 20 in the ASP piling entry. Shailanana in the Tyler Greenbury Racing, a great guy to have in your corner if you're starting to form a racing career. Tyler, of course, many karting victories, did some Kumo Tyres V8 touring cars as well to great results. Back down to Salvatore and Bruglia, Cruz Forest, Hubert Zockling and Holly Eastbray in the 777. Will Holly front up for the last one? Jordan Freestone is out there as well, just looking for the 777 if it is indeed out there on track.
Yeah, Freestone collected the Holly Espray machine. She spun around down at MG after contact from behind, and then bang, in came the number 8 machine of Freestone, which had a lot of damage at the end of that race. Brought their race to premature ends. We're missing somebody, slot number 11, that's Wilkins.
Which is, James Wilkins, the Queenslander, not taking any further part. The 999 is out there, Shane Nowicki taking the grid, and I can't see the 777. at this point in time, so it doesn't look like we will have Holly Eastspray, the Queenslander, out there as well. The field is set, Dan. Let's have a look at how this race starts.
Hillier, the race winner earlier on today, 2 from 2, looking to make it 3 from 3, and it's a good start. Better initial launch than Gray, and will likely lead down towards turn number 1. Look at that, there's a real haze in the air now. The lights beaming. It's getting pretty dark down here at Phillip Island, and it is Hillier that leads from Gray. Target moves up to 3rd position ahead of Stinson on that 2nd row. They started alongside each other, so a change of position there, and Gagan follows through in 5th.
Mason Harvey puts 2 wheels off the back of the ripple strip there, was tricky. The 17 got away beautiful. Mitchell McGarry, a great start out of position number 15, I think already up to about 10th place. Westbury, the 17 goes Gravelwood's there, and have a look at this, Lockie Bloxham absolutely channeling his inner Neil Bates. He built the car and he's put a bit of rally reliability in it for him there as well as he goes storming across the top of the strip. Westbury setting it alight for us again. He's been doing it all weekend long. It's not like he has the responsibility to entertain us all weekend long, but he's been doing that.
Gray making a move for the lead and takes it. So Hillier demoted down to position number 2, and Gray's bolted. He's already pulled a margin. He's only been ahead of him for 1 corner, but that looks like quite a sizable margin. So now in 2nd position, it's WAU Junior versus Grove Junior, and there is the number 17 machine stuck in the grass.
Mitchell McGarry had such a good start. I reckon a big head of steam, and unfortunately couldn't gather it all up after such a great start, and that has not ended well down there. Such a shame. Gagan up onto Lukey Heights in the 53. There's Westbury, the entertainment factor of Westbury. I'm not sure whether it's the bright colours that keep drawing my eyes to it, or the fact is that he just loves to go racing.
In these conditions, and that's our championship leader who's taken a bit of a knock there, Liddell. From fire there from the number 42 machine, that's Thomas Davies. And yes, our championship leader has been shuffled back a couple of positions, but his closest title rivals had an even more shocking start with Bloxham plummeting down the field. Bloxham finishing top 5 in the first 5 races of the season, 2 fifths and 3 seconds. But that looks unlikely in this one. He's right towards the rear of the field.
Jordan Shillelagh's had another fantastic start. Started off down in 21st spot, has had an absolute flying first stanza of this race and made up 10 spots into position number 11. Sherwell and Owen also making up 4 and 5 spots easily off the back of the corner again, this time behind Westbury, trying to pick up in the all-white livery who that is behind Westbury, and it is Cody Bircher, who has again taken the off-circuit run through turn 1. Not lifted, just run off the back of the ripple strip and used extra bit of hard top to get all the way through turn 1 that time around. But what a charge. Westbury now with Cody Bircher in behind there. Then it is Gomersall, Harvey and Shillelagh. Have a look at that. What a charge. Up to 11th out of 21st.
Yes, and it's 21st position where Bloxham has plummeted to. So 2nd yesterday, 5th this morning, and 21st after the off-track excursion down at turn number 2. Once again in these tricky conditions, Gagan's unable to keep with the front 3, and he's having to fight and look in his mirrors a lot more than he'd certainly like to. We saw that from him earlier on today as well.
We certainly did. It's going to be interesting to see who adapts to these conditions. Have a look at Bircher sideways through Hayshed there. Now Westbury likes the sideways action as well. Let's have a look at the head-on shot across Lukey Heights. Are they all sliding sideways at this point? Certainly Westbury is. Gomersall as well in the unit outfit there as well. So they've all run wide. The Orcon outfit there also running very, very wide there. Exciting part of the field here, just offside the top 5 we're watching at the moment. And it's been exciting all weekend long for the Toyota 86 Scholarship Series, the Kazoo Racing Scholarship Series.
Cody Bircher, you mentioned there, raced successfully in a lot of categories, did very well in Australian Formula Ford a number of years ago. Last year did Trans Am. This year finds himself in an 86 for the first time and actually took pole at round number 1 at Sydney Motorsport Park.
So Hillier has just clocked the fastest lap. It's a 2-minute dead. Going to be interesting to see who has made any adjustments for the wet weather. The 53, Gagan. That is spectacular. That is why the Gagans set such a big standard in the 70s. Sideways action. A hippie shake, hands left, hands right, gather it up, onto the dirt, drag it back on Max, bring the 53 back into contention. He hasn't released the throttle, not for a moment. Gathers it all back up, 2, 3, 4, back on the black stuff, loses 5 spots.
Yeah, lost quite a few positions there, absolutely. Might lose another 2. Oh, contact there. Gomesol's out sideways after contact with Shalala. By the looks of it, oh, they were nearly 3 wide there. Who's that snuck around the outside? Is that Harvey? It is Harvey in the blue machine. Nicely done there, picked off a couple, just staying out of trouble. And you can often gain some positions in this mid-pack if you do simply stay out of trouble. You pick up positions like this. What a save! Oh, had to have a second stab at it, to the right and to the left. Hold the position, but then ran wide, and all that good work was thrown away just a corner later.
Who would have thought, Dan, that we'd be calling races with a Gagan in it, setting the screens alight, showing us how to do it racing style. Westbury now with Bircher in the mirrors. Westbury has been so exciting to watch this weekend, and I just get the feeling he might be the cork in the bottle at this point in time. Currently running 6th on the road. Bircher, Gomesel, Harvey, Shalala, Liddell all lining up to have a crack at him at the moment. But right out in front, it is Rylan Gray leading the way. Certainly would like to greet the checkered flag and drag in some very valuable points here for this weekend. Matty Hillier, they've got themselves quite a healthy margin out there on track at the moment. This first 3 back to Oscar Target, and then we have Stinson as well. Brock Stinson has been impressive also.
Shalala looking to the outside of Gomesol around turn number 1. That's very tricky, particularly in these cars. Gomesol's going to hold on. Here comes Shalala around the outside at turn number 2. We've seen that move work really well this weekend, and it looks like it might work again here, although Gomesol runs a little wide, and that pushes Shalala wide as well. They're going to be side by side, banging door handles as they head towards Stoner Corner. The fast, very, very tricky left-hander before they brake hard on the anchors, down the gears to get it slowed down into turn number 4, Miller Corner.
That says to me that turn 2 all the way through to turn 3 is dry, because there is no way the number 5 and the number 35 were going to hang on if there was any moisture underfoot down there this afternoon. It gets a bit damp around the top of the course. We know that. We can see that the ever so fine droplets of rain coming down up there, but if it was wet down there, there's no way those two would have successfully gone through turn 3 like that.
Oh, it's a bit wet on the curbs. You could see the spray coming off the tyres there of Stinson, and Stinson has made his way past Oscar Target early on in this lap, so that's a change for 3rd position, and it's Stinson with the fastest lap of the race as well. Target says, I want that position back. Oh, they're rubbing panels as they head around MG and around turn number 11.
Or was he just applying a Grove Hire sticker on the back of the AGM engineering car there? It looked like just a nice swipe to put the sticker across the back there. Or is it the Kinto sticker, the series sponsor on board there? But these two are nailed together at the moment, the 31 and the 22, and they are currently sitting in 3 and 4 on the road, so very important podium position on offer.
Target did super well last weekend in Tasmania, a couple of podiums over there in the Cup Series, Michelin Sprint Challenge, and in this series has steadily made his way up the field in every single race, and finished a PB of 4th in race number 2. He wants his first top 3 though, and it's just there dangling in front of him.
Isn't it ever? They've all got it dangling in front of Westbury now with Harvey. Oh no, Stinson goes off set the fastest lap of the race. Matt Hillier, by the way, has just reset that, and off goes the 31. Gather it all up, keep it off the barrier. In fact, there's a driver just waiting to greet you. Here is your greeting party.
Look at how wet the grass is. He's not getting out of there. It is so muddy. He needs a 4-wheel drive.
Give him a push.
He needs a Toyota Land Cruiser, not a Toyota 86. He's not getting out of the grass. It's too damn muddy. What a shame. Really good, strong performance has come to an abrupt halt.
I tell you what, the Dunlop tyre that they run has shown great pace and endurance, but when you're knee deep in it out there, a very hot road-based tyre is not going to get you back out of that sort of mud. So there is a job for the recovery crew at the end of this race, who have done such a brilliant job all weekend here, the Pyack recovery crew at this particular round. It is very damp off track. Westbury now has got Harvey, looks to the inside, and as we've been known to enjoy all this weekend long, Westbury will not give up. And the 36 looks around the outside. That's Bircher. This is the excitement factor again. 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th on the road. It is on out in front, but nowhere near as much as what is on to try and cement yourself into a top 5.
Absolutely, as they come onto the Gardner Straight, as you'd say, it's a four-wheel event. It's the Frank Gardner Straight, but it is the Wayne Gardner Straight. Side by side as they cross the line. Westbury trying to take that position number 4. He's going around the long way. Can he do it? We've seen cars go side by side through here this weekend, and no exception there. It looks pretty slippery on those curbs still.
Doesn't it ever? I tell you what, when you come back across the track, you got the white line, and there goes Harvey in the number 9. Is he going to join the 17? Of course, the 17 down there, McGarry, that was who was trying to help our other friend down there.
Oh no.
Let's not have car to car. Was there just a little nudge there? There's McGarry. What do you want, mate? Yeah, here's a parking ticket. You can't park there. Get down, give him a push.
You can still see
the 31's still trying to get out.
Yeah. Oh dear, the car park down there. Oh, the coverage team are going to have fun trying to get him out of the mud down at Southern Loop.
If anyone ever remembers AFL Park in the late 80s and the night finals out there, that's what the car park was like out at Waverley back in the day. The 99 being sent right and wide around there as well. So just watching some great action here in the Toyota 86. Toyota Gazoo Racing Scholarship Series, the McLaren Real Estate entry under massive fire. And here we go, let's have another look at it. Turn 12, beautiful drive there off the track, through the puddle, number 30, plenty of momentum underneath it, and brings it on facing the wrong way.
It's been an eventful one, this one, hasn't it? Drivers just dribbling off the road and cannot get back on. I think that machine fortunately did. That was Frost. But
2.5 laps to go. We believe our race leader has had an off somewhere. There's Freestone on the rev limiter, getting it back onto the track, doing some circle work.
Freestone had come from the back of the grid up to position number 14 at that point that he has once again left the track. And here is the leader. There is Ryland Gray throwing it off the road and handing Matt Hillier a 2-second lead at the front of the field. What a costly mistake. He's fallen down to 3rd, and in fact he's got 2 people right behind him as well, Westbury and Bircher.
Wow, this is on. We are
we've got another one. We got another one. 2 wheels. Oh, he's kept it on. Well done, Westbury. Doing what 3 drivers have been unable to do. 2 wheels off in the grass, but managed to keep it on the tarmac.
Max Gagan now clocks the fastest time in position number 8 at 1:57.34 on lap number 6 here. Ryland Gray, all the work to do again. Matt Hillier rejoicing out in front, but let's just see if we can get through these last 2 laps. Fantastic, really aggressive, really controlled sort of racing. 3 drivers down there forlornly wondering what could have been. Cam McKee spent some time down there at the sports sedans cooling his heels. These 3 all just finding their own little bit of damp real estate. Plenty of warning about what's across the track at Lukey Heights. There's Matt Hillier in car number 2, the Boswen entry, CMA Toyota 86. And we have got the officials with the last lap board ready down at the finish line. There's Ryland Gray, still in P3, some 6.3 seconds off the lead, half a second gap to target. And just watching now, the car's starting to get greasy. It is definitely wet around turn 9, 10, 11 and 12, but it hasn't hit the bottom end of the racetrack yet, and they're all falling off it too. It's dry down there.
Absolutely. It's quite bizarre how this race has unfolded. Flashing the lights, Target. He's closed the margin down 0.6 of a second on that lap. The margin is still 1.4 seconds, but he's doing everything in his power to distract Matt Hillier, who is up at the head of the field. But surely flashing the headlights isn't going to force him into a mistake.
Max Gagan again lowered the fastest lap. There he is on screen, the 53, a 1:56.40. So this car coming on beautifully towards the end of the race. Must have had the tyre, the incoming tyre set to this race, set at the pressures to bring it on towards the end of the race. The warm tyre It certainly looked like they were going to have an entirely wet race, but the bottom end of the track has not got wet as of yet. Lights on, and that is because we are in very much sun-setting mode, and it is only 4:52 in the afternoon. That's what kind of happens when you're off the bottom end of Australia. When the Americans call it down under, this is the down under part of Australia, that is for sure.
Absolutely. The only thing further south is Tasmania itself. Other than that, then it's
still Australia.
It is. And then it's Antarctica from there, but here he
Still
is.
Australia.
At the front of the field, Matt Hillier. Certainly the margin is being closed. Target's throwing everything at it. Target on course for his first top 3 finish in the 86 series, but Matt Hillier looking to make it 3 from 3, out very wide there over Lukey Heights, keeps it on the road. We've seen several spins and off-track excursions there that have been very, very costly, but Matt Hillier has done a remarkable performance, had a tough first round out there at Sydney Motorsport Park, but he's responded well with 2 race victories, and he's looking to make it 3 from 3 as he rounds the final corner.
He's owned it from Sydney Motorsport Park, that is for sure. Toyota Gazoo Racing welcomes 3 from 3 at round 2 at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Matt Hillier wins the last race for the weekend at this event and for the Toyota Gazoo Racing Scholarship Series. Target comes into position number 2. Oscar Target from Queensland. He will be chilly at the wheel and hoping to get home on the Kero burning budgie, I dare say, tonight out of Tullamarine to warm up. Then it's Ryland Gray, who led 7 or 6 of the 8 laps in this race, home into P3, and that rounds out our podium for the last race of the weekend. Then we have got Cody Bircher, then Jordan Shillelagh, a massive drive, started out at 21, Dan, coming home into position number 5. Max Gagan set the 2 of the last fastest laps of that race. Ultimately, on the last lap, Ryland Gray set the fastest lap at a 1:56.24. They're still coming to the line. The wholesale paint shop, number 3 of Madison Dunstan, coming to the line there as well in the 2:10. Following it through there as well.
It's going to be really, really close. She's lost it at the line. Woods coming through to pinch 19th position.
A couple of ladies fighting it out all the way to the line there as well. So, wow, look at that shot. Isn't that iconic, Phillip Island? That magnificent cloudscape in the background there. Liddell home in 9th. Owen to Sherwell rounding out the top 10 as we see the Toyota Gazoo Racing Series ride off into the sunset.
Lockie Bloxham was sitting very nicely early on in that race, recovered after falling to 21st, recovered back up to 14th position. Got a replay of something that happened on the last lap. Oh, there we go. That's the second spin there for the number 30
the
machine.
Number 30, same spot for Metro Waste, just making sure the Metro Waste gets the mention. There they are, forlornly parked up down at turn 2. The AGM engineering car, number 31 of Brock Stinson. Apart from that, a great weekend for Brock, drove really, really well. Here's the results, Dan.
Absolutely. Matt Hillier taking 3 from 3, as we say, to vault himself into title contention after round number 2. Oscar Target, great final result. First top 3 finish in the series, the Grove Racing Junior. Ryland Gray recovered to finish in 3rd after his fast off-track excursion over at Lukey Heights. He finished ahead of Cody Bircher. Charlotte did very nicely in that one to finish in 5th. Max Gagan, another one with an off-track excursion. He recovered to finish in 6th, just ahead of Ben Gomersall. Then we had Jack Westbury, who's in the thick of the action almost in every single lap. Then in 9th, Marcus Liddell. And then Owen rounding out the top 10. Beyond that, we had Sherwell, Haddon, Davies, as I say, Bloxham recovered to 14th. Then we had Nowicki, Cooper Barnes, Alice Buckley, who had a trouble-free day today, which is good news for her. She finished 17th, ahead of Jordan Freestone. Good recovery to finish in 18th. Zoe Woods and Madison Dunstan. Following that, Thompson, Imbrogno and Frost, the 23 finishes. Look at all of those DNF and DNSs. A lot from that race.
Yeah, absolutely. Mason Harvey parked up. Brock Stinson parked up again. Nothing, no harm, no foul really to the cars, and Brock drove really well until that point this weekend. James Wilkins, then Mitchell McGarry, Hubert Zockling and Holly Eastbray didn't take the start of that race. Magnificent shots around the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. We hope everyone down there at Toyota Gazoo Racing Scholarship Series enjoyed their weekend as part of the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships for the Victorian State Race Series. Here's the calendar. Don't forget, our next time out is 11, 12, 13 of August at Sandown International Motor Raceway, the home of horsepower. It's easy to get to. It's easy to have a great day out at the races. We'll be here the 22nd, 23rd, 24th of September. If aerial ping pong isn't your thing, come racing at Phillip Island at the end of September for the final round of the State Race Series. We hope you've enjoyed your time here. We shall see you all at Sandown. Don't forget, check it all out at www.vsrs and check out the YouTube channel for Blendline TV. There it is on your screens if you're still watching on the live stream, vsrs.com.au. We'll see you all at Sandown.